The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. All right, man, I think I got everything locked down. I got the windows barred, I got the doors locked down, I got the security system. There's no way Josh can get at us now. Hit the deck! That was a car backfiring, not a gunshot. That was a gunshot. Hit the deck! Now you see what you've got us into? All right, I think we're just gonna stay down here for a while. So, yeah. Let's get on with this day in history for March the 12th, 2024. I think you drove away. Okay. In 624, Battle of Badr, Muhammad's Muslim forces win significant victory over Macedon army. In 1591, Battle of Tumbali, Moroccan army under Judar defeats Sultan Aski Ishkra II of Sagali. In 1781, William Herschel sees what he thinks is a comet, but is actually the discovery of the planet Uranus. And apparently he didn't see the jokes coming, or he would have named it something else. In 1884, King Khartoum of Sudan begins by Mahadis. The siege of Khartoum, Sudan begins by Mahadirist forces. Last 10 months. In 1903, fall of Sokoto Caliphate in northern Nigeria. The British claim supremacy on over 500,000 square miles. In 1930, Cry Itamba announces discovery of Pluto at Lowell Observatory. Well, he is a very good dog. I'd announce that. Ow! You deserve that. You knew I was talking about the planet. In 2003, the Journal Natural reports that 350,000-year-old footprints of an upright walking human have been found in Italy. In 2019, U.S. grounds all Boeing 737 MAX aircraft after bans by other countries follow the plane type's second crash in Ethiopia. In 1956, The Searchers, American Western film directed by John Ford and starring John Wayne and Natalie Wood, is released. It is the last collaboration between John Ford and John Wayne. In 2004, Latino Pavarotti performs his last opera in New York Metropolitan's opera Toscali. In 1894, J.L. Johnson of England invents horse racing starting gate. And I'm gonna go try and find somewhere safer while we get on with the shows. Who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello. Coming up next.
C-A-M-E-L-S. That's right, folks. C for comedy, A for Abbott, M for Maxwell, E for Ennis, L for Lou Costello. Yes, they spell camel. Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Let your own experience tell you why more people are smoking Camels than ever before. And draw up a chair for tonight's Camel Show, starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Costello. Come over here. Isn't it wonderful to be back in California, Lou?
Abbott, it's nice to be back in California.
Yes.
Boy, did I have fun coming in on a plane. I told jokes, and all the passengers rolled on the floor.
Were your jokes that funny?
No, I loosened all their safety belts.
Hey, what about that beautiful blonde?
On top of each other, huh?
What about that beautiful blonde? You know, the one you met in New York. Are you going to write to her?
It's no use, Abbott. I couldn't get to first base with her.
Why not?
Her husband was on second.
Oh, you idiot. You idiot. I don't know what woman would see in you anyway.
Oh, I guess I'm just irresistible. Well, even tonight, coming down here on the bus, the lady conductor punched out, "I love you," on my transfer.
Oh. Costello, you'll never be happy. Like my wife, Betty, and I.
Oh, yes.
Did you see her tonight? Oh, Betty. Oh, didn't she look beautiful, Lou?
Yeah, she was wearing her new makeup.
Yeah.
Dutch cleanser number 4.
Never mind that. Did my brother Norman meet you at the airport?
Yes, and right away he dragged me into a joint to celebrate. Abbott, Norman had 1 bottle of beer and passed out cold.
My brother Norman passed out from drinking 1 bottle of beer.
He didn't drink it. I hit him over the head with it.
You idiot.
You know he parts his hair in the middle now?
Yes, all right, wait a minute, just a minute. Didn't I see you and your brother Pat down at San Pedro this morning? What were you doing there?
Well, Pat was trying to buy one of them new Navy surplus boats. He'd have got one, too, if he hadn't have been a veteran.
Well, what do you and your brother Pat want with a boat? You know nothing about boats.
Oh, is that so, Abbott? I joined the Navy when I was 4 years old.
How did you do that?
I lied about my age.
Who did you sail with?
Who did I sail with?
Yes.
I was on a ship with Captain Epson.
I never heard of Captain Epson.
He's an old salt.
Look, did you have any dangerous experiences in the Navy?
Well, one time a schooner capsized on me.
What did you do?
What could I do? I wiped off the bar and ordered another one.
Oh, don't be a dog, Lou. I don't believe you've ever been to sea. You know absolutely nothing about the sea.
Abbott, it so happens tonight that my bedtime story is going to be all about the sea. It's a story of Moby Dick. I tell the story all by myself, Abbott, and I don't need any help from you. So why don't you call up the Automobile Club and show them what a real wreck looks like?
Oh, all right, now, look. Go ahead and tell your story.
Now, Moby Dick was a great big whale.
Yes,
and Moby Dick, as I said before,
a mammal.
he was a big whale.
A mammal.
He
A whale is a mammal.
You're interrupting a little early, aren't
I said a whale is a mammal.
Yes, he was a mammal.
Yeah.
He was not a mammal,
Yeah.
Abbott. How could he be a mammal? His name was Dick. He was a papal, and he had 7 fiddles. Now shut up and let me tell the story.
All right, go ahead.
You get me a little burnt up already.
Take it easy. Don't get excited now.
I'm not getting excited.
All right, you look it.
Oh, do I? Now, Moby Dick was a great big whale, and he lived in the ocean. He loved to swim. When the water came up, he'd swim in. When the water went down, he'd swim out.
Yeah, he swam with the tide.
Yes. Could I have that again?
He swam with the tides.
Oh, he didn't wear any tides. He was so big, he couldn't get a pair of tides to fit him, Abbott. Oh, yes, Abbott. Don't get me mixed up in the story now. I'm getting a little mad.
Go ahead.
Now I gotta be nice again.
All right, go ahead.
Now, nobody could catch Moby Dick.
When do we laugh at this thing?
They're laughing before they're supposed to.
All right.
Don't laugh now, folks.
All right, take it easy.
Now, when anybody come after Moby Dick, he'd squirt water at them through his nose.
Not nose, spout. Spout.
Yes, he spout.
Yeah.
It's about time you keep your big mouth shut. Now, Abbott, let me finish the story.
Well, go ahead. I'm waiting for the finish.
Now, one day, Moby Dick was swimming along, and he passed a shark that was choking up his queue. What kind of shark?
Now, who said that?
I did. That's in case you asked.
I'm not interrupting.
This was a pool shark. Now, get out of here before I bank your head in the side pocket.
Nah, take it easy.
Now, Moby Dick was hungry. He was very hungry for a big whale, so he grabbed a great big clam.
Abalone?
He started to eat the Huh?
What'd you say? Abalone.
Abbott, this is no baloney. This is a true story.
No, you said anything about baloney. Who said it?
Who did?
You did. I didn't say anything.
What did you say?
I said abalone.
There you go. You said it again.
No,
abalone.
you dummy. I said the whale was eating abalone.
Where would the whale get baloney in the ocean?
No.
Abbott, he was eating a great big clam.
Abalone is a clam.
How do you like that? They're making baloney out of clams.
No. They don't make baloney out of clams. The kind of clam I'm talking about is abalone.
A clam is abalone?
That's right.
One of us is nuts. Abbott, why don't you baloney up and let me finish my story.
You mean clam.
Didn't you just tell me that clam is abalone?
That's right.
Well, if you don't shut your clam, I'll hit you over the head with a baloney.
All right, now, don't get excited. Take it easy.
Now, Moby Dick was a friendly whale. He liked to play with the fish, especially the itty-bitty little fishy.
Guppies?
Sure, he. What was that?
Guppies. Haven't you ever heard of guppies?
Oh, I listen to guppies all the time. Guppy's Tavern. Now, Moby Dick was swimming along. One day he saw a swordfish fighting with a mackerel. The swordfish stabbed the mackerel, then he stabbed him again, and he stabbed him again, and he stabbed him again.
That poor little
and
mackerel.
he stabbed him again.
That poor little mackerel must have been full of holes.
Yeah, he was a holy mackerel.
Hold on.
Will you stop laughing now?
Well, when do we laugh at it?
I'm not even finished with the story yet. Now, then the swordfish saw Moby Dick, and he lunged at him. and he lunged at him. And Moby Dick
and what happened?
lunged at the swordfish, and
What
the swordfish lunged at Moby Dick.
Well, what happened?
They had lunch together. And then Moby Dick paid the check. He was a very wealthy whale, Abbott. He owned stores all over the country.
Oh, now, look, don't get silly. What kind of store's got a whale
Abbott,
own?
ain't you never heard of the whale and drugstores?
Well, all right, go ahead.
Now, Moby Dick didn't feel so good, so he went to see the Dr. Fish.
Dr. Fish?
Yeah, he was a famous sturgeon. So
Well,
well, he was, too. He was
right,
a
well,
great
go-
physician.
Physician.
Now, when he got to the surgeon's office, there was a walrus in there having a tooth pulled.
Not tooth, tusk.
Huh?
Tusk.
Oh, yes. Well, tusk to you and a couple of poo-poos.
All right.
Now, also in the surgeon's office was a big fish with Band-Aids stuck on both sides of his jaws.
What was the matter with him?
He was plastered to the gills.
Oh, why didn't he come to the surgeon's office?
Well, he just stopped in for the halibut.
All right, go ahead.
Then a quartet of fish came in and started singing.
Now, wait a minute. A quartet of fish?
Oh, what a quartet of it. First tuna, second tuna, barracuda, and bass. They sang for scale.
Oh,
They were always good for a fin apiece. Suddenly a voice hollered, "Eyes regusted, brother crawfish. Let's all go home."
Who was that?
That was a kingfish.
The king?
Now on the way home, Moby Dick, he passed a school of fish.
Well, what kind of fish?
How do I know what kind of fish?
Well, were they weak fish?
What do I know about their physical condition?
All right.
All I know that a couple of them were Gershwin fish.
Gershwin fish?
Yeah, porgy and bass.
Now, look, just a minute. Porgy and Bess had nothing to do with this.
Oh, they did too.
Oh,
Some
no.
of our best tunas come from Porgy and Bess. I got plenty of nothing.
Oh, stop, Costello. This is ridiculous. What happened to Moby Dick?
Now we're getting near the end.
That's it. Come on.
Very sad ending, Abbott.
All right, let's hear it.
One day he swam away and nobody ever saw the big whale again. He swam away. Abbott, you're supposed to say Costello. I'll tell you where he went. And I say to you, keep out of this. Okay,
listen,
now.
Go ahead. I'll tell you that.
Okay.
I naturally would ask
I
you
started the story and I'm going to finish it. Whales are just like elephants, Abbott. They have a graveyard where they go to die. No matter where a whale lives, he goes to the whale's graveyard to die. Whales swim thousands of miles. From the Pacific Ocean to the Atlantic Ocean, from the Atlantic Ocean to the Pacific Ocean, against currents, over reefs, through storms, hurricanes, typhoons, and monsoons. They swim and they swim until they get to the whale graveyard. And when they get there, Abbott, they die.
They die?
Yeah, it's the trip that kills them.
Experience is the best teacher.
Remember during the war when we all had experiences like this?
Joe, look. 3 whole packs of cigarettes. Of course, I walked 23 blocks to find them, but...
Did you find any camels? Nope, not a camel in the bunch. Oh, well, a cigarette's a smoke these days. But say, smoking all these different kinds sure makes you realize more than ever how good camels are.
Yes, during that wartime cigarette shortage, smokers smoked whatever brand they could get. They compared the different brands, whether they intended to or not. That experience taught millions the differences in cigarette quality. The result?
Today, more people smoke Camels than ever before.
Yes, millions have found that Camels suit their T-zone, that's T for taste and T for throat, to a T. They've found that their taste delights in the rich, full flavor of Camels, that their throats welcome Camel's cool mildness. Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel.
Time to light up a Camel and listen to Skinny Ennis sing...
You'll always be the one I love. Every hour, every day, every year. You'll always be the one I love. Through each smile, through each sigh, through each tear. My heart will feel the same old glow. Even though the stars may fade from above, I promise there will be no other arms for me. You'll always be the one I love. You'll always be the one I love. Through each smile, through each sigh, through each tear, my heart will feel the same old glow. Even though the stars may fade from above, I promise there will be no other arms for me. You'll always be the one I love.
Hey, Abbott, I just bought a boat, Abbott, at the government auction. Here's a picture of it.
My, she looks beautiful standing there in her slip.
She's in her slip. Oh, wrong picture.
No, you dummy. This is the right picture. It's a picture of a yawl in a slip.
A picture of what?
Yawl in a slip.
Abbott, yawl is crazy. I never had a picture taken in a slip.
No. A yawl is a boat, an old tub.
You did it. Now, that did it, Abbott. You all can't insult me. Just for that, I'm going to hold off and give you...
What?
The dirtiest look you ever had.
Now, listen, you idiot. If you're going to sail this boat, you'll have to get a license. Now, run across the street to City Hall, and you'll find that the boat license is in room 310. That's it.
Okay, room 310.
Yeah.
We'll invite the whole gang out on a fishing party, Abbott. I think
it.
I'll make it formal. No fish admitted without tails. Wait right here, Abbott. I'll go over to room 310 and get the license.
Go
See you
ahead.
later.
Oh, that dummy, I hope he gets a license without balling things up. Wait a minute. 310? That's the Marriage License Bureau. Costello! Uh-oh. Oh, it's too late. He's gone.
How do you do, clerk? I'm Lou Costello, and I'd like to take out a license.
A license? Well, congratulations, Mr. Costello. Where did you find her?
Government surplus?
No kidding. Say, were there many of them down there?
Oh, sure, hundreds of them. Some from the Coast Guard, some from the Marines, some from the Navy, and 2 or 3 from private parties.
Were most of them in good shape?
Nah, a lot of them needed a new bridge. On some, the paint was cracked. Others were bulging a little at the seams, but I picked the best one.
Yes, sir, I'll bet you did. When does the ceremony take place?
Tomorrow. I'm going to shove her into the Pacific Ocean. Yeah.
Attaboy. Right away, show her who's the boss.
Oh, I'll be the master, all right. I'm going to start the ceremony by cracking a bottle of champagne on her nose.
Brother, you got the right idea. By the way, how old is she?
Oh, she's pretty old. But she'll be all right when she gets the barnacles scraped off.
Barnacles? Barnacles, eh? I thought mine was bad just because she had a couple of bunions.
Bunions? Bunions on a boat?
Costello! Yeah, Costello, come out of here. Come on.
Hey, Abbott, this guy is nuts. His boat's got bunions.
Who's talking about boats?
I am. That's what I want a license for.
Look, this is the Marriage License Bureau, Costello. I've got the boat license. Come on. We'll pick up Skinny and Marilyn and start off on that fishing trip. Hurry up.
Hiya, fellas. Well, I'm all ready to go out on the boat with you, Costello.
You're going on this boat in that outfit? What's the idea of wearing a woman's nightgown and carrying a doll?
That's in case the boat sinks. You know the rule of the sea. Women and children first.
Skinny, why don't you crawl up in the crow's nest?
What for?
Get one of those crows to sit on that egg you just laid.
Oh, Ah, there you are, Louis, my love. My, what a beautiful boat.
Marilyn, my sweet, let's you and I sail away to some tropical island. We'll sit alone in the moonlight and I'll sing a romantic song in your ear like beer barrel polka.
Oh, but Louis, there's nothing romantic about a beer barrel.
There is if you drink the beer first.
Ah, Louis, my love, you're so cute. When we get back from this boat trip, I'm going to take you to my house.
Yes?
I'll fix you a big dinner. Roast duck, chocolate cake,
Chocolate cake?
strawberry ice cream.
Strawberry ice cream?
And then after dinner, we'll go in the living room.
Oh, yes.
And have a demi-tasse.
I knew it. I knew you weren't treating me that nice for nothing.
Well, Costello, I weighed the anchor and we're ready to cast off. Get up on the bridge there and act as first mate.
Aye, aye, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
Haul anchor! Haul anchor! Port you're missing!
Port you're missing!
Loop your poop deck!
Loop your poop deck!
Batten down the hatches. Run up the rigging. Reef in the mainsail. Furl the spinsail. Hard the starboard. Man the foresail. Loop your poop deck! Costello, I thought you were a sailor. Look, you got the helm caught in the rigging.
Well, get the helm out of here.
Hello, Louis. Hello. Louis Costello's a lousy sailor.
Who said that? That's the ship's parrot.
Oh. Hello, Polly. Polly, want a cracker?
Polly want a cracker? Polly want a cracker? That's all I hear. Why don't somebody offer me a rye Christie?
Never mind that bird, Costello. I should have never come on this fishing trip with you. But there's dangerous reefs out there. There's a storm coming up. Now man the wheel and get us through those reefs.
Aye, aye, sir. What a terrible storm. This is my chance to be a hero. Can I get my ship and my crew safely through these savage seas? Can I navigate the swirling waters of the jagged reef? Can I bring my ship untouched through the treacherous shoals? Well, evidently not.
Camel presents lovely Marilyn Maxwell from Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Lady in the Lake. Assisted by the 4 hits, Marilyn sings for Camel fans everywhere, Wish I May, Wish I Might.
Needles,
Pins,
triplets,
twins,
when a man marries, his trouble begins.
when a man dies, his trouble ends. Let's touch thumbs and see who wins.
Wish I may, wish I might, get the wishes I'm wishing tonight. A young cadet, blonde or brunette, a Romeo in search of Juliet. Wish I might, wish I may, get the wishes I'm wishing today. A lot of noise, a lot of boys, and an awful lot of poise. I want a date who'll stay out late, a brother rat who'll leave me flat, won't rate, plus an orchid from New York. A raft of taffeta will be round me, scads of lads will harm me, and they will cheer for the belle of the brawl of the year. So hold me close and hug me tight, and get the wish I may, I might.
I wish I may.
Wish I had a dozen roses.
I wish I might.
Wish I had the proper clothes.
I wish I may.
Wish I had a slinky hairdo.
I wish I might.
Wish my evening gown was bare too.
I wish I may.
I would knock the little eyes out if I could get the wish I wish tonight. Wish I didn't have a chaperone. Wish we had a chance to be all alone. We could slip away and tell jokes and drink cokes, but we're afraid the prof would never condone it. So we wish we may, we wish we might. Wish Wish we had a secret hideaway. And a car in which to drive away. In a private rendezvous we'll dance. What an invitation to romance. So just say needle, twist, twist. Give a yell, give a cheer, for the belle of the brawl of the year. So hold me close and hug me tight, 'cause that's the wish I wish I made. I'm
According to a recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
You have probably heard about that survey. 3 leading independent research organizations put this question to 113,597 doctors. What cigarette do you smoke, doctor? The brand named most was Camel. Camel's rich, full flavor and cool mildness hit the spot with doctors as with millions of other smokers. If you're not smoking Camels now, try a Camel on your T-zone. That's T for taste and T for throat, the true proving ground for any cigarette. See if Camel's rich flavor of superbly blended choice tobaccos isn't welcomed by your taste. See if Camel's cool mildness isn't mighty acceptable to your throat. See if you two don't say, yes, Camels certainly suit my T-zone to a T.
Well, now you've done it, Costello.
Oh, yeah.
We're shipwrecked on this deserted island. We can't even tell where we are.
I could tell in a minute if I had one of those little round gadgets.
What little round gadget?
You know that little round thing with a needle in it that says north by east, north, south, east by east by southwest, west by south, west by southwest, south by north, south by northwest.
Wait a minute, you mean a compass?
Isn't it funny I can never remember that word?
Well, I wish we knew where we were.
Hey, Abbott, we're in the land of the Incas.
How do you know?
If I didn't
Here you are, the 4 Inca spots.
The Inca.
Oh, Louis, honey, we've got to get off this island. I just saw 4 big Incas.
Yeah, they're 4 of the biggest Incas I ever saw. But don't worry, Marilyn, darling. You're talking to a great sailor, a great fisherman. I'll get us off this island.
Sailing, sailing over the bounding sea, you'll always find Costello, for a fisherman is he. Lou Costello, the famous fisherman.
I was hitting the puss with a salmon while the salmon was in the can.
Sailing, sailing over the bounding sea, you'll always find Costello, for a fisherman is he. He went sailing before he became a blimp.
My father used me for bait 'cause I was a little shrimp.
Costello, I didn't know you were so fond of the sea.
I'm a regular Isaac Walton. It's in my blood. My red corpuscles go in and out with the tide. The Costellos were all great sailors, Abbott, all the way back to 1492.
America was discovered by Christopher Costello. There never was a sailor who was neater. He sailed the ocean in his 3 famous boats.
The Pinta, the Nina, and the Santa Anita. They're running at Hollywood Park. Bazooka is going to the front. Bingo is second. Clinker is third. Coming into the stretch, it's Rosebud in front. Bonnie B by 4 lengths. Firefly is third by 8. And the winner is Girdle. They let him out in the stretch.
Ah, Louis, my little stout trout. What thrilling adventures you must have had on the ocean.
Yes, I had mal de mer, too.
Mal de mer?
Yup, that's French for you can't take it with you.
Oh, Louis, you're so smart and wonderful. Dear Louis, to me, you're a hero in bell-bottom slacks.
When I'm on the sea, I'm the pride of the waves and the wax.
When you're at my side, I could sail in a sea full of squall.
Let's go for a ride.
Yes, yes.
In a barrel down Niagara Falls.
He's a sailor man and a fisherman too. He's the smartest fisherman you ever knew.
Avast, ye lubbers, make fast the mainsail, strip down the mizzenmast, swab those decks, you dirty swabs, loop the poop deck.
Hey, Costello, wait a minute. Do you mean to tell me that you really understand all of those nautical terms?
Did I say something nautical? I'm sorry.
No, I mean, do you understand navigation?
Yeah, but I'm a real navigator. When I was a baby, I played with boats just like a sailor. And then as a Boy Scout, I learned to tie knots just like a sailor. Then last night, I whistled at a girl just like a sailor.
How did you make out?
Shake hands with a landlubber. But I love the ocean. When I see the sea, then my heart starts to melt. I have fished every fish, and I've smelled every smelt. I've dueled in the sun with the swordfish. I have frolicked with fin and with paddy. But I can eat fish because I'm a fodder, and a fish may be somebody's daddy. I swam with the fish in the lakes and the pools. I got a degree from attending their schools. I once kissed a mermaid just for a laugh, and now that same mermaid is my better half. Many brave hearts are asleep in that deep. So beware,
Costello! How's it feel to be away down there?
I'm feeling mighty low.
Well, Costello, there's only one way we can get off this island. Somebody has got to swim to the mainland and get help. Here, buckle on this life preserver and get going.
Okay, Abbott. I'll go behind these bushes, take off my clothes, put on the life preserver, and I'll swim for help.
Oh, this is terrible, Mr. Abbott. We're slowly starving to death.
Yeah, Costello's been gone for 4 days and 4 nights.
Poor Costello. I'm glad I gave him that life preserver. I can see him battling those waves, struggling through that surf, I will. Oh, my goodness, my mind's off it. But for 4 days and 4 nights, I wonder what's taking him so long. Hey, look, it's Costello. He's back. He's made it.
Oh, Louis, honey, you don't know how I've worried for 4 days and 4 nights while we waited for you to come back.
Costello, I've never been so happy to see you. I'm glad you're back, Lou.
Back? I didn't even start yet. How in the heck do you get into this life preserver?
What?
Abbott and Costello will be back in just a moment for Camel Cigarettes.
During the war, the makers of Camel cigarettes sent a total of more than 150 million free Camels to our fighting men overseas. Now, free Camels are sent to servicemen's hospitals instead. This week, the Camels go to Veterans Hospital, Van Nuys, California, U.S. Army Pratt General Hospital, Coral Gables, Florida, U.S. Naval Hospital, Brooklyn, New York, U.S. Marine Hospital, Cleveland, Ohio, and Veterans Hospital, Newcastle, Delaware.
Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 3 times a week, are rebroadcast to practically every area in the world where our men are still stationed, and to our good neighbors in Central and South America. And now here are Bud Abbott and Lou Costello with a final word.
Well, Costello, tomorrow's Valentine's Day.
Yes, Abbott, and I've written a beautiful Valentine poem all for you.
Oh, that's very sweet. Would you like to read it?
Certainly. Here it goes. What Harpo means to Groucho and Chico, what Cugat means to Tico Tico, what Molly means to Fibber Magee, what a few beads mean to Gypsy Rose Lee, what a patch on a seat means to the pants of a fellow, Abbott, my pal, that's what you mean to Lou Costello.
Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody. Good night.
When the tobacco in your pipe is full-flavored and rich, when it smokes cool and mild, why, that's pipe appeal. And the way to enjoy that kind of pipe appeal is to remember that PA stands both for pipe appeal and for Prince Albert. Yes, Prince Albert is the smoking tobacco with a rich, full flavor and cool mildness. Burns slow and even, too, because it's crimp cut. Give your pipe appeal with Prince Albert. And for ear appeal, tune in to hear Prince Albert's Grand Ole Opry Saturday night. Remember, Grand Ole Opry Saturday night on NBC.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Let your own experience tell you why more people are smoking Camels than ever before.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
This is Michael Roy in Hollywood wishing you all a pleasant good night for Camel. Stay tuned now for the Eddie Cantor Show.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Now let's join a true legend of American comedy who also entertained troops for nearly 60 years, Bob Hope.
The Pepsodent Show starring Bob Hope.
Hello to all you folks. While looking at our notes, we find that item 1 is fun, and here he is, Bob Hope.
Thank you so much, and welcome to Pepsodent's party. Each Tuesday we're here for your pleasure. Here's hoping we give you good measure. Again, hello, and here we go. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob Hope. Well, here I am back again for Pepsodent, and I'm just as surprised as you are. You know, after last week's show, letters and telegrams are still pouring in from people all over the country. All I can say is they don't know a good program when they hear it. I might have been a little jittery last week, but I don't have to worry. The Philharmonic Orchestra heard me, and they want me. They want to use my knees for castanets. Not that I was nervous, but how would you feel if the first report you heard was the sponsor beating his head against the wall? I called him up and asked him how I was coming over. He said, "Hope, you're not coming over, you're going under." They thought I was nervous last week, but you should have seen Bill Goodwin. Bill put his hand on the table to steady himself and got 3 messages from the spirit world. Oh, by the way, Bill, tell our audience who's with us tonight, will you?
Sure thing, Bob. The charming Warner Brothers star, Miss Olivia de Havilland. We have Skinny Ennis and his band, 6 hits and a miss. Jerry Colonna, also through the courtesy of the brothers Warner, and Jack Smart.
Oh, thank you, Bill. That's Bill Goodman, ladies and gentlemen. Stout fellow. Say, Bill, by the way, what did you hear about our first show?
Nothing, Bob. I stayed in the house all week.
Coward.
How do you feel?
Well, I'm all right. I was just wondering how the sponsor feels.
Oh, I wouldn't worry about him, Bob.
You wouldn't?
After all, how long can a man carry a grudge?
Well, I got a letter from my brother. He thought the program was great.
Oh, really? Did he? How'd the warden like it?
Say, listen, Bill, don't kid about him. He's doing all right at Alcatraz. He has a slot machine concession. And it's too bad he was taking out of circulation. He used to make money hand over fist like a machine. In fact, he did make it with a machine. The government's mad at him now for something he printed on a dollar bill. I'm not sure. I think it was any similarity between these dollar bills and the ones Uncle Sam makes is purely coincidental. He's a wise guy. He used to make the $10 bills in the daytime and the $20 bills at night. You know, when he worked nights, he used to pay himself overtime. But I don't want to talk about my relatives too much, not that I haven't any. In fact, so many relatives call at my hotel, the revolving door keeps the whole place air-conditioned. You know, you take that fellow from Arkansas, you know, when you listen to him, he's always talking about his relatives. He should meet my Uncle Lucifer. He's always taking things around the house. I went to sleep last night, and this morning I woke up in the pawn shop window. I'll put that back in the oxygen tent. Say, I think it's about time we hear from our band leader, Skinny Ennis. Hello, Skinny.
How you, Bob?
Say, by the way, Skinny, what did you hear about the show?
Well, Bob, my mother, now, she hears all the funny programs on the air, and, well, she thinks you're different.
Well, that's very nice, Skinny.
Yeah, she sent me a review about you out of one of the newspapers, Bob. It sounded something like a weather report.
A weather report?
Yeah, here it is. Bob Hope. Light flurries of applause with occasional laughter. Quite foggy, but probably fair next week.
Well, that's different anyway. Here comes Jerry Colonna. I'll get a sensible answer out of him.
Greetings, Gate.
Well, Jerry, how did your brood like the broadcast last week?
Oh, yes! My cousin Willie enjoyed it conclusively.
Well, tell me, Jerry, did he think I was droll?
My knave, there's quite a difference between droll and drool.
Wait a minute. Well, I'm glad your cousin Willie enjoyed it anyway.
So am I. It's been so hard to keep him happy since he went out of his head.
Well, what's the difference as long as he liked the program?
He enjoyed the program so well that next week we're going to put tubes in the radio.
Check anyway.
Hey, Bob, by the way, do you want the orchestra to laugh and applaud this week?
Oh, of course. Let them enjoy themselves.
Okay, boys. Double pay this week, too.
Skinny, I think you better play a number. Come in.
Are you Jack Benny?
No, I'm Bob Hope.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, too. Come in.
Mr. Hope?
That's right.
On behalf of the vast radio audience, I want to present you with this beautiful loving cup.
Oh, gee, that's a beauty. What's it for?
It's for distinguished service to radio during the summer of 1938.
But I wasn't on the radio this summer.
You got the cup, haven't you? Goodbye.
Say, I should never have put a door on this program. Now, ladies and gentlemen, our 6 hits in the mist give you their interpretation of Don't Cross Your Fingers, Cross Your Heart. Take it, talent.
When you put your arms around me and you say you're glad you found me, don't cross your fingers, cross your heart. When you tell me with your kisses what a thrilling moment this is, don't cross your fingers, cross your heart.
Please make your mind up that you must play fair, or you will wind up playing solitaire.
Here's my heart, come on and take it. Only promise you won't break it. Don't cross your fingers, cross your heart. Darling, if you only knew how much I love you, try to understand it, comprehend it. That is all you gotta do. Do. Don't cross your fingers, won't you cross your heart? Love can't be retarded, disregarded, baby. That'll never do. Do. Don't cross your fingers, cross your heart. Please make your mind up that you must play fair. To be true is essential. You'll wind up playing solitaire. Here's my heart, come on and take it. Only promise you won't break it. Don't cross your fingers, won't you cross your heart?
Step right up, ladies and gentlemen. Step right up and see for yourself. Come on, folks, you can't lose. Everybody's a winner.
Right. Every one of you is bound to win if you take advantage of the special 1-cent sale on Pepsodent Antiseptic. Now, most merchandising men acknowledge that the American housewife is the world's shrewdest buyer. She not only has an uncanny sense of values, but she refuses to be deceived by bunkum or ballyhoo. That's why I'm merely going to announce simply, straightforwardly, that for a limited time you can actually get 2 full-size 50-cent bottles of genuine Pepsodent Antiseptic for just 1 penny more than the regular price of 1 bottle. Yes, for only 1 cent more. Thus, Pepsodent's great 1-cent sale offers you double value. An extra bottle of extra effective, extra economical Pepsodent Antiseptic for just 1 cent when you purchase a bottle at the regular low price. But you'll have to hurry, for remember that this special Pepsodent Antiseptic 1-cent sale is good only so long as a limited supply lasts. Be prepared to help fight colds and sweeten the breath with Pepsodent Antiseptic. Phone your nearest drug dealer for your special 1-cent sale combination package now, tonight.
And now may I present that charming Warner Brothers star. You liked her in Captain Blood, you loved her in Four as a Crowd, and you adored her in Robin Hood, Miss Olivia de Havilland.
Thank you very much, Bob. And may I say that I adored you in Give Me a Sailor. I liked you in Thanks for the Memory, and I heard your broadcast last Tuesday night.
I know, Olivia, we covered that. But I want to welcome you to our Pepsodent party anyway. You'll find this a little different from the other shows. We don't know what we're doing.
Yes, I can see what you mean.
But you know, I heard you on some other program the other day with a crooner. A guy that owns a racetrack or so. With what's his name again?
Yes. Now, let me see. I know who you mean. I can't think of his name either. Let me see.
Oh, come now, Olivia. Think hard. Maybe this will help you.
Yes. Now, wait a minute. It's on the tip of my tongue.
Students! See, they don't know either. Well, anyway, you were different on that program. What was that you did on that program?
Oh, that I barked.
You what, Olivia?
I barked, you know.
Yeah, I know. I heard it. So did my cat. She's been missing ever since.
But that was a lot of fun, Bob. It's always fun working with him.
Yes, he's a very clever fellow. You know, he's so easygoing like his horses.
I like him. He took me down to his racetrack.
Yeah, they took me, too. Say, what picture are you working on now, Olivia?
Well, I'm on a vacation now, but I just finished a comedy picture with Dick Powell called Hard to Get.
Oh, well, I just finished a comedy picture with Shirley Ross called Thanks for the Memory.
And I just finished a commercial announcement for Pepsodent Antiseptic. You can't squeeze me out. Hello, Olivia.
Boar meets girl. What are you doing on your vacation, Olivia?
Oh, I've been having a lot of fun. I've been spending most of my time at the dentist.
Well, that's a nice place to spend a vacation. Did he hurt you much?
No, not at all. He gave me gas, and I had a wonderful dream. As a matter of fact, you were in it, Bob.
Really?
Say, was I in your dream, too, Olivia?
Well, come to think of it, Bill, you were.
Say, Goodwin, do you have to follow me every place I go? What was he doing, reading the gas meter?
Oh, anyway, it was the silliest dream. I was right on the Warner Brothers lot, and that's where I met you, Bob.
Yeah, wait till Paramount hears about that.
I don't think Warner Brothers will like it much either.
I wrote the dream down, and I brought it with me. Would you like to act it out?
Well, I don't know.
But, Bob, you and I play a very romantic love scene at the end.
Yeah, well, I'll have to think it over. What am I saying? Say, okay, let's begin. Music, Skinny. Make it dreamy. Anything. Come on.
Everything seems to be getting curiouser and curiouser. Where are we?
One side, lady. Quiet on the set. We're shooting 4 daughters.
Say, you missed one.
Oh, pardon me. Thanks, buddy. Okay, folks, you can go ahead now.
Come on, Bob. We're wanted in a producer's office for a story conference. And here it is.
How do you do? You're right on time. I'm just leaving.
But what about the story?
I can't tell it to you now.
Well, why not?
It's a mystery story.
Then how are you going to produce it?
Ah, so you're wondering too?
He's sending his brain back tomorrow for retakes.
Ah, yes. And in Technicolor. I shall read the scenario of my next picture. Scene 1, fade in. Close up, fade out.
Well, who's in that close-up?
No one. We had to save money, so we eliminated the actors. Quiet, everybody! As the curtain rises, nightfall is creeping. Creep, creep. Quiet, everybody! The scene. Close up, fade in, dissolve, add 2 cups of sugar, 3 eggs, and beat slowly. Fade out.
Wait a minute. What's the name of this picture?
We're going to call it Angel Cakes with Dirty Faces. The final scene. Fade in, close up, enter the hero. Quote. 'Twas brillig and the slithy toves that gyre and gimble in the wave. All the mimsy were in the border groves and the mome rats outgrave. Unquote. The end. Well, don't stand there and stare at me, Gates.
Say, Olivia, you know, this is a very silly dream you're having.
Ah, yes, but now we're getting into the romantic part I promised you.
Oh, you mean this is the part of the dream I say, Olivia, I love you?
Yes, in fact, you whisper sweet nothings in my ear.
Yes, then I hold your hand and become amorous like this?
Yes, Bob.
And then I make love to you?
Yes.
Then what?
I don't know. I laughed so hard I woke up.
Oh, thank you, Olivia. I enjoyed walking in your sleep.
Thank you, Bob. It was fun being here.
And before you go, I'd like you to hear our up-and-coming band leader, Skinny Ennis.
Skinny Ennis?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't he the boy who sings as though he just stepped out of a cold shower?
Yeah. Yeah, that's him, Olivia. The new rage of the dance circuit. Breathless Skinny Ennis playing and singing At Long Last Love.
Was it an earthquake or simply a shock? Is it the good title suit or merely the mark? Is it a cocktail, this feeling of joy? Or is what I feel the real McCoy? Is it for all time or simply a lark? Is it Granada I see or only Asbury Park? Is it a fancy not worth thinking of? Or is it at long last love? Is it a fancy not worth thinking of? Or is it at long last love? At long last love.
Here's grand news for the bargain wise. You can now get 2 full 50-cent bottles of Pepsodent Antiseptic for just 1 penny more than the regular price of 1 bottle. Pepsodent is making this sensational offer for 2 reasons. 1, they want more of you to become familiar with Pepsodent Antiseptic. For once you've tried this finer, more economical product, Pepsodent feels sure you'll agree that it is far superior. That from then on, you'll use Pepsodent Antiseptic regularly. 2, regular users swamped us with requests for this great money-saving sale so that they could stock up on Pepsodent Antiseptic at a record low price. Therefore, to introduce Pepsodent Antiseptic to new users and to satisfy popular demand, during the great Pepsodent Antiseptic 1-cent sale, you are offered an extra full-size bottle of Pepsodent Antiseptic for just 1 cent when you purchase a bottle at the regular price. But hurry, take advantage of this startling offer at once, for this sale is limited. It positively will not be repeated this year. Well, there's the simple story, Mrs. Homemaker. The rest is up to you.
Must you dance every dance with the same fortunate man?
And here is Bob Hope's version of Change Partners and Dance.
Change partners and dance.
Say, Bob, wait till you see these girls. They're beautiful.
Yeah, I know, Bill, but we've been driving quite a while for a blind date. Don't you know any girls in this state?
Why, Bob, we ought to be there any minute now.
Yeah, I know, Bill. You told me that 22 miles ago. I don't want to be too inquisitive, but we've been passing a lot of cattle. Tell me, what does my girl look like?
Well, Bob, my girl has the most gorgeous figure you ever saw. She used to pose for radiator caps.
Yeah, but what part of the car did my girl pose for?
Well, she's a swell dancer.
Yeah, never mind that. Just tell me, what movie star does she resemble?
Movie star? Now, let's see now. Did you see The Awful Truth?
Yeah?
Gee, everybody saw that, didn't they?
Just a minute. We've been driving 2 hours, we've had 2 flat tires, and it looks like I'm going to get another one. Now, look, tell me, Bill, what color hair has my girl got, if any?
Well, if I remember, Bob, her hair is sort of a plaid.
Right, plaid. Is that new?
Oh, what are you complaining about? The last girl I got you had as many teeth as my girl.
Yeah, that was the trouble. She was all teeth. She had such big buck teeth, she could eat an apple through a picket fence. Say, the only thing missing was a saddle. Say, didn't I see you running at Del Mar this year? Bill, what's my girl's name?
Esmeralda Emirach.
Esmeralda Emirach?
Yeah.
Sounds like a tobacco auctioneer.
Well, my girl's name is Hetty.
Hetty Emirach.
Yeah.
That's good, Hetty Emirach.
Oh, here we are, Bob.
Yeah. Well, what are we stopping in front of this barn for?
This isn't a barn. This is the house.
Well, what's that big goat doing in the window?
That's Esmeralda's father.
If that's her father, what's her mother look like?
Bob, do you see that cow standing over there in the corner?
Yeah.
It isn't a cow.
Well, I'm here. I'll suffer. Let's go in.
Well, come in. Yeah, good evening. Step right in, boys. The girls be right down. Want to play some poker?
How do you do, Mr. Emirach? This is the fella I was telling you about, you know, from the Pepsodent program.
Oh, how do you do, Amos? Yeah, come right in. How's Madam Queen?
You can tell he listens. Is Esmeralda ready, Mr. Emirach?
Ready? She's been ready for 30 years. Say, by the way, boys, just check your coats right over there. It'd be 10 cents. While we're waiting, would you like to shoot some dice? Let's get a little action around here. You care for a cold drink while you're waiting?
Oh, thanks, Mr. Emmerich. Don't mind if I do.
Soda pop or a bottle of beer?
Oh, it doesn't make any difference.
Yes, it does. Pop's a nickel and beer's 10 cents. Like to play a little roulette?
No, I don't gamble.
You're taking my daughter out, ain't you? How about a raffle ticket?
How much is it?
$3.
I told you I don't take any chances on those things.
You ain't taking no chance. We got the winner picked already.
Oh, well, then I'll take... Wait a minute.
Say, will you please tell the girls we're waiting, Mr. Emmerich?
Oh, don't be so formal. Just call me Emmerich. Hey, Hetty, Goody's here.
Hello, Bill.
Hello, Hetty.
Oh, your friend looks familiar.
Oh, yes, you know him. He's that very funny fellow on the radio.
Really?
Yes.
Well, he looks awfully young to have 5 daughters.
Say, I like her even after that line. She's snazzy. Let's go, Hetty.
Now, wait, Bob. We have to wait for your girl.
Oh.
Ma, it's 8:30. Let Esmeralda out. Hurry up, Esmeralda. Don't let this sucker off on the hook. He's wiggling.
I'll be down in a minute. I'm having trouble with my hair.
What's the matter? Can't you fix it?
No, I can't find it.
I wish I could get lost.
Well, Jitterbugs, here I am. Let's cut a rug.
Say, Bill.
Yeah?
Bill, she's got her face on upside down.
Come on, Bobsy, let's go over to the Bite-A-Wee Jam joint and split a big apple.
Gee, she's cute, isn't she?
From what angle? Listen, Goodwin, you got me into this. What do you say we change partners right here?
Oh, no, nothing doing. Hetty's my girl.
I wish mine had a Hetty. Let's go.
Well, here we are.
Tickets 5 cents each. Get your blackjacks here. Step right up, boys. You can't have no fun without a blackjack. Tickets 5.
Nice place to come to relax. I wonder what time they carry out the wounded.
Say, Bob, aren't you afraid that someone will steal the car?
No, I got the crank right here with me. Say, Bill, there's Skinny Ennis. Hiya, Skinny.
Hiya, sucker.
I wonder how he knew.
Come on, Bobsy, let's dance.
Oh, okay, Carefree. Say, Ezzy, do you always dance like this?
Oh, no. Sometimes I move my feet.
Well, when you have time, will you move them off mine? I don't mind you stepping on my feet, but don't try and put my shoes on.
Hiya, Bob. How you getting along?
Oh, Bill, change partners and dance.
Oh, look, here comes my city boyfriend.
What, you mean that black mustache with legs?
What are you doing with my girl, you cattle rustler?
Your girl? Who are you?
I'm a talent scout for Ripley.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to turn the lights out so that everybody may change partners. 1, 2, 3, out!
Oh, boy. This is my chance. Hetty. Oh, Hetty, come here. Let's slip out this way, right through this door. Ah, at last we're alone. Kiss me. Say, darling, what is that thing on your lip that tickles me so?
Ah, so you're wondering, too?
Change partners and then you may never want to change partners again.
Thanks for the memory. To feel you listened in has really set us right. Just lend your ear next Tuesday. We'll return at that same night. And thank you so much. Thanks for the memory. Olivia, you were grand. Someday I will appear with you in pictures, even if I only hold a spear. And thank you so much. Thanks, folks, for both those nice letters. I shouldn't ask one more thing of you, but remember your druggist won't love you. If you should fail his 1 cent sale. Say, Bill Goodman, what goes on here next week?
Well, Bob, our special guest is Miss Madeline Carroll. Skinny Ennis and his band will be here. Jerry Colonna, our swingsters, 6 hits and a miss. And, of course, Bob Hope.
Thank you so much. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
Heard on tonight's program was At Long Last Love by Cole Porter from the musical production You Never Know. Until next Tuesday night at the same time, the Pepsi Company bids you good night. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
True crime stories of the 1940s and 1950s are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Next, Dragnet, an authentic story from Police Files on NBC. WMAQ and WMAQ-FM, NBC in Chicago. 9 p.m., Bulova watch time. Make her next birthday happier. Give a glamorous Bulova Her Excellency watch. 21 jewels, yet only $49.50. Another reminder, don't be a hoarder, be an American. The story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to narcotics detail. A large hospital in your city is held up. $10,000 in high-grade narcotics is stolen. The bandits escape. Your job. Get them.
If you want a long cigarette, smoke the best of all long cigarettes. Smoke extra mild Fatima. Yes, Fatima is the king-size cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make it extra mild. To give Fatima a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette. That's why Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast. Enjoy extra mild Fatima yourself. Best of all, long cigarettes.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Monday, October 23rd. It was foggy in Los Angeles. We were working a day watch out of narcotics detail. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Captain Colonel. My name's Friday. It was 7:16 a.m. when we got to St. Christopher's Hospital, the pharmacy. How do you do?
Yes?
Police officer, sister. You'd like to see Sister Mary Benedict?
I'm she.
Mother Superior sent us down to see you, sister. We're investigating a narcotic robbery.
Oh, yes, there have been quite a few policemen here in the past hour. I believe it was the fingerprint men who just left. Just a minute, I have their card. Yes, there was from Leighton Fingerprint Division.
Stahl and the boy from Leighton Print.
Yes, that's right. Sergeant Harlan Stahl.
Sister, we're the investigating officers assigned to the case. This is Sergeant Romero. My name's Friday.
Are you a lieutenant?
No, I'm a sergeant. I wonder if you could start right from the beginning for us. Just tell us what you know about the robbery.
Well, after Mass, I went to breakfast, and then I came downstairs here to the pharmacy to open up.
You keep the pharmacy locked overnight?
Oh, yes, always. We always assign an intern on night duty. He has the key in case any medicines are needed during the night. He's authorized to issue what may be needed upon the doctor's request.
Who else has a key to the pharmacy system?
There are just 3 keys. Mother Superior keeps one in her desk, and we have one for the intern on duty, and I have one.
All right. You want to go on?
When I got down here this morning, I started to unlock the door and found it ajar. There were no lights on. I snapped on the wall switch. That one.
Mm-hmm.
That's when I saw young Jimmy Lyons.
That's the intern?
Yes, he was unconscious on the floor. I could see his head had been cut. He was bleeding profusely.
What'd you do then?
I called Mother Superior, and she came right down. Dr. Spencer was summoned. He came in and started administering aid to intern Lyons there on the floor.
Is that when you found out the narcotics were missing?
No, not just at that moment. Both Mother Superior and myself were quite worried about young Lyons' condition. It was really Mother Superior who first noticed the narcotics safe had been tampered with.
Your stories don't exactly jibe there, sister.
How do you mean?
Mother Superior gives you credit for first noticing the theft.
Oh, my, no. She's very charitable, but she's the first one to point to the safe. She's very observant.
I understand. Go ahead, please.
Upon checking the safe, we found that someone had taken our entire store of narcotics. Everything.
Is that the safe over there?
Yes, that's the narcotics safe. Don't touch that, Mr. Friday.
No?
No, never. Nothing is to be touched until the police have completed their investigation. Clues.
Well, we're the police, sister.
Then do you have all the clues you need?
Well, I wouldn't know, but the men from Leighton Fingerprints have dusted everything here, so it's all right to touch things now.
That was Mr. Holland's stole, isn't it?
Yes, that's right.
Oh, I didn't know.
We understand you have the inventory list.
Yes, I have it on my desk. Here.
Thank you.
We keep a running inventory, so that's the exact amount that's missing.
Yes, ma'am. Cocaine and morphine. No bird's eye, Joe.
Big haul.
Looks like about 10,000 worth.
Like to have a copy of this inventory, sister?
Would you take the carbon? I like to keep the originals for my monthly file.
That'll be fine.
Outside of this intern Lyons, nobody saw whoever it was.
No. Mother Superior and I have interrogated everyone. We made a thorough investigation on our own. I took notes.
That's so?
Yes, that's the way Father Brown does it.
Father Brown?
Yes, he's an expert detective.
Brown. You wouldn't mean Thad Brown?
No, Father Brown.
Father Brown. You people have your own detectives now?
Oh, my, no. He's not a regular detective. He's more like Mother Superior and myself.
Is that right?
Yes, he's in England. Solves some really difficult cases. Here, I'll show you. See right here? The Triple Cross, another exciting Father Brown mystery by G.K. Chesterton.
Oh.
Yes, I've all but one of the Father Brown books. Mother Superior has it. I get it after she finishes.
Mm-hmm. What's the condition of the intern?
He's resting comfortably. Dr. Spencer says he'll be all right. Had to take 9 stitches in his scalp.
We'd like to talk to him.
I'm sure that'll be all right. I don't have to tell you, we all think this is a terrible thing.
Yes, sister, it is.
All those narcotics. Whoever took them will distribute them, won't they?
Well, that's our guess, sister. The stuff will be sold to addicts.
What makes a dope addict? How do they get started? Why do they do it?
I don't know, sister. I give you a lot of reasons.
None of them good.
None of them good.
And for a few moments of what? Tonight they have it, and tomorrow they have nothing.
That's about the size of it, sister.
Stars are setting, and the caravan starts for the dawn of nothing.
The Bible.
No, Omar Khayyam.
Before we left St. Christopher's Hospital, we talked with intern James Lyons. Since he was slugged from behind, he failed to see his assailant. He could tell us nothing. The entire hospital staff was screened thoroughly. They could add nothing to what we already knew. Between 6 and 7 o'clock that morning, $10,000 worth of high-grade prescription narcotics had been stolen. Somewhere in the city of Los Angeles was the answer. As in all narcotics cases, speed is the prime factor. Whoever held those narcotics wouldn't waste any time diluting or cutting it and making it ready for quick sale. Our job was to stop them. 5 minutes past 8 a.m., we checked in with Sergeant Harlan Stahl at Latent Fingerprints Detail.
Not much help, is it?
That's all you got, huh?
The safe was clean, not a print on it. No prints anywhere in the room. Slugged the intern from behind, took his keys, tore a belt loop off his trousers, opened the safe and waltzed out. Couldn't have been cleaner.
Yeah.
You didn't get anything on your end, though?
Nothing.
Gentlemen?
Captain?
I picked one up.
Who is he?
Junker by the name of Babe Kellogg. He's really seeing Steve, but he's coming out of it. Let's go talk to him. Check you later, Stahl.
Yeah.
What's the story on him?
Wallace and Hunt picked him up. Downtown L.A. He's sitting in a parked car at 4th and Broadway. Thought at first he was a 390, but they couldn't raise him. He's down this way.
What else?
Well, Wallace figured he must be geed up, so they rolled up his sleeve to look for the spike marks. They found him.
Find anything on him?
Yeah, there were 2 vials of M on the seat beside him. Prescription stuff. You got that list of serial numbers from the hospital?
Yeah, right here.
All right, let's go in. Wallace?
Yeah, Captain?
Friday's got a list of the serial numbers on that hospital heist. Hop down and check them against the vials you found in his car.
Yeah, here you are, Walter.
Thanks, Joe. How you feeling, babe?
All right.
Kellogg, this is Friday and Romero, Central Division.
I see him.
You want to tell us about it?
Nothing to tell.
Living high, aren't you?
I'm unusual.
It's not the way I get it. You're scoring good. Prescription stuff.
Birthday present from a friend. Who is it? I want to keep his friendship.
Who's your connection, babe?
I don't know.
You know that morphine we picked out of your car is hot.
Isn't all of it?
Hospital pharmacy was knocked over this morning. The numbers on those vials of yours match up. You're in a real jam.
No numbers on them?
You might as well tell us where you got it.
I'm not going to be a Fagin for you. Nobody's asking to be a Fagin, Kellogg. That's high-powered stuff. If we don't get anybody else, it can go hard for you. I'm not going to bite the hand that feeds me.
You want to stand it alone on this one, not the idea?
I didn't say that.
Well, one of us isn't going to go along and hold your hand. How about it? Who's your connection?
All right, it isn't going to be a long wait, Kellogg. As soon as Walters gets back with those serial numbers, you can play hero all afternoon.
We'll be on the 12th floor of the county jail, babe. You won't have to wait long there either. The minute you put one foot in that courtroom, the judge will throw everything he's got at you.
2 bottles of drugstore stuff?
Robbery, Kellogg. $10,000.
Well, this is good, but 2 bottles ain't worth that much.
And you only show a part of it. Maybe you got the rest of it at your plant.
You got my plant. 1931 Essex. 4-wheel brake. Your car's being checked out. Didn't find any more, did you? No. I couldn't be that lucky. You feel pretty good now, but you'll get a yen on. You won't help me. You never do. When's the last time you helped us? Your memory's worse than mine. I helped you. I helped you guys a lot. Don't you remember the Frank Smith plant?
No.
1933, Friday night last. I led you right through Smitty's plant. Smitty didn't have no geezer like he found on me. He was a big man. We turned up 4 kites on him.
Not for us, you didn't.
Sure I did. Right here in Kansas City. I done you a big favor that night. Friday night last.
A different town and a different night, babe.
You're kidding. In St. Louis? Seeing Steve.
Yeah.
Don't kid me along. This is Kansas City. Where is St. Louis?
You're in Los Angeles, babe. Los Angeles, California.
You're kidding. Clenard wouldn't do that to me.
Who's Clenard?
11th in Baltimore. Hangs out down at the Continental Hotel.
That's in Kansas City.
Yeah, Marty Clenard. Tough cop. He said to make a hot for me. He didn't want me at KC. Gave me a floater out of town. That's why I came here to St. Louis.
You're in Los Angeles, babe. You got it? Los Angeles.
Oh, yeah. You told me.
Step outside a minute.
Yeah. Stay with him, Romero.
Right.
That's it.
Checks out, huh?
Somebody cut through the serial number stamps on the vials, but you can still make them out. The 2 vials of morphine we found in Kellogg's car were from the hospital pharmacy.
Thanks, Walter. Let's try it again, Friday.
Right.
All right, babe, now let's cut out the jokes. Those 2 vials you had came from the hospital. The numbers check out.
No numbers on those vials.
How do you know? You probably didn't even look at them.
Oh, yeah, I looked. No numbers on them.
We found them all right.
I don't see how you could read them. I couldn't.
Why not?
Somebody scratched them off.
Who, babe?
You wouldn't know.
Try it.
How much heat do I have to stand if I take it alone?
Plenty. There was an intern slugged on that job. Hurt pretty bad. They're going to tag you for assault, too.
I never hit anybody in my life.
How do we know?
I just told you. We don't know you didn't pull this job. We haven't got any proof. Once more, what's the count?
Goes like this, babe. First-degree robbery, 5 years to life. Assault with a deadly weapon, 1 to 10. Violation of the State Narcotics Act, 1 to 15. You can add. I'll lose you up there. If you can get a real yen on by that time, there's no buzzing up at Q.
I can't go that route.
Where'd you get the stuff?
I'd rather be a Fagin than spend 50 years at the joint.
You convinced us. Where'd you get it?
Anybody turned Fagin before they spend 50 years at Q. No, I can't go that route.
Where'd you get it, babe?
From some joint operator. Who? I gave him $700. Clean me.
Who?
Company, passing himself off as a croaker. I can spot a guy's been hitting speedballs a mile away. I knew he wasn't any croaker.
What was his name?
He was scoring good somewhere. Oh, that's Cecil and Mary. Now I know where he got it.
Give us his name, babe.
He's a bit clear in pictures, Leonard Castle.
Where is he?
Yuma, Arizona. On location.
How could he be on location when you bought that stuff from him this morning?
Off the plane this morning. He was on his way.
Leonard Castle. Picture actor, that right?
You got it.
Run it down.
10 a.m. We checked the name Leonard Castle through R&I. We found nothing. We looked in the phone book and got the number. Garfield 3711, Central Casting.
Central Casting.
Los Angeles Police Department calling.
Yes, sir.
Do you have a Leonard Castle registered with you?
One moment. Yes, we do.
Wonder if you could tell me if he's working.
Oh, just a minute. I have his card right here. Yes, he's working. He's doing crime report for Schumann and Kester, independent production. They're shooting over at Sound Stages Incorporated.
You're working today?
Yes, he is.
You're sure that company's not on location?
No, we have no location showing for that picture.
Well, could you give me his call, please?
Surely. He had a 9 o'clock call today, stage 3. Did you wish to see Mr. Castle?
Yeah,
You shouldn't have any trouble locating him over there.
we'll find him.
You are listening to Dragnet, actual case histories taken from official police files.
If you smoke a long cigarette, it will be in your interest to listen to these case histories taken from the file marked Fatima.
On this card, reporter Lee Silver's statement.
I need an extra mild cigarette. No other long cigarette I've tried is as mild as Fatima.
Here is Nurse Shirley Gilman's statement.
When I go off duty, I appreciate a mild cigarette. Fatimas are extra mild. I can enjoy them more.
On this card, the statement by drama critic Richard Watts, Jr.
Anyone can tell Fatima contains the finest tobaccos. It's extra mild and has a much better flavor.
All agree it's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima. And that's what more and more smokers are discovering every day. Yes, actual figures show extra mild Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast.
So enjoy extra mild Fatima yourself. You'll agree
it's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Best of all, long cigarettes.
10:30 a.m. Central Casting gave us Leonard Castle's home address, and Detectives Long and Hunt went on immediate stakeout. Ben and I drove out to Sound Stages Incorporated and checked in at the reception desk. We showed them our identification. We were issued a pass to Sound Stage 3.
This is stage 1. Stage 3 ought to be down there.
Yeah. Not very big, Laura. No, it's pretty small. Watch the truck, Ben.
Think Kellogg knew what he's talking about?
We'll know in a couple of minutes.
Not very usual. Joy pauper pulling a job like that.
They all start somewhere.
That's a good way to get around a movie lot. Bicycle.
Better than walking. Sure a thick fog, isn't it?
Yeah, we don't have 'em often, but when we get 'em, they're real pea super. Oh, here we are.
You better hold it, Ben. Red light. They're shooting in there.
Oh, yeah, I didn't see it.
On stage 5, you know?
Couldn't tell you.
Oh, fine.
All clear. Let's go in.
Hey, fella. Yeah. Wonder if you can tell us where we can find Leonard Castle?
Sure. Rosie, call Lynn Castle, will you? Fellas want to see him.
Okay.
Leonard Castle. Leonard Castle.
Guess we can wait over here by the phone, huh?
He'll be right here.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Rosie, you call me? These gentlemen want to see you.
Thanks, Willie. You want to see me?
Your name, Leonard Castle?
Yeah, that's right.
Police officer.
Yeah?
Is there someplace where we can talk?
Well, this all right? I got to stick close. I might be in the next shot.
All right. You know a fellow by the name of Babe Kellogg?
No?
He says he knows you.
No, I never heard of him.
You sure?
Put us on a bell, George. Hold the work. Quiet down, quiet.
Have to hold it a minute. They're lining up a shot.
Duffy, move that fruit about 1.5 feet to your right. That's it. Hold it right there. Make it a little hotter. Couple of turns. Whoa, whoa. That's good. Baxter, give me an inky dink right here, camera left.
Harry.
Hello.
When Fred Conrad crosses over at the table, can you help me out a little? Can you bring this one down about 2 points on the dimmer?
It's done. Don, you get that?
All ready, Miller.
Conrad,
Yes, sir.
take it real easy. Remember, you don't know your sergeant's got a clue until he comes to you with it.
All right.
You're anticipating a little bit, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Let's try it.
Bob, watch that mic shadow. We're getting it on that wall.
Am I out now?
No, too much. You come in a little. That's fine. You're clear.
All ready?
All right, we can try one.
Turn them over. Rolling.
Speed. Action.
All right, Chief. As soon as I get all the clues, I'll be right down.
Look, I found it.
Piece of that broken window, huh?
That's right. It's plastered with fingerprints.
Yeah? We got our man.
Cut.
Save him? Sure. Let's hold it quiet, folks.
You never heard of Babe Kellogg, huh?
That's right.
Where were you at 6 o'clock this morning, Cass?
In bed?
We got men out your place checking.
What's it all about?
Between 6 and 7 o'clock this morning, somebody robbed the pharmacy at St. Christopher's Hospital. They slugged the intern, made off with over $10,000 worth of narcotics.
Yeah?
If we find you were in bed between 6 and 7, you're clear.
Well, I was.
Anybody to back up that alibi?
The landlady, I guess she'd know.
What time she generally get up?
Oh, I don't know. Why?
She couldn't very well back you up. She was still asleep.
Well, she's usually up early.
Thought you said you didn't know what time she got up.
Well, I meant I don't usually know.
But you knew this morning.
No.
And you don't know Babe Kellogg.
Simmer down, everybody. Let's have it quiet. Line them off.
What do you read on that junior, Harry?
9 plus.
Make it a little hotter.
A little harder, Jack. That's it. Whoa. 10 plus, Steve.
That's it.
How about it, Steve?
Anytime.
Turn him over. Rolling.
Speed. Action.
All right, Chief. As soon as I get all the clues, I'll be right in.
Look what I found, Jack.
Piece of broken window, huh?
That's right. It's plastered with prints.
Yeah? We got our man.
Cut. Jake, you said plastered with prints. The line reads plastered with fingerprints. You got to say the whole word. They'll never know what you mean in Vancouver. Come here, I want to talk to you.
Yeah. Hold the work. Keep it quiet.
That's Millie. He's a tough director, but he's a good one.
How long you been doing this kind of work, Castle?
Oh, 6, 7 years.
What pictures you been in?
Oh, I don't think you'd have noticed. They're mostly small parts.
What kind of parts you got in this picture?
I play a cop.
What would you like to do?
In this picture?
No, I mean, what's your ambition? You going to stay in pictures?
Yeah, I'd like to. I'd like to get a few bigger parts if I could. It's pretty tough to try and sell yourself to producer if you can't see you on film.
Money's pretty good, though, isn't it?
Oh, it all depends. It's a different deal on each picture you do.
Mm-hmm. You have an agent?
No, I did have. Wasn't doing anything for me, so I let him go. I'm not represented now.
Pretty hard to build any kind of a name without an agent, isn't it?
Well, it depends. If you can keep up a good front, nice car, that's all that counts in this town.
You really believe that, do you?
Don't you?
Well, I don't know much about it. I'm not an actor.
You said you didn't know Babe Kellogg at all, didn't you?
No, I don't know.
You said you saw your landlady at 6 o'clock this morning.
No, I didn't say that. Well, there's Theodore Milton, the director. Would you like to meet him?
What time did you see your landlady this
Oh,
morning?
Mr. Milton.
Yeah, Castle?
When are you going to get to me, Millie? You need me in the shop?
No, still on the same thing. Won't get to you till after lunch. You can stay with your friends.
Okay.
What time is the break for lunch, Castle?
Well, this company usually breaks around 12:30.
It's only 11:15. Maybe we can go outside and talk. The director said he didn't need you.
Why, you never want to believe the director. It's always the first assistant.
We could check with him, couldn't we?
Oh, I don't like to do that. I hate to ask any favors.
Said he wasn't going to use you till after lunch.
Well, it isn't a good policy to bother the first assistant.
Well, it's probably better in here anyway. I didn't see any place to sit down outside. Unless you have a car in the lot. Do you have a car?
No, I don't.
But you told us you had a car.
No, I didn't tell you that, did I?
Well, you said something about keeping up a good front, nice car. Isn't that what you said?
Oh, sure, I have a car. I don't know what I was thinking about. Yeah, I have a car.
Mm-hmm. I thought you said you had a car.
Well, I tell you, this picture act will drive you crazy. I don't know what I'm saying half the time.
Maybe you made a mistake about Babe Kellogg. Do you know him?
No, I'm sure about that. I don't know any Babe Carson.
Kellogg.
You're Kellogg, you know. I don't know him.
Would you mind showing us your wallet?
Well, what for? You want to see my identification?
Let me see the wallet, please.
All right. Here you go.
No, you hold it. Would you open it up?
Okay.
Quiet, please. All right, Steve.
Yeah, okay.
Fair enough.
Rolling?
Steve. All right. Nice and easy now. Fingerprints, Jake.
Right.
Action.
All right, Chief. As soon as I get all the clues, I'll be right in.
Look what I found with them.
Piece of broken window, huh?
That's right. It's plastic with fingerprints.
Yeah? We got our man.
Cut.
Sim.
No talking.
Let's see how much money you got in your wallet, Castle. No, you hold it. Just count it for us.
Oh, there it is.
What about the rest of it in there?
All right, I didn't see it.
All right, count it.
Just a few hundred here.
Count it.
All right. Let's see.
Well, I can see 450s right there on top. That's 200, isn't it?
Yeah. It's 300. 400. 450.
Yeah, go on.
I didn't know I had this much.
That's 250 more. That makes 700, doesn't it?
It's more than I thought I had.
There's 2 more 10s and a 5 there. That's $725, Castle.
Yeah.
Doing pretty well on this picture, aren't you?
It's not all picture money.
All right, you can put your wallet away.
Thanks.
If you didn't make this money on the picture, where'd you get it?
Played little cards last night.
Play pretty late?
Yeah, pretty late.
Weren't you tired this morning?
No.
Not even when you got up at 6?
Did I say I got up at 6?
Now, listen, Castle. You don't know what you said, but one thing's sure, you're lying to us. You know Babe Kellogg, and you know him well enough to sell him 2 vials of high-grade morphine.
Oh, you're wrong about that.
All right, then you set us straight. Kellogg says he paid you $700 for this stuff. You got over $700 in your wallet. That's more than you need for lunch money. Now, this could be a coincidence. You set us straight.
Well, you're wrong.
Where'd you get the money?
Turn him.
Rolling?
Steve. Action.
All right, Chief. As soon as I get all the clues, I'll be right in.
Look what I found with them.
Piece of broken window, huh?
That's right. It's plastic with fingerprints.
Yeah? We got our man.
Cut.
All right, once more.
Where'd you get the money, Castle?
I told you I played cards.
It won't do. Got the keys to your car?
I can't leave.
We'll get you excused. We want to look at your car.
No, don't do that.
All right, then. Do you know Babe Kellogg?
I don't know.
Turn him.
Rolling?
Steve. Action.
All right, Chief. As soon as I get all the clues, I'll be right in.
Look what I found with them.
Piece of broken window, huh?
That's right. It's plastic with fingerprints.
Yeah? We got our man.
Cut. Print it.
Hold it for Lily.
Do you know Babe Kellogg?
Yes. Yes, I know him. I know it.
You robbed that hospital this morning.
I needed it. I needed the money. I had to have it. I owed money. They were going to take my car. I was broke. What else could I do? I was sick once. I stayed at St. Christopher's. I knew where they kept the drugs. I knew if I could get them, I could make some fast money. I didn't mean to hit the kid. I couldn't let him see me. He didn't have to be there, did he? He didn't have to be there. I sold old Babe the stuff, and the rest is in the car under the seat. I needed the money. I was broke. I was broke.
Better get him out of here, Ben.
Mm-hmm. Come on, Castle.
That was a great reading. My name's Milton. I'm directing this picture. You the boy's agent?
No, sir.
Never heard him read better. Funny thing, though.
Yeah?
In front of the camera, he goes to the dogs.
The story you've just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On January 28th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 91, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
And now here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you. The working detective in reaching the solution of a crime depends on the combined efforts of many minds and many hands. The crime lab, state and federal peace officers, and you, the citizen. And so with Fatima. The combined efforts of many go into their blending and manufacture. Skilled hands, working with the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos, make Fatima extra mild, best of all long cigarettes. If you're a long cigarette smoker like I am, try Fatima. Every pack is extra mild. Smoke Fatima.
Ladies and gentlemen, starting Thursday, August 24th, that's 2 weeks from tonight, Dragnet will be heard 1 hour earlier at 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time.
Leonard Francis Castle was tried and convicted of first-degree robbery and violating the State Narcotics Act. He received sentences as prescribed by law. Alfred Babe Kellogg was convicted of violating the State Narcotics Act. Both men are now serving their terms in the state penitentiary. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department.
Fatima Cigarettes, the best of all long cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet from Los Angeles.
Sarah Berner is delightful in Sarah's Private Caper. Next on NBC. On NBC. On NBC. On NBC.
Now it's time to pay a visit to Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Where do you eat meat to eat? Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Tonight, Bob Benchley, the noted actor, writer, wit, and raconteur. Huh? A movie actor. Yeah, works in shorts. Duffy, that is an old joke. Yeah, the guy's got a great kisser for comedy, Duffy. Looks sort of like a surprised cantaloupe. Yeah, that's the guy. That's right. His first picture was called How to Sleep. That's what he should have called his other ones, too. Well, he's going to speak at the party tonight. Oh, I forgot to tell you. You know Bob Graham, the kid that's been singing here? Yeah, well, I'm giving a big party to launch him. Huh? Well, you know our party. Somebody's bound to conk him with a bottle. So what? The guy's a croner. He won't even notice it. Well, try to get down here, Duffy, and, by the way, wear shoes. There's going to be dancing. Okay,
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Duffy's Tavern. Come in and meet Finnegan, Eddie the waiter, Miss Duffy, our singer Bob Graham,
Reet Beat Reeves and his orchestra, our special guests tonight, Robert Benchley and Archie himself, Ed Garkus.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Eddie the head waiter speaking. What's that you want? A reservation? No. Well, yeah, you see, mister, we don't make reservations here. No, so just come down. If you find a chair that ain't busted, it's yours. Say, Eddie, how does this sound? Duffy's Tavern launches new singer. What is that? It's a publicity story I'm writing to flash to all the newspapers. Tonight at Duffy's Tavern, Mr. Bob Graham, a new vocal chanteuse, was introduced with great fanfare and condolences to Third Avenue Society. This for the obituary column? Let them put it where they want. Among those present was Mr. and Mrs. Joseph Colucci, distinguished fruit peddlers, Mr. Mortimer Cavendish, proprietor of the Smile a While undertaking parlors, and Lady Cavendish, Mr. and Mrs. Second Story Jackson, and son Jimmy, Mrs. Benjamin T. Piddleton, wife of the wealthy dowager by the same name, and others too numberless to mention. The speaker of the evening was Mr. Robert Benchley, who kept the crowd violent with his famous wit. A goodly time was had by all. Well, Eddie? You think they'll print that? Well, any editor who ain't gonna print that ain't got a nose for news. Any editor that can stand that ain't got a nose. Look, Eddie, I'll handle the publicity, and I guarantee by the time I'm through, they say we got another Sinatra. Now, what about the food for the party? Is it ready? Well, the chef just made up some horse d'oeuvres. Eddie, please. Hors d'oeuvres, not horse. How you know what he made them out of? No, I hope he didn't. After all, tonight is no night to be serving horse meat. So what? So they'll say you got another Crosby. Oh, I was joking. You know, Eddie, if we was paying you a salary here, I'd cut it. I really would.
When's your party starting?
Oh, any minute now. But, Finnegan, couldn't you dress a little better for tonight?
Dodge, something wrong with my attire?
Something wrong? Look at them shoes.
Oh, I was rather proud of them. Two-tone shoes?
Well, two-tone shoes is all right, but not one tone on each foot. Why don't you get a new pair?
To a large duration.
Well, ain't you got an airplane stamp?
Yeah, but I need shoes.
Well, maybe after the war they'll print stamps with shoes on in case you need an airplane. And look at that. Look at that tie you're wearing.
Dodge, what's wrong with this Dodge?
Well, look at it. Gravy, mustard, ketchup, egg.
Too loud, huh? Personally, I thought it was in rather good taste.
Well, it should taste good with all that food on it. Then again, I'm afraid I will have to ask you to refrain from this party.
Go on. I bet I'll be the life of the party. Look, I bring a deck of cards.
We're going to do card tricks.
Sure, watch this. Now, pick a card, Arch. Any card.
Okay.
What card is it?
The Jack of Diamonds.
Pretty good trick, huh?
Finnegan, however did you do it?
Well, I promised not to tell. But I got another one that's even better. Here, pick a card.
Okay.
Now, don't tell me what it is. Now, take the number of the card.
Yeah.
Double it.
Yeah.
Now, add 10.
Yeah.
Now, take away 2.
Yeah.
You got all that?
Yeah.
Your card is the 19 of spades.
19 of spades. Nope. This time you're wrong.
Well, what is your card, Arch?
The King of England.
I must have added wrong. It's a great trick, though, ain't it, Arch?
Yep, absolutely uncanny.
Say, Archie,
Oh, yeah, Miss Duffy.
when you invited people to meet Bob Graham tonight, how did you dare ignore my club, the 10 Jolly Girls AC?
Oh, nothing personal. I just felt they was too ugly.
Archie, they're very nice girls. Maybe they're not beautiful, but don't forget their characters.
They sure are.
Oh, yeah? You keep talking like that and the girls will put you on their boycott list.
What's that?
That's a complete list of all the fellas that won't go out with them.
In other words, the male descendants of Adam.
That's aside to the point. You invited Mrs. Piddleton and that dopey literary society.
Well, they're interested in singing. They're a cultural club.
Well, so are we.
I said cultural, not vultural.
Oh, yeah? The 10 Jolly Girls are a very educated group of girls.
Educated?
Of course. 3 of the girls went to high school, 2 went to college, and of the other 4, there is not one that don't wear glasses.
Look, Miss Duffy, I am running this party, and I will send invitations to anybody to whom I may concern. And I ain't gonna have them dames manhandling a nice kid like that Bob Graham.
Say, Archie, you know that Bob Graham is lucky to have a guy like you taking care of him.
Well, I get a kick out of it, Mr. Bailey. You know, it's a wonderful feeling to see a great acorn go from a little oak. Hey, Eddie, you better check up in the kitchen and see if we can handle a crowd tonight. Looks like we're going to be mobbed.
Let them come. We got food enough to kill them all.
Well, you better make sure now, because this party's got to be right. You know, we got a big investment in this Graham kid. After all, we're paying him $6 a week. Hey, wait a minute. Here he comes now. How are you, Bob? Well, kid, tonight's the night.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Yep, kid, this night will be long remembered. Tonight, in Duffy's Tavern, a star gives birth. What's the matter, kid? You seem kind of down in the mouth.
Well,
there is something bothering you. Come on, tell me what it is. After all, I'm your pal. I want you to tell me everything.
Well, I don't like to say it.
Go on, spill it. That's what I'm here for, to help you with your problems.
Well, Archie, I think I should be paid more money.
Look, kid, I'm busy with the party tonight. See you later.
But, Archie, you just said I could tell you.
Please, don't come around to me with every silly thing that comes into your mind. Now, forget it.
But I'm serious, Archie. I won't sing around here for $6 a week.
Look, kid, I know $6 a week ain't all the money in the world.
It ain't even some of it.
Quiet, Eddie. Now, look, kid. I know how you feel. You want to get into the big dough quick. Well, leave me give you some fatherly advice. Anything worth having is worth getting. I'd like to tell you a little story. Some years ago, there came to work at Duffy's Tavern a young boy. He was paid $4 a week. He didn't like it, but he took it. And he stuck at his job, determined to succeed. Today, that boy is the manager of Duffy's Tavern. And drawing down a cool $15 a week. Bob, as you may have guessed, that boy was me. Quite a story, huh?
I still want a raise.
This little acorn has turned out to be a tough nut. Now, look, kid, the crowd has started to arrive. Leave us talk this over in the back room. You beat me to it. I'll be right with you, Eddie.
Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir. Oh, you Mr. Benchley.
Well, well, Duffy's Tavern, as I live and breathe.
Take your choice, Mr. Benchley. Around here you can do both.
It's quite a place.
Yeah, pretty startling, ain't it?
Mm-hmm. It's not so bad for what it is, but what is it?
Wait here, Mr. Bench. I'll go get Miss Archer.
All righty. I'll wait right here, right next to this mouse. The song of Bernadette.
Hello.
Hello?
Hey, I know who you are.
Well, you have the advantage of me. I don't even know what you are.
I seen you in the movie, don't tell me. Wallace Beery.
No.
Tallulah Bankhead.
You're getting warm.
Well, I give up.
I'm Bob Benchley.
Bob Benchley? I never heard of you. But from now on, I'm going to be watching for you and rooting for you.
Well, thank you very much.
Not at all. Us dumb-looking guys have got to stick together.
Well, Bob Benchley. Oh, boy. One guy I've always yanked for me. And here you are. Well, it unmitigates me. Words fail me.
Well, why shouldn't they when you abused him so?
There he goes right off the bat. What a wit. You know, I love your kind of humor. Dry, witty, droll, subtle, and yet with that certain something that keeps it from being funny.
You know, I've never known anyone like you before. And if I had it to do all over again, that's the way it would be.
Thanks, yeah. It's too bad we didn't get together sooner. You know, I'm quite a brilliant wit myself.
Sharp, huh?
Yeah, got a head like a steel trap. Like the other day, Duffy says to me, Archie, we're all out of cake. So just like that, I come back and I say, okay, so let him eat bread.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful. I must tell that to Mark Twain.
Mark Twain is dead.
Then he won't mind it.
Oh, Mr. Benchley, meet Miss Duffy, the Duffy entry on Sadie Hawkins' Day.
Good evening, Mr. Benchley. Mr. Benchley, for a man as old as you are, how do you manage to keep so young?
Well, it's very simple. I lie about my age.
Well, why shouldn't you? And you know, meeting you makes me feel like I'm almost willing to be an old man's darling. Gee, you're cute.
How do you like that? Of all the girls. Miss Duffy, all I can say is that any dame who has the audacity to make a pass at Robert Benchley will make a pass at anything. The guy's old enough to be your father.
So what? Mr. Benchley, don't you approve of May marrying December?
Why, certainly I do. I think if 2 months love each other, they have a perfect right to
Yep, that's telling him, Mr. Benchley.
Mr. Archie, you better get that Bob Graham out there. The crowd getting impatient for the party to start.
Okay, Eddie, we'll get started in a minute. Look, Bench. We're giving this party tonight to launch a new singer, and we would like to present him in a high-class way. So if you'd be kind enough to make, a very pompous speech, something in keeping with the tone of the evening.
So hurry on! When does the party start?
Yeah, let's get a move on.
Yeah, come on, we didn't sick of tired of hanging on this stuff.
Shut your lousy trap. As I was saying, Bob, we would like a really refined speech. We'd preference, naturally, that it was on some cultural subject.
Well, why don't I talk about crooning?
Do you know anything about crooning?
Do I? I fainted 3 times at the Paramount last week.
Well, that's good enough for me. Well, that's that. Now, if I could only talk that Graham kid out of asking for more dough.
Say, Archie, you having trouble?
Yeah, I've been talking to this Graham kid like a father, and... Hey, maybe I should become a mother.
I see what you mean, Archie. A mother can be a great help in many ways.
Well, Mr. Bailey, did I say something provocative?
Yes, you did, Archie.
Okay, folks, the launching party for Bob Graham is going to get started. Trumpets, please. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, patrons and matrons of the arts, we are very gracious of you to be here for the first public expose of Bob Graham as a singer. For 2 weeks now, we've been grooming him, and tonight we removed the blanket. But first, a few words from that star of stage and screen, Robert Benchley, who tonight returns to his first love, literacy. Mr. Benchley, you may don the podium.
Ladies and gentlemen, the subject of my discourse tonight is crooning. Now, as you all know, the human throat is made up of 3 parts. 1, the larynx, 2, the pharynx, and 3, the Adam's apple. The Adam's apple, of course, is the most important part of a crooner's throat, as it is the part on which the bow tie rests. Now, the ordinary singer sings with his mouth open, thusly. You notice how unpleasant that is? But the crooner sings thusly, which is just as unpleasant but harder to hear. Now, another important part of the crooner is the jukebox. It is estimated, and I quote, that in the 12-month period from 1939 to 1944, Americans, or people of American descent, put into jukeboxes a total of 19,742,000 nickels and 5 cents. And I unquote. Another phenomenon in connection with crooning is the growth of what is known as the bobby sock. That's no relation. In line with this, the noted psychologist at the Psychology Institute, Psychology, Pennsylvania, the head of the outpatient department, Dr. Eric Hoffmannsturmer, said, quote, "It could happen to you." Unquote. Dr. Hoffmannsturmer, incidentally, has just left the Institute and is now singing at the Orpheum under the name of Perry Hoffmannsturmer. Velvet rhythm, you know. The two leading crooners of the day are Mr. Frank Sinatra and Mr. Bing Crosby. Mr. Sinatra has a huge following, which is highly enthusiastic about his singing, causing them to emit such cries as... Now, I have here a chart which I have just gone off on my automatic pencil. Here is a red line which begins at the figure 100,000 and ends in July. From July to 200,000, we have a blue line, which is joined at point X here by another blue line, whereupon both blue lines curve back into the red line, and here we say bye-bye blues. Now, there are various other lines here scooting up and down across the page, but these lines mean nothing. They're left over from an old chart of mine on birth rate and maternity ward. Now, to continue,
Mr. Archer, the people are starting to walk out.
You're lucky. I thought they'd have to be carried out.
And now to continue, we have...
And thank you, Robert Benchley. Bob Graham, get ready. You go on next.
Sorry, Archie. I've got another job.
Another job? But you can't do this. What about all of the people here?
Sorry, Arch.
Tell you what, you're getting $6 a week. I'll give you a 50% raise. From now on, you get 6.5.
Sorry, Arch, but I was just across the street to Grogan's bar, and Grogan offered me $10 a week.
Kid, you can't go to work for Grogan. He ain't even a college man. Now, look, sing for the gang here and give me a little time to reconsider, huh?
But, Archie...
Folks, we now come to the big piece of resistance of the evening. Mr. Bob Graham, who I predict within 6 months will become the scourge of America. Take it, Bob.
April in Paris, chestnuts in blossom, holiday tables under the trees. April in Paris, this is a feeling no one can ever reprise. I never knew the charm of spring, never met it face to face. I never knew my heart could sing, never knew a warm embrace till April in Paris. Whom can I run to? What have you done to my heart? April in Paris. Whom can I run to? What have you done to my
great, kid. Eddie, did you hear that clapping? They love the kid. Kid, come here. Come here a minute. Tell you what. Grogan will give you $10. We'll give you 11. Take that, Eddie.
Hello. Mr. Graham? Yeah, that's for you, mister.
I bet it's that 30 Grogan with another offer.
Hello? Who's this? Oh, how are you? Well, thanks. That's very flattering.
I was right. It was Grogan.
How much? $12?
Tell that bum we'll give you 13.
Hello? I've just been offered 13. What? 15? It's a deal.
Give me that phone. Now listen, Grogan. We found this kid first and... Who is this? Duffy. Duffy, what are you trying to do? Chiseling the kid up to $15 a week? Oh, Mrs. Duffy heard him and she swooned. Oh, you want to keep him singing so you can keep her passed out. Okay, Duffy, you're the boss.
Well, Archie, you got a fine singer there.
Well, thanks, Mr. Benchley, and thanks a lot for launching the kid.
Oh, it's no privilege at all. Well, I guess I'll be running along now.
Okay, but let's get together real soon, huh?
Certainly. Do you ever get to South Bend, Indiana?
No.
Neither do I. Let's have lunch there sometime, shall we?
It's a date with me, Bob. So long.
So long.
So long.
Well, it's time to leave Duffy's Tavern for this evening, but let's all meet here again next week when our guest will be Ida Lupino. Robert Benchley is currently being seen in the Paramount picture National Barn Dance. Join us again next week. And if you have half hour next Friday evening at this same time, remember...
Duffy's Tavern. Hello, Duffy. Next week, Ida Lupino. Yeah, as Benchley would say, quote, unquote. Well, so long, Duffy.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Another exciting tale of escape is up next.
You were trapped in the native quarter of Mozambique. 2 dead men at your feet, the police closing in on you. And beside you, a sultry girl who offers you escape.
Escape, produced and directed by William N. Robeson, and carefully contrived to free you from the 4 walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Tonight we escape through Portuguese East Africa to the fetid alleys and dangerous rooftops of Mozambique in the highly incredible yet somehow thoroughly plausible adventure by Percival Gibbon entitled The Second Class Passenger.
that's me. Ronald A. Dawson, second-class passenger. Oh, I could have afforded first class by pinching a little here and there, but nobody back at Ralston's department store in Cedar Rapids will ever know. The important thing is they're saying Ronald Dawson in drapery is taking a cruise around the world. And then there's really very little difference in the accommodations. And the second-class passengers are every bit as interesting as the first-class crowd. Take Miss Patterson, for instance. You'd look far to find a more charming, likable, altogether desirable young lady. Just the life of the party. We've gotten to be quite good friends by the time our crew was put in at Mozambique. Although the competition was always stiff, I can tell you. There were times I wish those other two, Jones and Twitchell, had missed the boat somewhere along the line.
Well, we've still a good couple of hours before we sail.
How about a ride in one of these native carriages, Miss Patterson?
Oh, dear, do you think they'd be clean?
Personally, I doubt it.
Although I don't know as I should care too much now. That Wuzo made me so woozy.
Great stuff, Uzo. It would take a Greek to think up a drink like that.
Or to drink it.
American gentlemen like to buy pictures?
No.
Very interesting pictures. Take a look.
Oh? No. Go away.
You know, we might do the port, though. The guidebook says it's the main point of interest. Now, let's see. Built by the Portuguese in 1600.
Oh, dear, never mind the statistics. I dare say the fort would be as dreary as the rest of the place.
Oh, yes. Mozambique's not at all like what you would imagine Mozambique to be like.
That's a one-horse town, all right. Main street and a couple of alleys.
Oh, and it's so dirty. You know, you'd think they'd do something about it in this day and age.
No.
Field Point. Look, all fine work. Him belong to big Tanganyika chief.
I said no.
Maybe someday gonna need fine sharp knife.
No. Now get out. What did I need a knife for?
To protect yourself from the savage natives, old man.
All you'd have to do is call a policeman. He isn't doing anything else. You see him? Look at him out in the center of the street directing traffic like he was at the corner of State and Madison.
Then the traffic consists of 2 donkeys and an ox cart.
It will be a relief to get back on board ship and have a nice hot bath.
Yes, and real American food instead of that greasy fried octopus we had for lunch at that Greek place.
Oh, my, weren't they awful?
That's part of the broadening experience of travel.
Yes, I suppose so. Like that cute idol that I bought. I can't wait to show that to the girls at the bank. You know, look, Miss Dawson.
Yes, Miss Patterson?
Where's my idol?
Why, I thought Jones had it.
Oh,
Twitchell.
Oh, not me, old man.
Well, you insisted on carrying it for Miss Patterson, don't you remember?
Oh, dear, I must have left it back at the Greek restaurant. I'm so sorry.
Oh, I did so want that idol. Don't you think you did so want that idol? Don't you think you could go back for it, Mr. Dawson?
Well, yes, of course. But I wonder if I'll have time before the boat sails.
Oh, I'm sure you will if you hurry.
Certainly, old man. You got more than an hour yet.
You're sure?
Oh, yes. The steward told me.
Well, then I'll go at once.
Oh, that's kind of you, my dear Mr. Dawson. Now, mind you don't miss the boat.
Well, I'll try not to. Why, chances are I'll catch up with you before you've reached the landing stage.
Fine. We'll wait for you till the very last
I could have throttled that supercilious Jones insisting I had time. I knew there was time, but I had no desire to run off after a heavy bronze curio and leave Jones and Twitchell alone with Miss Patterson. She was too nice a person, and, they were such dreadful bores. Yes, and I suspected them of being phonies, too. But there was no helping it now, so I made my way back up the main street toward Lazarus Restaurant, where we've had our indigestible Greek lunch. Somehow, this main street of Mozambique looked different now in the quick African twilight. The little saloons and the sidewalks were filling with men of every nationality and color. Many of them wore knives thrust through the belts of their thin white suits. Knives that looked as sharp as the glances they threw at me. I must confess, I felt a little strange and unwanted. Then, lounging toward me in the crowd, I saw a large woman, clad in a sort of burnous, but her brown face unveiled. She had very wide lips, and they were painted scarlet. And from the corner of her mouth, she dangled a cigarette. Her eyes were heavily mascaraed, and when she looked down at me, terror seized me. I was afraid she would speak to me. I didn't know what I should do or say, but she didn't. Instead, she laughed. And the way the loiterers responded, I was convinced that they were laughing with her at me. I must say I was relieved to reach the entrance of Lazarus' restaurant.
Good evening, sir. A little dinner for the gentlemen?
No, thank you. As a matter of fact, I just lunched here today. Very good. Excellent meal.
Thank you, sir.
I left a curio here, probably under the table. Have you found it?
Curio?
Yes. Some sort of a brass god. It was wrapped in newspaper.
Oh, yes. We got him right here for you.
Oh, that's good. That's fine. I'm in a hurry to get back to the boat.
Yes, you better hurry. Pretty soon she'll rain.
Rain? Why, there's not a cloud in the sky.
You see. Every night she rain in Mozambique.
Well, you ought to know, but I still doubt it. Oh, here. Buy yourself a cigar.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. You hurry quick before she rains.
Don't worry about me. I'm not made of sugar, you know. In just the few moments I'd been inside the restaurant, night had fallen. That sudden nightfall of the tropics. I looked overhead and clearly saw the stars. Thinking what a bad weather forecaster the Greek was, I tucked Miss Patterson's silly bronze idol under my arm and started off for the waterfront. I hadn't gone 200 yards when a large, warm drop of rain splattered on the back of my neck. Then 2 more on my hat. And before I could take cover under an arch, it was raining like Iowa in April. It didn't look like it would let up soon, and I wondered if there might not be a shorter way to the waterfront than the long walk down the main street and then the long way to the left along the docks. Surely one of these alleys that turned off to the left would lead me directly to the harbor and the landing stage. So I left the protection of the archway and turned into the alley at my left. 4 steps from the main street, and I was engulfed in darkness, wading through filth and mud over my ankles. But I was certain that I was on the right track, so I walked on and went straight into a blank wall. I turned to retrace my steps, but I could see no lights anywhere. I felt along the wall until it gave into another alley, followed it to another blank wall, and then into another one. And now I knew I was lost. And now it began to rain in earnest. It pelted, it stamped, it whipped, it stung, it flashed. In a moment I was drenched to the skin. If it was dark before, it was now black as a tomb. I struggled onward because it was too terrible to stand still and feel myself being beaten to the earth by the sheer weight of the rain. I don't know how far I walked through those foul and fetid passageways, nor for how long. But at last, feeling my way around a corner, I saw a slit of light, a horizontal flicker beckoning beneath the door, and I heard voices. I lifted the bronze idol and rapped on the door with it, and the voices stopped.
What do you want?
I've lost my way. I'm wet through, and I don't know where I am. Please let me in. Please, let me in.
Of course you may come in. You aren't exactly who we expected, but come in. Come in.
I walked into a room that was unfurnished, save for a littered table and some chairs, and a gaudy picture of the Virgin that hung on the wall. On each side of it was a sconce, in which a slovenly candle guttered. A woman was perched on the corner of the table, a heavy shawl over her head. Under it, the dark face, propped in the fork of her hand, glowed sullenly, and her bare white arm was like a menacing thing. In a chair near her, a grossly fat man was huddled, scowling heavily under thick, fair brows, while the other man, he who had opened the door, stood smiling. The woman laughed softly and pointed to the image dangling in my hand.
What is that?
I beg your pardon?
That parcel you are carrying.
Parcel? Oh, it's a curio, an idol of some sort. A friend of mine left it at the restaurant.
And you're a tourist from the cruise boat?
Yes, that's right. How did you know?
What are you doing here so late and so wet? The boat sails soon.
I know. I was trying to take a shortcut to the landing stage. I got lost somehow. I came ashore with some friends in second class. I left them to come back and fetch this idol, and here I am.
Give the young man a chair, Egon.
Oh, thank you very much. But I must go on as soon as the rain stops. If you can direct me...
It will not stop for a while yet. You may as well wait here.
Yes. We may be able to provide some entertainment for our second-class tourist. As soon as your friends arrive, my dear.
Friends. The police are not my friends.
You led them to us?
Would you walk about with your knives forever while I take all the risks?
Risks? Huh.
7 months you have done what you willed, untouched. I bought you freedom for 7 months, with smiles and love. Now you take your turn. One uses a knife, one goes to prison. 1 month, 3 months, 6 months. Who knows?
You could have talked with the prefect of police again.
Again and again. And for what? Life is not spending money. One pays for living, my friend, with work. Sometimes with jail. I have paid. Now is your turn.
You could have helped us once more. Only once more and we could have been out of the sewer and down the coast to Lorenzo Marx or Cape Town.
Why didn't you? Why didn't you help us once more?
Yes, why?
Always you say once more, once more. Now there is no more.
You are a sheep pig with the files in the butch.
I beg your pardon, sir.
What?
That's no way to speak to a lady.
What?
I'm serious. I don't like to hear such language used to a lady. I must ask you to apologize.
What the devil have you got to do with it?
I must ask you to apologize.
What the devil have you got to do with this?
You just came in out of the rain from the second class.
Please. Don't fight with him. There's trouble enough already.
But what the devil right has he got to come in here and tell me?
Yesterday you stabbed the Egyptian.
What of it?
Don't stab this one. You want the police to find you here with a corpse?
A corpse?
What does it matter how the police find us? We wait for them because we have no choice. You put them on us. We should do away with you.
Why do you lie? Even to yourself. Why must you hide your own blame behind my skirts? Great Mother of Heaven, you are neither man nor beast. You are...
Don't go on. Don't you dare say it.
There. You are just a Salmak.
No one says that to me and live.
He's got a knife.
Salmak.
No, you don't. Stand back or I'll blame you with this idol.
You'll do what? You think I carry only a knife?
Pig! Dog, I waited for He forgot. I carry a knife.
Oh. Look what I did to him with this bronze idol. Horrible.
It makes a good weapon. Your idol. It was a grand blow. A king's blow. You cannot help him now.
I killed a man. With this little curio. And you've killed another with your knife. 2 men murdered. Oh, I must get back to the ship. You must come with me.
To the ship? Oh, la la. You think I'll be welcome in this second class?
Well, I don't know.
We must go somewhere. The police will be here any minute.
The police?
Yes. Come. He's not raining so hard now. The police.
Oh.
They have come for those two. They will be on both sides of us. Here, hold my hand.
Yes.
Stand perfectly still. I will tell you when it's safe to move. Now. They are all around us, so they won't hear us. Come, now.
Where are we going?
We are escaping. But if you know from what we are escaping, you would not care where. Hurry. Hang on to my hand. And hurry. They have found the body. Now they are after us.
What will we do?
There is a door nearby. We must find it, but the seal along the wall. Here. Father.
Harder. It must be here.
Yes, here it is.
Push. Push it in.
It won't budge. It's bolted from inside.
You must push it in. It's the only way.
Here. Hold the side of it.
I have it.
Now. Not yet.
Hit it again.
It's giving.
Once more. Good. My friend, my great, strong friend. Up the stairs now. Quickly.
Where are we going now?
To the roof. Wait.
Huh?
The rain has stopped.
Yes. The stars are coming out.
There is your ship out in the harbor.
I must get to it.
Listen. You hear them? We are not safe yet. Over the wall to the next roof. Hurry. Now, over to the next parapet.
Up. Oh. Are you all right?
Come up quietly.
Yes. What's that down there? A tent?
Yes. People are asleep. You must walk like a rat.
Who are they?
Who knows? If they see us, they will think you have come after the women.
Oh, but we could say...
There would be nothing to say. Shh. Someone's crawling out of the tent.
A man. With a sheet wrapped around him. He's coming this way.
Yes.
Why doesn't he see us?
His eyes are clouded with sleep, perhaps.
If he sees us?
It will be too late.
Then he won't. There. And there. Well, that took the fight out of him.
Take this, my little knife. Just a prick, and he is quite safe.
Oh, no, he's still enough now. He won't harm us. I really did him in, didn't I?
It was splendid. With only the bare hands to take an armed man.
Armed? I didn't know he was armed.
Of course. Of that you may always be sure. Look, there in his loincloth.
A dagger. At least 6 inches.
Yes. You are truly magnificent, my friend. You are a man.
You are a woman.
Then?
Wonderful woman.
I was wondering when you would kiss me. When you took offenses with the Russian said to me, I knew you would. But I wondered how soon.
Yes, I suppose I knew too, in a way. At least I thought how much I'd like to... But I wouldn't have had the courage before all this, I suppose.
Courage. Your courage is of the lion. Your strength is of the great bull of Swahili.
Thank you. Thank you. I wonder if we're far from the landing stage now. I mustn't miss my boat, you know.
You want to go back to the second class?
Well, naturally. That's what I was trying to do when I knocked on your door. Goodness, I've missed my dinner as it is.
Missed your dinner? Yes, that is so. But haven't you gained something else?
What?
Look. Look at me. Is it nothing, friend, that you have saved me for yourself?
Yeah, but...
You can't...
Yeah, but...
You conquer men with your bread on the roofs of Mozambique. You fight like a hero. A rush, a blow, a thunder, and you have them lying at your feet. Are you not glad that it was all for this? For me? Oh, kiss me.
I'd fight. I'd fight for you as long as there was anyone to fight.
You would. I know you would.
You lead on.
Where?
Wherever you will.
Come.
Of course, I don't expect you to believe this. Looking back, I'm still unsure it really happened to me. It's as though I dreamed it. Well, I don't know how many routes we crossed after that, a dozen perhaps, maybe 20. It was mad, I know, but I must have surrendered completely to the wild spirit of the African coast. I didn't seem to see the great ship lying out in the harbor, her lights blinking with the comforts of civilization. All my senses were focused on this slim, breathtaking figure leading me across the rooftops to a shadowy destination in which only one thing was certain. She would be there. I suppose in that moment, armed only with the bloody bronze idol, I was invincible. At last, she led me down a creaking wooden stair that hung precariously on the sheer side of a house. And once more, we were in the mud of a gloomy alley. Even the way she slid her arm along mine and softly grasped my hand filled me with greater power than I had ever known. Hand in hand, we made our way down the alley and out into a little square where a night breeze rustled in the palms and smelled of the sea. And across the way, a dim light showed through a big open door.
The little church of San Sebastian.
Oh.
¿Dónde piensas que você vai?
The police.
After all this?
Não tenta escapar.
O quê? É que você quer comigo?
Eu tenho ordem de prendê-la.
Por quê? Eu não fiz nada.
Veremos. Me acompanhe agora.
Vamos, capitão. Devia haver outra maneira de resolver isto.
Esta vez não pega mal. Você está presa.
What's the matter with him? What's he want?
He says he won't let me go.
The devil he won't. What's he want you for?
Oh, my friend. This little policeman, they always arrest me when they get a chance. It is tiresome.
Está bem, deixe de conversar e me acompanhe.
Listen, copper. Scram, see? Take it on the lam. Take a powder.
Daí disse, do contrário, será preso também.
I said scram.
Run before I can get to his feet. No, not that way. Into the church. The sanctuary. My little one, you fear no one. You fight for me. So long as there is anyone to fight.
Yes.
There will always be someone to fight. They will never leave us alone.
Will they follow us in here?
These police might do anything. But I know one door they will not dare follow us through.
What is that?
Come. This way. Here. This door. First, I must wrap my skirt close. Now, come cleanly through the middle. Please do not rub the walls as you come. There. We are safe for a while. They will not follow us through that door.
Why not?
It was the door of the lepers.
The door of the...
It's all right. We didn't touch the portals. See? Down the alley at the light of the waterfront.
Yes. Where do we go now?
We have a little time now to breathe the clean air of the harbor. And then I know a little place where someone is coming. Get back in the shadow until they have passed.
There certainly was something to write home about.
Listen.
What is it?
I wonder what's happened to good old Dawson.
Oh, French.
I hope he's found my idol.
The idol. I must return the idol.
No, don't. My friend, this is the greatest danger of all.
Goodbye.
Don't go. Magnificent one. Don't go.
I must. Goodbye. Hello there.
Here's Mr. Dawson.
Got here before you, it appears.
Yes. Did you find the idol?
Yes, but for a moment there, I was afraid I should miss the boat.
Oh, I say, old man, you're a bit disheveled.
Yes, I got caught in the rain.
My idol. Oh, Mr. Dawson, you've got it all dirty.
Yes, it is a bit much. I dropped it once or twice, I fear.
But I think that was clumsy of you.
Oh, nothing. A little soap and water won't put to rights, I dare say.
Well, maybe. Well, we'd better hurry along. I'd hate to have to spend any more time in this dreadful place.
Oh, so should I.
Yes. There's the whistle. Now, that's the last warning, no doubt. But come on, everybody.
That's coming. Now, Dawson, don't stand there mooning. We'll miss the boat.
Yes. Yes, in just a moment.
Say, is there someone standing there in the shadow of the alley?
I'm not sure. I thought for a moment...
Funny, I could have sworn I saw you wave goodbye to someone.
Perhaps I did. Goodbye to Mozambique, to adventure and romance.
Oh, that's good. That's very good. Adventure, romance, in this pest hole?
Twitchell, what would you say if I told you I had just killed a man, fled over the rooftops of the city, made love to a beautiful woman, fought the police, escaped through the leper's gate...
Oh, great heavens, Dawson. I'd say you had the wildest imagination I'd ever heard of. Nothing like that ever happens to a second-class passenger.
No, I suppose you're right. Nothing like that ever happens to a second-class passenger. Except in dreams. Come on, Twitchell. We'll miss the boat.
Escape, produced and directed by William N. Robeson, has tonight brought you The Second-Class Passenger by Percival Gibbon, adapted for radio by Mr. Robeson, with Harry Bartell as Dawson, Jeanette Nolan as the woman, and Kathy Lewis as Miss Patterson. Original music conceived and conducted by Cy Feuer. Next week...
You are isolated on a remote plantation in the crawling Amazon jungle, and an immense army of ravenous ants is closing in on you, swarming in to eat you alive. A deadly black army from which there is no escape.
Next week, we escape with Carl Stevenson's terrifying story, Leiningen versus the Ants. Good night, then, until this same time next week, when again we offer you Escape. This is C. 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 This is C.
Now let's see what Fibber, Magee, and Molly are up to.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coats present Marion and Tim Jordan as Fibber, Magee, and Molly with Bill Thompson, the King's Men, and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with I'm Just Wild About Harry. here's a pleasant pastoral picture of suburban life. The squire of 79 Wistful Vista standing on the front lawn, garden hose in hand, gracefully sprinkling the grass and exchanging greetings with passing neighbors. But you know, and we know, that things can't stay as peaceful as this. With Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Kind of decent of me to give you little crocuses and dandelions to drink on the house, ain't it? Why don't some of you run around and see what the boys in the backyard will have? Oh, I had a cow pony, and his name was Danny, with the F-bar embranded right on his hip bone. Oh, hi, Nick.
Oh, hello there, Fizzer. I'm glad to see you watering your horticulture because you know why?
No, why?
On account of what the old poetry is saying. You know, 30 days has September, and the grass is also thirsty in May. Because if you don't keep the grass looking green, then what have you got in your yard? Hey, hey. Well, I'll see you later, Fizzer, if I don't look out.
So long, Nick. What have you got in your yard? Hey, hey. As a poet, the Populus reminds me of Tennyson. Except that Tennyson's dead all over. Now, take it easy there now, you little geraniums. I'll take care of you in a minute. There's plenty more water.
Hi, Mr. Magee. What you doing, huh?
Oh, hello there, little girl. Well, what does it look like I'm doing?
Sprinkling the grass.
Well, then why Jack?
Well, because you're such a faker, when I see you doing something, I always wonder what you're really up to, I betcha.
You do, eh? Well, this is really on the up and up, sis. If I don't do this, the grass will get scorched, and if the grass gets scorched, my wife will be burned up, too. You catch on to it, sis?
Oh, sure. But, Mr. Magee, why does sprinkling the grass make it stay green? Why does it? The water isn't green.
Well, I'll explain it to you.
Okay.
Well, sir?
I just love to know, I betcha.
Good. Now, here's what
I bet this is going to be awful interesting.
Yeah, it is. You see, sis, a grass is...
I can hardly wait to hear it.
Dad, Braddock, how can I tell you if you keep interrupting me?
You can't.
Well, all right, then. See that you...
I won't interrupt anymore, I betcha.
Well, that's fine. As I was going to
because
say...
I really want to know all about it.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. Well, sir...
Is this the beginning?
Yes, this is the beginning. The 7th beginning, to be exact. Now, look, sis. The reason grass stays nice and green when you sprinkle it is on account of because for the following reasons. A, grass is a very smart vegetable. B, it is also an ambitious vegetable. C...
Yes.
Huh?
Sure, I see.
Well, being ambitious, all the little blades of grass want to grow up to be a great big vegetable, like a tree. So laying there on the lawn all day long, looking up at the trees and wishing they were trees, too, they turn green with envy. See how it works out?
Well, personally, I think it's a lot of malarkey.
What you mean?
Well, gee, actually, grass contains a chemical substance known to science as chlorophyll.
Huh?
Then the actinic rays of the sun, by the process known as photosynthesis, develops the chlorophyll to the point where it becomes visually evident as a distinct green coloration. So you can take that green with envy stuff and spread it on the grass. Yeah, that ought to really make it grow. So long.
With summer just around the corner, you're going to be using your car more than usual. Now, every time you put your foot on that old accelerator and start down the street, how'd you like to hear everybody saying, well, the Smiths certainly keep their car looking like $1 million. Now, is that difficult? No, it isn't. Not as long as you have a can of that sensational new wax polish, Johnson's Car New. Let me tell you briefly the story of Car New. First, it does two jobs at once. It cleans and wax polishes at the same time in one easy operation. And second, it actually takes less than half the time cleaning and wax polishing used to take. Many car owners have told us enthusiastically that they did the job in 1 hour. If your car is very dirty, it may take you a little more, but you'll still say Car New is a miracle worker. And third, it's very inexpensive. So you see, the old bugaboo's hard work and high cost are gone. Thousands of the country's leading service stations use Car New for polishing customers' cars. Then why wait? Get your can of Johnson's Car New tomorrow from your regular wax dealer or your auto supply store or filling station.
Take it easy there, Grassy. Uncle Fibber will see that you all get some water.
Ah, there, Magee. Good day. Sprinkling the lawn?
Who, me? Why, no, Gildersleeve, I ain't. The curbstone was on fire, and I'm putting it out.
That's very good, Magee. You're about as subtle as a bass drum.
Okay, I'm a bass drum. Now beat it.
All right, then. Turn that hose the other way and let me pass.
See if you can run under it without getting wet, Gildy.
I won't do it, Magee. I didn't come here to play games. I've had a hard day at the office, and I'm tired.
Well, it'll do you good to relax. Come on, I'll give you till I count 3 to get past me. 1, 2...
No, cut it out, Magee. Stop it.
Hurry up, Gildersleeve. Out of the way there.
Look at it. Hey, cut that out. It's cold. Stop it. You're getting me all wet, Magee.
I always said you were a big sponge, Gildersleeve. Now let's see how much you can soak up.
By George, this is the last straw, Magee. I'm coming after you.
Oh, yeah? You want this hose right in your puss? Hey, what are you going to do with that knife?
I'm going to cut this hose into bits. That's what I'm going to do.
Now, wait a minute, Gildersleeve. I wouldn't do that if I was you.
Well, you're not me. Thank goodness. One side there, Magee.
Hey, Gildersleeve, don't cut that hose.
Fix this. Yeah. I guess that'll fix you, Magee. You'll never sprinkle anybody with that hose again.
I won't, eh? Well, neither will you.
What's that?
It's your hose. I borrowed it this afternoon. Hey, Magee! For me now. Cut it out, Gildersleeve. Stop! Leave it alone,
get that guy. Wait a minute, Magee.
Open the door. Hey, Molly.
Don't say a word, Magee. I saw the whole thing through the window. Aren't you ashamed, turning the hose on Mr. Gildersleeve?
Boy, was that fun. Old Gildy was wetter than a mad hen.
Well, now, you had no business drenching him, Magee. What if he should catch cold?
Oh, don't worry, he won't. Even a germ wouldn't associate with that guy.
Well, now, just the same, don't antagonize him too much. Why, he could tear you apart like an artichoke.
Who, that guy? Go on, I could slap that mug down with a wet noodle. I say, if I ever stop... Say, Fibber. Well, what do you want, Wilcox? So, as the guy says when he sat on the bee, I have a steep-seated suspicion.
Well, you seem a little perturbed, Mr. Wilcox.
Well, look, I just talked to Gildersleeve, and he said he was going to pin Fibber's ears back.
Oh, he said that, did he? Why, that big dirigible. A few more cracks like that, and I'll knock him flat in a policeman's feet.
Now, take it easy, dearie. Remember now, Magee, you're not the man you used to be, if you ever were.
Yes, and don't forget, Gildersleeve was once an intercollegiate boxing champion.
Oh, pooey on him. If he thinks... What'd you say?
I said he used to be intercollegiate boxing champion.
Oh.
But don't worry about it. Why, if anything happens, I can have an ambulance over here in 6 minutes.
Oh, heavenly days, an ambulance.
Ambulance? You mean one of them cars that runs along in front of a cheap lawyer?
Sure. The driver is a great friend of mine. I sold him some of that sensational new wax polish Johnson's Car New for his ambulance, and he thinks it's marvelous. Says it's as wonderful for cars as glow coat is for floors and linoleum. And it is.
Well, now, isn't it nice, dearie, that you'll be hauled away to the accident ward by a good Johnson customer?
Oh. Boy, is he a good Johnson customer. Why, when he found out, Fibber, that Johnson's Car New was a double-action product that cleans and polishes in one operation, he was amazed and delighted. You simply apply it, let it dry, and wipe it off. And there's your ambulance, looking like new.
My ambulance? Now, look, Wilcox, I don't want it.
So he said to me, pal, he said. He always calls me pal now. Pal, he said, just for introducing me to Johnson's Car New, my ambulance is at the service of you and your friends, anytime. So just call me if anything happens, Fibber. So long, Molly.
So, Mr. Gildersleeve was a boxing champion.
Oh, well.
Well, as one of Dietrich's stockings said to the other, you certainly got yourself out on a beautiful limb this time, dearie.
Yeah, but as the fly says, when he fell into the preserves, I've been in much worse jams than this.
Oh, you have you?
Yeah.
Well, come and look out this window.
Okay. Huh? Where?
Look out there.
Uh-oh. Oh, there's Gildersleeve with a punching bag. Oh, well, nothing wrong with a guy getting a little exercise, I guess, is there?
I'm afraid you can't laugh this off, dearie. He's getting ready for you, and you know it.
Oh, dear.
Just look at the muscles on him.
Oh, don't.
Oh, did you see that, Magee? He knocked the bag clear over the fence.
I saw it. Just a lucky punch, though. You know, Molly, I've been thinking we ought to get out of town for a few days. Take a little drive somewhere. And do us both good.
No, we don't, Magee. You're not going anywhere till you see this thing through.
Oh.
You've made your bed, now don't crawl under it.
Who's crawling? I ain't afraid of that
Well,
guy.
now, there's only one way we might avoid any trouble.
Huh? How? What is it? What is it?
Oh, here, calm yourself. You're like a boy with a soda grasping at straws. Now, look, go over to Mr. Gildersleeve and apologize.
No.
Tell him you're sorry you turned the hose on him.
I won't. Well, all right. I'll do it.
Fine. Now, you run along, dearie. Here. What are you doing taking that baseball bat along?
Well, if he wants to be friendly, you'll see us out in the backyard playing ball. Otherwise, I'll see you later, Molly.
Me. If I know Mr. Gildersleeve, Magee'll never get to first base, even with that bat. Come in.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Magee? And Mr. Oh, no, Mr. Magee.
No, Mrs. Uppington. He's gone next door to see Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, really? Well, I'd better go over there and see them both at once.
What about, Mrs. Uppington?
Well, the Parent Teachers Association is devoting its next meeting to physical culture and the benefits it will give to younger children.
Oh, I see.
Yes, and we wanted Mr. Gildersleeve and Mr. Magee to appear on the platform.
Oh, well, I'm afraid Magee isn't exactly the...
You see, Mr. Gildersleeve is such a splendid example of a man who keeps fit, bulging muscles, good color, intensely active. And Mr. Magee is, well, he would exemplify the other side of the picture.
I see.
You know, Mr. Gildersleeve is the strongest man in Wistful Vista. Why, he can actually tie a knot in an iron horseshoe.
Well, what of it? Magee isn't so bad either. Why, I've seen him tear a telephone number in two with his bare hand. Well, I'll tell him what you wanted, Mrs. Uppington.
Oh, thank you. Tell him that he and Mr. Gildersleeve will stand side by side on the stage with signs on their chests. Mr. Gildersleeve will read, "Do you want to look like this?"
And what will Magee's sign say?
Or this. Oh, well, now, don't forget to tell him, my dear. Goodbye.
Poor Magee. I'm afraid he doesn't know what he's up against. Still, the bigger they are, the harder they fall. On the other hand, the smaller they are, the quicker they fall.
Oh, the moon shines.
Oh, hi, Molly.
Magee, what happened? Tell me quick.
What happened about what?
For goodness sakes, about your fight with Mr. Gildersleeve.
Huh? Oh, that. Well, he refused to accept my apology, so we agreed to fight it out, man to man.
But where? When? How? My goodness, Magee, don't you realize that...
Maybe that's him now. You better clear space in the other room, Molly.
I'll do no such a thing. If there's any fighting in here, you'll do it outside. Come in.
Now, wait a minute, Gildersleeve. Remember, we agreed to... Oh, hi, old-timer.
Hello, Johnny. Hello, daughter. You're going to have a fight with old Gildersleeve, Johnny. Need a trainer?
No, I don't.
What he needs is a train. One that leaves town as soon as possible.
That's pretty good, Doris. In fact, that's very good. But it still ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says to t'other feller, says, I see where they're going to put out moving pictures and nickel slot machines. That's so, says t'other feller. Wonder how it'll seem to come in at the beginning of a picture. Sure you don't want a trainer, Johnny?
No, I don't. I don't need a trainer. I'll slug that guy till he tinkles like a pay telephone.
You pretty handy with your dukes, Johnny?
Am I? Why, shucks, old-timer. I've always been a scrapper. Why, even in kindergarten, I could bowl over the toughest guy in the room with one punch. Punch Bowl Magee, I was known as in them days. Punch Bowl Magee, pronounced by press and public, the pugilistic pixie of the pedigreed paperweight pugs, pummeling pudgy palookas, pulverizing proboscises and paralyzing plug uglies, pounding poor preliminary pork and beaners to a pulp with a peppy pip of a pop, positively a peach of a punk that plunks the punks on their piazzas, the ping-pong pop of the pineapple punch, a peculiar poke that petrifies the pit of the paunch of the pillow pushers who plop to the platform too pop-eyed to protest, dancing and posing and full of ambition, but say something, boys, I'm out of condition.
The King's Men singing Swing Low, Sweet Chariot.
Swing low, sweet chariot. Swing low, sweet chariot. Coming for to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot. Coming for to carry me home. I look way over Jordan, Jordan, Jordan. What did I see? What did I see? Coming, coming for to carry me home. A swing band of angels coming after me, coming for to carry me home. To heaven, no chariot, swing low, sweet chariot, swing low, sweet chariot, swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot, swing low, sweet chariot, coming down the Milky Way to carry me away to heaven. Swing on down, down, down. Swing low, sweet chariot for me. Oh, hallelujah, I'm a-waiting to ride to heaven in a blaze of glory. I want to travel that road. Swing low, sweet chariot. Swing
Well, now, look here, dearie. If you're going to fight Mr. Gildersleeve, you better get busy. Hadn't you better be doing something about it?
What you mean, such as what?
Well, do a little road work. Shadow box. Soak your feet in salt water. Harden yourself up a bit. Maybe I'd better run out and cut you a short length of clothesline.
Clothesline? What'll I do with that?
Skip it. I don't know why I should worry about it if you're going to stand there.
Come in.
Good afternoon, my dear. And hello to you, Moose Jaw.
Oh, hi, Boomer. What are you up to, besides no good?
Well, I hear that you're about to engage in a fracas with Humpty Dumpty next door, Shortcake.
What's that got to do with you, Horatio?
Such belligerency. What makes you so bellicose, Bellicose?
None of your business. Speak your little piece and get out.
Gladly. I didn't come here to bandy words, bandy legs. Thought you'd be interested in a helping of accident insurance.
I wouldn't be interested, Boomer. Any company that would have you as a salesman would have a crook for its president.
Sir, I won't have you talk that way about my dear father. Now, just allow me to show you one of our policies, Bug-Eye.
Make it snappy, Boomer. I haven't got all day.
In a hurry to get your ears thickened, are you? Well, let me see. Insurance policy. Had it here a minute ago. Here's a $2 parking ticket on a horse that parked too long at the post. Here's a small musical saw. Very handy for cutting off hillbilly programs. Floor plan for the First National Bank. Never could find the men's washroom in there. Horn ticket for a 16-tube radio, which I discovered was portable, thank goodness. Oh, here's a joke about the Grand Canyon. Ah, there's a beautiful crack. And a guest towel marked, please return to Sing Sing. Who, me or the towel? Here's an old cigar butt. My goodness, have I stooped that low? What's this? Why, it's so worn out I can hardly read. Oh, yes, a check for short beer. Well, fancy that. No insurance policy.
Well, it's just as well for you, Mr. Boomer. I don't think Mr. McGee is a very good insurance risk right now.
I had that in mind, blonde, buxom, and beautiful.
Oh, my.
When Brother Gildersleeve gets through knocking the frosting off your little cupcake here, I was going to split the payoff with you 50-50. For one swift premium, we'd have collected on that ham advertisement.
Why, that big crook...
Now, never mind that, McGee. Tell me more about this fight with Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, we just agreed to lock ourselves into a room, take off our coats, and go to it.
What? But, McGee, don't you realize that he's twice as big as you?
No, look here, McGee.
Now, wait a minute, Gildersleeve, wait a minute. We agreed to let it go.
I'm not talking about that, McGee. I just happen to remember that you ruined my new garden hose.
I never done no such a thing, Gildersleeve. You cut it to pieces yourself.
Well, how did I know it was mine?
How did you know it was yours? Gildersleeve, if you ain't the dumbest, egg-headedest...
Hose cuttingest.
Mrs. McGee, I'll thank you not to give him any suggestions.
Now, you quit picking on my wife, Gildersleeve.
I'm not picking on your wife, you little biological believe it or not. If you had the IQ of a Japanese clam digger...
Now, here. What does IQ mean?
Intelligent quotient.
Oh, so I'm a quotient, am I? Why, you great big...
Oh, here, boys, please.
I took all I'm going to took off of this bazooka boy's photo, Molly. The time has come for action.
You're a hard man, McGee. If that's the way you feel about it, take off your coat.
Okay. Wait a minute, Gildersleeve. You forget. There's a lady present.
Oh, don't mind me, boys. I'm no lady.
You are, too.
She is not.
I am, too.
Oh, trying to put me in the middle again, are you, Gildersleeve? Okay, that does it. Come on in the other room and we'll settle this thing once and for all.
All right, McGee. You're asking for it.
Asking for it. I'm demanding it. Come on.
Okay.
Oh, heavenly days. It's come at last. I never thought they'd actually get beyond the you are too I am not stage. I wonder if I ought to call for help. Oh, will you listen to that?
Remember, McGee, this is to a finish.
I'll say it to a finish.
Get that chair out of the way.
Okay. Move that table over this way.
All right, McGee. Let's go.
I'm ready.
And I don't mind telling you, I'm going to give you such a pushing around, you'll remember.
Oh, I think this has gone far enough. I won't have them wrecking my house, I won't. Now, look here, you two. Well, what on earth?
It's too late to interfere now, Molly.
Yes. We're all set to go, Mrs. McGee. Ready, McGee?
Ready, Gildersleeve. There's the checkers. Which do you want, red or black?
Molly will be back in just a moment. When your friends come in your front door, what's the first thing they see? What gives them their first impression of your home and of you as a housekeeper? It's usually your floors. Now, if those floors have a mellow, gleaming waxed beauty, then you have something to be proud of. If they're dull and shabby, then you needn't expect many compliments. And you'd better call your dealer and put in an emergency order for genuine Johnson's Wax. One application of Johnson's Wax will make a tremendous difference, both in the appearance of the floors and in protection against wear. Johnson's Wax seals up the pores, guarding the finish against scuffing feet and dirt. A Johnson Wax floor is more beautiful with every application of wax. It's easy to clean and never needs scrubbing again. For over 50 years, Johnson's Wax has been giving protection and beauty to floors, furniture, and woodwork everywhere. It's sold in practically every country in the world. Order some yourself tomorrow. You'll find more than 100 uses for this labor-saving product listed on the package.
Your move, Magee.
It is not. I just moved.
You did not. I just moved this man over to here.
What? Why, you great big bull fiddle, you never did...
Look here, Magee.
Oh, dear, this is where I came in. I'm going to bed, boys.
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Flash Gordon is going to be taking you on an intergalactic adventure next.
Presenting the amazing interplanetary adventures of Flash Gordon. Last week, Flash Gordon and Dr. Zarkov were attacked by Tall and Grum at the head of a band of rebellious magic men. But the rebels' plans were upset when Flash threw one of his paralyzing gas globes, and Grum was killed, but the others escaped. Dale Arden discovered that Azura, the wicked witch queen, had been rescued by the magic men. Then Dale went to warn Flash and Zarkov that Azura had been set free. She arrived at the apartment occupied by Flash and got in just as Tall and his officers returned with a dissolvable ray gun to lay siege to it. Flash, Dale, and Zarkov thought the enemy had withdrawn and were about to open the door and make a dash for their Hawkmen when they were amazed to find the big metal door was melting from the dissolvable gun rays. Rather than face capture by Tall and the Blue Magic Men, Flash and Dale and Zarkov decided to make the dangerous attempt to escape through the window and down a steep cliff. These thrilling adventures come to you as they are pictured each Sunday in the big full-page Comic Weekly, the world's greatest pictorial supplement of humor and adventure. The full-page Comic Weekly, each page printed in full colors, is distributed everywhere as an integral part of your Hearst Sunday newspaper. And now we continue the story. With one strong arm holding Dale close to him, the other gripping the stout vine, Flash slowly and carefully gets a foothold in the twisted tendrils and works his way down to the ground. Above him, Dr. Zarkov, keeping watch for the pursuers, lowers himself with one hand, a ray pistol clutched in the other.
Hang on to me, Dale. That's it. Don't be afraid.
I'm not, Flash, darling. I know I'm safe when I'm with you.
Your confidence gives me assurance, my darling. Zarkov?
Yes, Flash?
Any signs of them yet?
Not yet. They evidently haven't discovered our departure.
Oh, I hope they don't until we've safely reached the ground.
So do I. More than that, I hope our strength holds out that long. If it doesn't, and we fall...
Don't think about it, sweetheart. We shall die together if that happens.
My darling, it won't happen while I have a breath left in my body. Control of these two arms. Come, Zarkov. Let's hurry.
Meanwhile, back in the palace, Tall urges his men to speed the melting of the apartment door.
Hurry, men, hurry. Get that door melted through. You and you, stand ready with your sleep gas rifles. The moment the door melts through, let them have the gas.
Yes, General Tall.
Right, General Tall.
Well, what's delaying you? Why isn't that door melted through? Isn't that dissolvo ray gun working properly?
Yes, General, the gun is working all right, but that's a specially constructed door. It's very thick.
Thickness shouldn't make any difference to a dissolvo ray. Concentrate the rays on one spot.
Yes, General, at once. There. See that red glow appearing?
Yes.
That's where the rays are being centered.
Good. That's more like it. Now we shall get results. Why haven't they opened the door before this? They must see it melting.
They may have barricaded themselves in another room, General.
You may be right. But that is foolish. The dissolvo rays will go through the other doors like nothing at all.
We've cut through the door, General.
Shoot some gas to the hole. Quickly. Now, reach through and unbar the door, and we'll go in.
Nobody in here, General.
Try all the rooms.
Empty. Not here. Not here either.
They've escaped, General Tall.
How?
Through that window.
Through the window?
Look, by means of this vine. The leaves are torn off as far down as we can see.
Now, cut the vine and let them fall.
But that's impossible, General. The vine is so fastened to the cliff that cutting it here wouldn't cause it to fall and take the ex-prisoners with it.
Oh, curses. They've escaped, but not for long. Call out the guards.
Oh, guards!
Arouse the troops and set after them.
Troop orders!
We'll let them have their long climb and meet them at the bottom.
Hurry, Flash, hurry!
I am. I'm going as fast as I dare with safety.
What's the matter, Dr. Zarkov?
They've discovered we're gone.
Oh.
I see lights flash at the top of the cliff.
Oh, what's going to happen to us?
Nothing, darling, nothing. We're almost at the bottom of the cliff now.
But suppose they cut the vine.
It won't do them any good, Dale.
Why not?
Too deeply rooted into the side of the cliff to make any difference.
Thank heaven. Are you all right, Flash?
I'm all right, Dale.
I can climb down the rest of the way, I think.
Just hang on to me. We'll make it all right. Zarkov?
Yes, lad?
Look down there. What do you suppose that light is? Campfire?
I hardly think they would have guards posted along here. It looks like a hut or herdsman's cottage.
I hope you're right. We're desperately in need of shelter.
How much farther, lad?
I think we could drop to the ground from here.
Then hang on to the vine. There, have you got it?
Yes.
I'll jump first.
Are you all right, Flash?
Yes, jump. I'll catch you, Dale.
Here I come.
I have you, safe in my arms.
Jump, Zarkov, coming. Well, lad, we escaped from the palace.
Yes, but we're not safe yet. As soon as they find us gone, they'll send out searching patrols.
Flash, that is a hut or herdsman's cottage over yonder. I just saw a door open, and there's a man standing in it against the light from inside.
You're right there, yes. Come, Zarkov. We'll ask shelter from yonder peasant. Hello! You in the cottage there.
Hello.
Can you give us room for the night? We've lost our way.
Who are you?
What difference does that make? We're tired and hungry and have lost our way.
Well, I can't help that. My hut is small, and there's only one bed.
You're a strong man like ourselves. Give up your bed to this girl. The three of us can stretch out on the floor.
No, I don't know who you are. You might murder me in my sleep.
Why should we bother to murder you? If we were murderers, we wouldn't pick a humble herdsman for a victim.
Oh, you're wasting time and words. You aren't coming into my cottage. I never let strangers in at night. Be on your way, or I'll send you away with my sword. Well, lad, I guess there is nothing else to do but start walking.
Is that so? We haven't finished with this fellow yet.
Come away, Flash. He may kill you.
He's bluffing. Friends, we simply must have a hideout from the sharp eyes of Azura's scout patrols. You know what will happen if that devil Tall catches us?
Oh, yes. Tom mustn't catch us.
Tall? Sure. You are fugitives from the palace?
Yes. Will you give us shelter now?
I will not. I don't want to be mixed up with you. I've never had trouble with the people of the palace, and I'm not going to start now.
Oh, yes, you are. Defend yourself.
Flash, be careful.
You will. Come on. Good work, lads. You got him.
Quickly, Zarkov. Help me drag him into the hut. Inside with you, Dale. Hurry. Come on.
Oh, Flash, you could have ruled the Blue Magic Land if it hadn't been for me. I got you into all this mess.
Dale, darling, I'd rather have you than 6 kingdoms.
Listen. We got here just in time. There goes a patrol of magic men searching for us.
I knew there wasn't any time to be lost. Well, we're safe here for a while.
But when they start searching the cottages and hovels around here, we won't be.
That's true, Dale. We are in danger of discovery at any time.
Escape from this wild land is impossible, and we can't hope to conquer Azora without help. What will we do?
Oh, if I could only finish my newest invention.
What is it, Zarkov?
A machine for bending and destroying light so that... but what's the use of thinking about it? We have no materials here and no way to get them.
There is a way to get them.
How?
Are you dreaming, lad?
No. Give me a list of what you need. I'll raid one of Azora's signal stations.
Flash, with a list of the required machinery and scientific apparatus, mounts the peasant's horse and sets out on his perilous mission. At the signal station, he gets the supplies. At dawn, after a night which has been sleepless for Zarkov and Dale Arden, Flash returns, and the two men start to construct the light machine. In the meantime, back in the palace of Azura...
Well, have you found them?
No, General. They've disappeared, leaving no trace.
Oh, they raid one of Azura's signal stations, take most of it away, and disappear, leaving no trace. Bah!
But the patrols are still searching, General.
Searching where? In their beds? In their stables?
No, all the roadways, General.
Roadways? You suppose the ex-prisoners are greater fools than they are? You think they will be sitting by the side of some roadway waiting for our patrols to pick them up? Search every house in the kingdom. They must be hiding somewhere.
Yes, General.
Hark, listen. Who is that?
The other ex-prisoner. The one who was guarding Queen Azura.
Get back of the door.
Yes, General. At once.
How? You are my prisoner. Take me to where you have hidden Azura.
Guard, arrest this man.
Put your hands up. Drop that sword.
So, trapped. But not for long. You forget Flash Gordon is king here. You'll suffer when he hears of this.
Perhaps. But no one knows how long it will be before he hears of it.
And why not? What do you mean? Well, what are you smiling at?
Oh, didn't you know? Your friends have left the palace quite hurriedly by a window.
Left the palace? Impossible. Why should they?
Rather than face the flames of a DeSalvo gun, which was melting the door of their apartment, they chose flight. How unfortunate they didn't wait for you.
They went away without me?
Yes.
Well, what are you going to do with me?
They set you to guard Queen Azura, didn't they?
Yes.
You were searching for her when you walked in here. Am I right?
Yes.
Since you have been so closely allied with the person of our queen, I shall see to it that you still are.
You will?
But this time, you will be her slave instead of her guard.
What?
Unfortunately, she hasn't yet recovered from the effects of the lithium drug. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand, Carl.
Well, is that all you have to say?
No. Thank you for the opportunity to serve Queen Azura.
After 2 days and nights of feverish work, Flash and Zarkov assembled the light machine.
Put this electrode over there, lad. I'll set up this one.
What a maze of dynamos and wires and tubes. What is it supposed to do, Dr. Zarkov?
You will see. As soon as we get it assembled, you will see what it will do.
Do you think it will work here?
It should work, unless we have made some mistake in putting it together. Flash, help me adjust this dynamo.
You certainly are a master of suspense, Zarkov. Here we've been working on this thing for 2 days and nights, and Dale and I don't know any more about it than we did when you first mentioned building it.
Well, is it not the best way? If you do not know what it's supposed to do, then you won't be so disappointed if it does not work. The dynamo is all right.
When are you going to try the whole machine, Dr. Zarkov?
Just as soon as we get it hooked up, Dale. Flash, help me set up this platform.
Yes, sir.
I'm dying of curiosity. What is this thing for, anyway?
Be patient, my child. Be patient. This is the machine which will help us conquer Azura.
Is it some sort of long-distance ray machine?
I don't think it can be, Flash. Don't you remember what Dr. Zarkov said about it being able to bend and destroy light?
That is right, Dale. You have a good memory. That's what I said.
Oh, yes, now I remember. But that's all you said, Dr. Zarkov. The machine is finished now. Can't you tell us about it?
I shall do better than that. I shall show you what it does.
Flash, please stand on that platform.
Here?
That's right. Now, Dale, watch Flash. Keep your eyes on him, if you can.
Why, he's disappearing.
Yes.
Only his shadow remains. Flash, are you all right?
Of course, I'm perfectly all right, Dale.
You see, Flash is invisible. No one can fight what they cannot see. So Flash will become the avenging shadow.
Will Flash Gordon, made invisible by Dr. Zarkov's latest invention, conquer the blue magic land as the avenging shadow? Be sure to see these amazing adventures, which are so graphically portrayed in full-color action pictures in the Comic Weekly. Don't miss the Comic Weekly next Sunday. The big full-page picture supplement distributed each Sunday with your Hearst Sunday newspaper. In addition to Flash Gordon, you will find many other favorite characters of fun and adventure waiting to entertain you. And don't forget our date at this same time next week for the next chapter in the amazing interplanetary adventures of Flash Gordon.
Now it's time to pay a visit to the only man in old-time radio who wrote all his own material, Fred Allen.
Here he is, ladies and gentlemen, Fred Allen in person.
Thank you, and good evening. Oh, Harry, they
What
give
happened,
us
Fred?
the old stuff last night. The old I'll leave a nasty note for John in the morning. But these wobbly music stands here. You'd have to have St. Vitus dance, to play on a thing like that. But thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Not that we haven't musicians who have St. Vitus dance in the band already.
Full of them.
You don't know, when they stand up, it looks like Roseland with instruments. Well, thank you. Thank you. You're just in time, lady. Those ladies come in. Do you want to read the opening over again? No trouble at all, madam.
Just a word to play.
This is Mr. Bonzel, who announces the program. My name is Allen. He has just introduced me. From now on, 59-minute lull and 4 commercials. And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, Harry? Harry, this is our last program in New York for the season.
Yes, that's right, Fred. Tomorrow we'll be winging our way to Hollywood.
Winging our way? What is that, winging, Harry?
Oh, well, winging our way is an expression, Fred. You know,
Really?
winging is the vernacular for travel. Instead of saying I'm traveling to Hollywood, I say I'm winging my way.
Oh.
After all, from New York to Hollywood is 3,000 miles as the crow flies.
Oh, well, if you're going by crow, Harry, I thought you were going by train. So in your case, winging is the word. Well, now, wait a minute. After all, if the letters are in there, you might as well pronounce them. There you take that G, has been in winging a good many years. Tonight we call it winging, and you give the little G a workout. Doesn't hurt it.
Well, this trip has me all excited, Fred. I've been busy packing my Ipana and Salapatica commercials to take to California. Say, have you got all of your jokes packed?
Well, most of them, Harry. I have a few local jokes here I can't very well take. Well, you can't tell jokes about New York and California.
No, that's right. If you have any local jokes, you'd better tell them tonight. This is your last chance.
Well, I don't think these jokes are good enough to tell, Harry.
Oh, Fred.
Well, one is about, one of them is about Mayor LaGuardia rushing to all the fires, and one night a false alarm came in.
False alarm. Did the mayor go?
Yes, but he heard it was a false alarm, so the mayor went incognito.
Well, Fred, I wouldn't bother telling that one.
No, well, I told you, so you wouldn't let me have my way. And then there's the other one I had. I'm just going to throw it away. Before I throw it away, I'll read it. It's about the tree surgeon who buried a nickel with each of those new trees they just planted on 6th Avenue. He planted a nickel with each of the trees in case the roots want to go into the subway later in life. But Thank you. If we had any sense, that's where we'd stop the program, right?
It sort of confuses me because my next line says I wouldn't
don't bother with that. That took 5 seconds. We may as well turn then to the latest news of the week. Ipana News presents The World in Review. New York City, New York. June 1st brought to an end the second wettest May in the history of the New York Weather Bureau. Constant rains caused flood conditions in upstate communities. Ipana News questions weather authorities and rain victims to get first-hand reports on wettest May since 1908. First, the official explanation of the 17-day deluge is given by the head of the State Weather Bureau, Mr. Ragu Seep. Go right ahead, Mr. Seep.
The abnormal precipitation was caused by barometric loginess.
Really?
This caused high ceiling areas over DeKalb Avenue. And low-priced umbrella sales in the Bronx region. This, in turn, caused...
Well, I know, but what caused this recent rainy spell in Manhattan, Mr. Seep?
Oh, that?
Yes.
Well, the Gulf Stream going north to spawn in the Great Lakes was suspended over New York for 30 days.
Oh, I see. The Gulf Stream was overhead, eh? And the rain was caused?
By a slow leak in the Gulf Stream.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Seep, for your profound weather analysis.
Oh, it was nothing.
You're telling me. Get away, brother. A June bride whose dreams of connubial felicity were rudely shattered by the May rains is Miss Pamela Latour. The rain upset your plans, Miss Latour.
My wedding was rained out. I'm back at the Martha Washington, Bryant 748.
I won't need your phone number, miss.
Oh, I thought maybe you was waking up to it. I was going to save you a lot of conversation.
No. This is only an interview, Miss Latour. What about your debacle?
Want I should start from the beginning?
If it isn't too much trouble.
Well, I'm a sugar shaker in a donut shop.
A sugar shaker in a...
Yeah, when the donuts come out of the machine, I turn them over and shake sugar on them.
Oh, I see. Well, where do you work?
I'm shaking in a window on Broadway.
And that is where your romance started?
Yeah, one day I'm in the window shaking me sugar. Well, this swell-looking guy outside starts giving me the ogle. Well, we start horsing around.
Kidding, you mean?
Yeah. He starts pressing his nose against the window.
Oh.
I'm shaking sugar on it from the inside. And he's licking the window. I'm dying laughing.
Oh, he must have had a director. He couldn't think that up himself. I can imagine.
Well, he sees I got a sense of humor.
Yeah.
And after a little sparring, we start going around together.
Yeah?
The first thing I know, he's proposing.
Proposing what?
Marriage.
Oh, I see.
So I start running around to the 5 and 10s and bargain sales getting me torso ready.
And the fatal day arrived?
Yeah, I'm the blushing bride, and the whole outfit, including the blush, cost me $9.85.
You were a montage of bargains.
Well, as the cab driver said when I got in the cab, sister, you're an adorable mess.
Well, what about the rain ruining your wedding?
Oh, well, when I step out of the cab at the church, it's pouring. The rain hit me bargain outfit.
And it started to shrink?
Shrink ain't the word, mister. Me veil flew up me face like a window shade. Me bustle zipped up me back, skinning me spine.
Oh, don't say.
Then me open-toe shoes closed up, breaking me 2 big toes.
Oh, isn't that awful?
Me stockings tightened up, bowing boat legs.
Oh, mercy.
Then me girdle closed in, busting 3 of me ribs. And finally, me snoot shrunk up, snapping back me head and dislocating me jaw.
And your wedding was off?
Well, yeah, by the time I got out of the hospital, the boyfriend disappeared.
Well, you could have offered a reward, you know. That is too bad, Pamela.
Ah, there's plenty of fish in the sea, as the fella says.
Oh, yes, the fellow says.
Well, let me tell you something. If I'm ever a bride again, I'm doing one thing.
And what is that?
I'm skipping the shower. Get it?
Well, thank you. Miss Pamela Latour. The hardest hit by the soggy month of May were the exhibitors and concession owners at the New York World's Fair. A guide here tonight without uniform, Tiber Trask, explains the difficulties. Things were pretty moist at the fair. Hey, Mr. Trask?
Yeah. Instead of saying hello, folks, we was yelling hello, soaks.
The rain must have kept you pretty busy, huh?
Oh, it was brutal. I worked 48 hours straight at the open-air freak show.
Doing what?
Bailing your bangy's lips out.
Those Ubangi's lips ship water, do they?
Do they? If I didn't keep telling them to exhale, them Ubangi's would have drowned it.
Well, did all of the shows at the fair stay open, Mr. Trask?
Yeah, all but Lolita, the dove dancer.
Oh, the girl who dances covered with doves.
Yeah, she was closed for one day.
Why?
Well, Lolita was afraid of catching cold. You know, dancing with wet doves on her.
Oh, that. Well, did she stop dancing during the entire rainy spell?
No, the next day she was dancing again.
Well, not with those wet doves.
No, she was wearing ducks.
Oh. Well, tell me, were the nightly fireworks at the fair postponed during the rain?
No, they wasn't postponed. They shot him off, but it was a fiasco.
Oh, fiasco? How do you mean?
Well, skyrockets was going up about 2 feet and falling down plunk.
Skyrockets 2 feet high?
Yeah. Only midgets were saying, ah.
A new low in pyrotechnic ejaculation. Well, thanks a lot, Mr.
Just
Trask.
a minute. I ain't finished yet.
Oh, you're not?
No, you see, me and 2 other guys wrote a song about the rain at the fair.
Well, fine. I'd like to hear it sometime.
You're going to hear it right now.
Well?
1, 2, fellas.
1939. All our prospects were fine till the wind and the rain hit the fair. The Trilong's peak disappeared the last week from the wind and the rain at the fair. It's now a new year, once more the fair is here. Each morning we all kneel in prayer. We kneel in a prayer. Don't let it rain is our daily refrain. In the wind and the rain at the fair. It's Flushing.
Thank you. The Merrimacs, who have just been commissioned admirals in the American Airlines flagship fleet, make a forced landing for us to sing, "Oh, You Beautiful Doll." Thank you. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, tonight we'd like to inaugurate a new week.
Fred, a week?
Lower those eyebrows, Herschel. The calendar is full of weeks. Weeks like Be Kind to Your Aunt Minnie week, Don't Push Old Ladies Off of Streetcars week, Eat More Fudarakasaki week.
Well, look, Fred, then why do you want to start a new one?
Well, because the weeks we have now can only be used one special week, Harry. Now, what this country needs is a week that somebody can use any week. And I have just the one.
Oh, well, what is it?
See Your Dentist Week.
Ah, well, for once, Fred, I think you've made a statement there that no one can question. Why not make a mental note now, ladies and gentlemen, that for the sake of your health as well as your looks, you will see your dentist and see him soon. For his advice and his help are invaluable. And also decide now that in between visits, you'll help your dentist in the home care of your teeth and gums by regularly massaging with iPana, the famous toothpaste especially made not only to clean and brighten your teeth, but when used with massage, to help stimulate and strengthen your gums. So don't forget, will you, see your dentist and see to it that you begin to...
Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our guest tonight is a brilliant... Oh, hello, Portland.
Hello. Hello and goodbye.
Hello. Now, that's the kind of a visit I like. Hello and goodbye. You know, with most people, what happens between hello and goodbye is a waste of time.
Oh, but I'm not going.
Oh, well, then why say hello and goodbye?
Well, hello for me and goodbye for Mama.
Well, goodbye for...
Yes, Mama read in the paper that you're going out to Hollywood.
Yes, we're leaving tomorrow. We're going to do our next 3 programs in California.
And Mama says you're going to make a picture with Jack Benny.
Well, we're going to start a picture. I may finish Benny before I finish the picture. You know, it's too bad you can't come to California, Portland.
Well, I almost went. Mama tried to buy a ticket on the installment plan.
Oh, I read about that new travel plan. The railroad looks you up, and if your credit's good, you can ride around the country and pay for your ticket later in installments.
Yes, and Mama's crazy about installments. She even pays her installments in installments.
Well, this travel plan must have appealed to your mother.
I'll say. Mama didn't know whether to get a new icebox or visit her sister in California.
Well, there is a confliction. I can see there.
The payments were the same.
The payments were the same. And your mother decided on the trip?
Yes. The railroad looked Mama up.
And?
Mama's credit is only good to Omaha.
So she can't visit her sister in California?
No, but Mama's sister's credit is good from California to Salt Lake.
Well, how are they going to get together?
Well, now, Mama's going to Omaha. Her sister's going to Salt Lake. Then they'll both start hitchhiking and meet in Denver.
Well, that complicates... I knew you had no finish. I was trying to help you out there. Now, that complicates that nicely. Now, who is our guest tonight, or did he take it on the lam when he heard the salary mentioned?
No, he's the Einstein of Booth Bay Harbor, Dr. Rockwell.
Dr. Rockwell? Well, wheel him in. Trundle him in. Get him in here somewhere.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for that applause. That outburst is a tribute to your keen powers of penetration. I haven't said a word yet, and here you folks are already applauding. It simply shows an audience today can smell talent a mile away.
Well, good evening, Doctor.
Just a minute, Fred. I just thanked those folks for that applause. Now it's their turn to thank me.
Well, why should they thank you?
Why not, Fred? An audience derives more real benefit from its own applause than the actor does.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, take these people here tonight. I peeked out while you were talking, Fred, and there they all sat, all slumped over in their seats, their organs all cramped together out of position, their circulations retarded, their heart action slowed down.
Yeah?
But the minute I stepped out here, these folks set up to applaud. And what happened? People's spines were thrown back into place. Then, clapping their hands together, started the blood coursing through their veins. And their heart, lungs, spleens jumped up and said, "Let's go." Why, the lifespan of these people here tonight's going to be lengthened 10 years. And who have they got to thank? Dr. Rockwell, maker of fine cigar ashes since 1889.
Now, wait a minute, Doc. The actor certainly must derive some benefits from his reception. It must bolster his ego or something.
No, you're wrong, Fred. The actor really suffers.
The actor suffers? How do you mean?
Why, that applause goes to the actor's head. His head swells up. His mouth gets bigger. He starts talking too much, and he's through. Why, I know one actor who got a reception in Jersey City in 1929, and it took that actor 10 years to get back to New York.
Why?
His head was so big he couldn't get it through the Holland Tunnel.
Well, I'm glad to see you finally made it, Doc. The way it looks tonight, you could have come back through a pipe stem. But tell me, where have you been all winter, Doc? Rusticating?
Not me, Fred. I've been as busy as a wasp.
Busy as a bee, you mean, don't you?
No, I've quit being as busy as a bee. That old adage is a fallacy.
Oh, but a bee is busy, Doctor.
Yes, but a bee's hustle and bustle is fraught with futility. The bee labors in vain.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, you take the average bee. All summer long, the bee gets up at daybreak and buzzes around, sticking its nose into other people's flowers until dark. But at the end of a tough summer, what has the bee got?
What?
A half a pound of honey.
Uh-huh.
Why, I can go down to the A&P and get a half a pound of honey in 10 minutes. No, I tell you, Fred, bees are a lot of trouble. I had a little honey left over one time, and it took me 3 days to get it back into the bee.
Some stuff. And, that's why today you are as busy as a wasp, huh?
Exactly. Because a wasp gets things done. If a wasp doesn't like you, he lumps you, and away he goes.
But you can only emulate the wasp up to a certain point, Doc. After all, you don't sting.
Well, that's a matter of opinion.
You say you've been busy, Doc. What have you been doing?
I've been trying to work out a solution for the world's problems, Fred. We're living in a hectic age. People are working themselves today for what? Money.
Wait a minute, you left out a word there. The whole thing is people are working themselves...
Try it again. We're living in a hectic age. People are working themselves today for what?
Working themselves to death today. You left out death. You
Try it again. Well,
wait a minute.
There is simply proof of it. I'm overworked myself. Now let's try it. People are working themselves to death today for what?
You're not going to tell me you can retire after auditions that you've given.
All right, 3 saucers of coffee to keep me awake now. Money. Now then, what is money? Gold.
And what is gold?
Gold is something they dig out of the ground in Alaska and put back in the ground in Kentucky. Or, as Colonel Stoopnagel says, gold is stuff. If you're sitting home at a Tuesday night and the phone rings, what's calling you is a pot of.
I see what you mean.
Yes, sir. There's a shortage of money. People are hoarding gold, and gold has got to go.
Well, what would you suggest?
I'd put the country on a fish standard. Use fish for money.
Fish for money?
Yes, sir. Minnows will be pennies, halibut will be dimes, and whales will be $1,000 bills.
Well, people look pretty silly trying to stuff a sardine into an automat slot, Doc. And imagine a panhandler sneaking up on you and saying, "Hey, bud, you got a flounder for a cup of coffee?"
I know, Fred. But nevertheless, it'll do away with hoarding. No millionaire can keep a lot of old mackerel and tuna fish in his vault, or he'll be asked to leave the bank the first hot day. So you see right there, people will have to spend their money or suffocate, and prosperity will finally come around that corner.
Well, that takes care of money, Doc. Now, is there anything else wrong in the world?
Everything. Take man's diet, for example. Do you know that 90% of the white-collar workers in this country are going to work on empty stomachs?
Why?
By the time a man reads all the testimonials and the list of vitamins on his breakfast food package, he has to run for the train and hasn't got time to eat it.
Well, tell me, how do scientists know how many vitamins are in those breakfast foods, Doc?
They read the package the same as everybody else.
Well, what about man's other meals?
All right, what does the average man eat for lunch? A 3-decker sandwich. After he takes the toothpick out of the 3-decker sandwich, it comes apart in his stomach. That's what causes stomach trouble.
What?
Well, it's dark down there. His stomach has a terrible time trying to put that 3-decker back together again. There's only one thing a man should eat today.
And what is that?
Grass.
Grass?
Yes, sir. Medical science has just discovered that grass contains vitamin M. Cows have been eating grass for years, and they're happy. If a man ate grass, he'd lay around like a cow, mooing and contented.
Ah, but who would give milk?
Philanthropists. They've been giving milk for years.
I see your point.
Yes. The top keeps coming off this fountain pen here.
In your estimation, Doc... That's all right. We get the credit. Somebody told a joke in the audience. It's better than ours, but we get the credit. In your estimation, Doc, the outlook for modern man is pretty drab.
Yes, man's outlook is pretty drab. But the Rockwell survey shows that the average vice president has enough acid in his system to sour a pint of milk at 20 paces.
And what causes this acid?
Insomnia. Businessmen don't sleep. If the Sandman comes near a businessman today, the businessman said, go away. I can get it wholesale.
What is the solution of the whole thing, Doc?
Well, the businessman has got to slow down, relax. And that's why I'm here tonight, to call your attention to the Rockwell Vacation Service.
The Rockwell Vacation Service?
It's for busy men who can't get away from the office, men who are tied up in conferences all summer.
Oh,
We take your vacation for you. Now, take yourself, Fred. Take yourself, Fred. You're going out to Hollywood tomorrow. You're going to make a picture. Now, you're not going to get any vacation at all this summer.
That's right. I forgot about that.
Well, as the president of the Rockwell Vacation Service, I'm ready to take your vacation for you.
Well, what kind of a vacation do you think will do me the most good, Doc?
Well, the Rockwell Service offers a variety of vacations scaled to fit any purse, Fred.
Well, let me see now.
We have a $10 special. I take a weekend bicycle tour through New England for you.
No, I can't ride a bicycle. You'd be falling off all the time.
All right. How about our $20 mountain holiday? I stay in an overnight cabin too small, so I can't move around. You get plenty of rest.
No, I don't like the mountains.
Well, what about our seaside fiesta? For $50, I spend 3 weeks at Old Orchard Beach, Maine. Registered under your name.
Do you stay in the sun?
In the sun 8 hours a day. Of course, if I blister and peel, that's a little extra.
Fine. That's the vacation I want. When can you leave, Doc?
I'll start for Old Orchard Beach tonight.
Great. Now, don't stay too long in the water. I get cramps.
All right, Fred, I'll be careful. And you're going to have a wonderful time and going to enjoy yourself.
Well, I'm feeling better already, Doc. Well, goodbye, and have a good time.
You certainly will, Fred. And that will be $50, payable in advance.
All right, Doc, but after hearing your theory and those conjunctions, I'm through with money. I am going on the fish standard. I'll send you a brace of shad tomorrow.
Well, frankly, Fred, I'm a little short. Can't you pay a little something small as an installment?
An installment on the fish standard?
Yes. How about a fin on account?
Good night. And thank you, Dr. Rockwell. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Miss Wynne Murray, the hit of American Jubilee at the World's Fair, busses over from Flushing to sing I Ain't Got No Body. You ain't got no body. After all, Wynne. Thank you. Last night, ladies and gentlemen, as I was giving my encyclopedia a brisk 60-second workout, I came across a few items that I thought might be of interest to the women of our audience.
No, not household hints now, Fred, please, not that.
Of course not, Harry. What I had in mind was beauty secrets garnered from the pages of history. Now, there was Cleopatra, who used to dissolve pearls in wine and drink the concoction to improve her complexion.
It sounds pretty silly to me.
Well, I don't want your impressions, Harry. This is history. Then there was another lady who used to drink a quart of vinegar with every meal in order to keep her figure. I forget what her name was.
I'll bet it was Sourpuss.
Oh, now look, Harry, if you have nothing constructive to contribute to this discussion of beauty secrets, I do wish you'd keep quiet.
Oh, well, Fred, I do have something constructive to contribute. And it's this. Modern women have discovered a most important beauty secret. Ipana toothpaste and gum massage. For they know how much a lovely smile adds to their charm. And massage with Ipana is especially designed to help keep a smile at its best. Not only by cleaning and polishing teeth, ladies and gentlemen, but also by helping to give gums the exercise and stimulation they fail to get from the soft, creamy foods we eat. And modern dentistry emphasizes that gums, as well as teeth, need daily care. So why not follow that sensible advice by doing this?
Brush your teeth faithfully with Ipana toothpaste. And every time you do, put a little...
This is Mr. and Mrs. Average Man's Round Table, where 3 persons selected from our studio audience are invited to give their opinions on a question that concerns some prominent issue of the day. These little sessions are entirely unrehearsed. Fred is in conference just at the moment with a young man, but he's taken his place at the round table.
Yes.
Where he meets his fellow debaters for the
man was
first
here
time.
to tell me if we can do it all in 4.5 minutes, we'll be just as late as we were the first program. Was here to tell me. You take it up from there. Well, the forum is officially opened, ladies and gentlemen. If Portland will kindly introduce our first member.
Yes, Mr. Joe Viviana from Jersey City, New Jersey.
You Viviana that up good, didn't
Viviano.
Viviano. There's a great difference between a B and a V, you know. A B is something they put on you, and a V is something you let go of when the B is put on you. But, good evening, Mr. Viviano.
Good evening,
May I
sir.
ask your profession?
I'm a player and teacher of the accordion.
An accordion teacher?
That's right.
You have a studio here in New York, do you?
Yes, sir, located about a block from here.
Well, I wouldn't go over this late at night to take a lesson. I mean, I appreciate it. But I guess the accordion is getting a new lease on life today, isn't it?
That's right.
Well, of course, as long as there's wind in you, you have a chance of surviving, and I think the accordion will outlive us all. But thank you, Mr. Viviano. And now, Portland.
Miss Mary Morris from New York City.
Miss Morris, may I ask your business or profession?
I'm a newspaper photographer.
A newspaper, that is a most unusual profession for a young lady, isn't it?
Certainly is.
Well, you admit it, huh?
Yes.
But tell me, are you working on one of the New York papers now?
I'm working for PM, the new newspaper.
PM is the new highly publicized newspaper that's coming out with several revolutionary ideas in a week or two, isn't it?
That's right, 2 weeks.
In 2 weeks. Well, tell me, what are the distinguishing features of this new newspaper?
Well, it'll be a different size.
All right. Well, you won't mind now if I ask you to tell me a little later, Miss Morris, because we really haven't an awful lot of time. And if you don't mind, I would like to discuss that with you later. I know that PM is going to be a welcome addition to newsstands. A high, sophisticated paper is going to have a better class of people peeking over our shoulders as we come down. Well, thank you. And now, Portland.
Mr. Danny Collins from New York City.
Well, good evening, Mr. Collins. May I ask your business or profession?
Vaudeville agent.
A vaudeville agent? A vaudeville agent is an artist representative, is sort of a middleman between an actor and a job, isn't he?
That's right.
Well, a great many things have happened to vaudeville, unfortunately, in the last few years, haven't they?
That's right.
I know there are so many pictures. I heard about a theater over in Patterson, I believe it was, where they've been playing pictures for years. There are so many people who aren't familiar, don't remember what vaudeville was. A theater over in Patterson, after playing pictures for years, put in a vaudeville show. And the opening matinee, the first act walked out on the stage and 20 women in the audience fainted. They thought the theater was haunted. I mean, they never knew what. Well, that brings us to our question, Mr. Collins, and tonight we check up on an old adage that people have taken for granted for years. It's the often heard saying, mother knows best. Now, recently a humorous book was published called Father Knows Better. Now, right is right, and we believe that since Mother has been credited with knowing best for so many years, it's about time someone spoke up for Father. And so our question tonight is, when problems confront a child that send a boy or girl to the parent for advice, to whom should the child turn? Does Mother know best, or does Father know better? I'm going to ask you briefly, and Mr. Viviano, does Mother know best, or does Father know better?
I think it's the mother, Mr.
Mother knows best. Thank you very much. Miss Morris, does Mother know best, or does Father know better?
I don't think...
Either one of them knows. That's, to whom did you go as a child, Miss Morris? To which one did you turn for advice, your father or your mother?
I sort of steered a...
You sent for a lawyer, huh? A fine thing for a child to do. Didn't you, really, your mother or your father, huh?
Right through the middle.
Right, between both. Well, that's where the middleman got his start. It kind of coming into families like that. And now, Mr. Collins, did you think that Mother knows best, or does Father know better?
Father knows better.
Father knows better. Mr. Viviano says mother knows best. Miss Morris is non-committal. Well, the committee has passed me its findings in 3 sealed envelopes, which I am not going to bother to open. I feel that our little talk here tonight has proved nothing, unless it is the fact that you can hear pretty well in here, considering the size of this studio. Personally, I think the children should respect their fathers and mothers, but if they have any questions, they should send them into information, please. At least, if they're not answered, the kiddies will receive $10 and a set of the Encyclopedia Britannica, which will strain the little children's backs as they try to pick them up and take them home. On this hopeful note, we close our forum, and thank you a lot for your kind cooperation. Thank you. Now the Merrimacs ladies and gentlemen sing for us, You Made Me Love You. Drops the glove. Thank you. A lady just applauded her gloves off, Harry. Isn't that wonderful? Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, because so many of us at some time or other wake up in the morning feeling headachy and under the weather, I'm sure you'll all appreciate hearing Harry Von Zell tell you how sparkling Sal Hepatica quickly helps you feel your best again. Now, here he is, the man with the message, Harry Von Zell.
I ain't gonna do it.
What? Harry, what's come over you? Now, you know that as a laxative, Sal Hepatica is speedy, yet very gentle. You know that, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
And you know that Sal Hepatica is also famous for the way it helps counteract excess gastric acidity, which chases that sickish feeling fast. Now, you know that, too, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Well, then why won't you say so?
I ain't gonna do it.
Now, look, will you just do this, Harry? Will you just tell our friends about the physicians who recommend Sal Hepatica?
Mm-mm.
Oh, now, look, won't you even say to anyone who feels under the weather, just put 2 teaspoonfuls of Sal Hepatica in a glass of water and drink it, and see how soon you feel like your old normal self again?
I ain't gonna do it.
Then will you please tell me why you ain't gonna do it?
You just done it.
Oh. Tonight, the art players dramatize a page filched from the diary of a mysterious candidate for the coming presidential election, nomination. It's called Senator Allen's Dilemma, or Gone with the Windbag. Overture, Susan.
As the race for the Republican presidential nomination grows hotter, a dark horse suddenly looms on the horizon to challenge candidates Dewey, Vandenberg, Wilkie, and Taft. To those who ask, where did Allen come from? How did this crumb get in the race? Here is how it happened. One day outside the Republican Club, a man was heard shouting,
Luke Allen for president! Luke Allen for president!
Yes, the man yelling was Luke Allen himself. Convinced that he was presidential timber, Luke Allen started on his swing around the country. His first stop took him to the West Coast. In his California speech, Luke Allen said,
Voters of California, I greet you as a native son. I was born right here among you, under an avocado bush.
The Allen bandwagon next rolled into the South. Here, Luke Allen said,
Voters of the old South, I greet you all as a native son. I was born right here among you, under a cotton bush.
Luke Allen then came north, where he said,
Voters in New York, I greet you as a native son. I was born right here among you, in Macy's basement.
And so, flushed with the triumph of his tour, Senator Allen returns to Washington, where we now find him entering his office.
Good afternoon, Miss Votes.
Good afternoon, Senator Allen.
You all had better change that greeting, Miss Votes, to good afternoon, Mr. President.
Why?
I've got to get used to the way people is going to be greeting me after Election Day.
All right. Good afternoon, bum.
Good afternoon. I mean, quiet, Miss Votes. Where's my fan mail?
Fan mail? Nothing came in but this postcard.
This postcard pouring in, hey? Let me look at this postcard. Oh, this is from the Blackfoot Indians. I was made an honorary brave in the Blackfoot tribe. This note is from the chief.
What does it say?
Ugh. Sincerely yours, Laughing Puma. Well, that shows how I stand with the Indians, unless that ugh is indigestion.
in.
Senator, I'm from the Associated Press.
The Associated Press? I'm always glad to meet a newspaper man, son. I suppose you're here for an interview.
No, I'm from the Associated Press.
I've heard you the first time, son. Now put this down from our constituents. From the seal-infested coast of Maine...
Yeah, but I'm from the Associated...
Just put down, in this great and glorious country, there breathes no man more loyal, more patriotic than little old fighting Luke Allen.
Yeah, but I'm from the Associated...
You can also put down...
Yeah, but I'm from the Associated Press.
If you're from the Associated Press, why ain't you putting this down?
I've been trying to tell you. I'm from the Associated Pressing and Dry Cleaning Shop. Yeah, here, I brought you pants. It's $1 a leg. That's $2 clean.
Well, here's your money, son, and here's an extra nickel.
Oh, yeah? What's a nickel for?
Well, I'm happen to be running for president, son. Vote for me.
Oh, I get it. Hey, make it a dime and I'll vote for you twice.
Well, here's a quarter, son.
Oh, boy. I'll carry the district. So long.
He looks like a strong boy. He might do it, too. Well... Reckon I better run over my speech for my monster rally tonight. Where is my speech?
Right there under those 2 big wooden keys.
Ah, yes. These are the keys of a western city presented to me on my recent tour. 2 keys for one city? For Walla Walla. They give me 1 key for each Walla. Here's my speech. I'll warm up. Me. My fellow citizen... No, I think I'll take it up a half a tone. My fellow citizens, I stand... Senator Allen. Digby, my campaign manager. What's the news from headquarters, son?
Got bad news for you, Senator. It looks like you ain't got a chance.
Horse fuzz, Digby. I've just completed a whirlwind tour, 48 states. I've kissed 290,000 babies. I've given away more cigars than General Grant smoked during the Civil War. And I've coined that new patriotic slogan, no hay for the Trojan horse.
These Wahoo routines of yours are old stuff, Senator.
Who says so?
The election committee says so. A presidential candidate today only needs one thing.
What's that?
A radio personality.
Well, how do I get a radio personality?
You're going on the radio.
Yeah?
Instead of making your speech at the town hall tonight, you're making it on the air.
Making it on the air? When?
Right now. You're going from coast to coast. The election committee will hear how you sound in the conference room. I have a microphone set up here in your office.
Wait a minute. I don't know nothing about radio.
I'm your campaign manager, Senator. I got everything arranged. The boys are waiting outside. Hey, Fuzz.
Don't care, Mr. Digby. We're all set.
Set your microphone up right here, son.
Yes, sir.
Now, hold on. Who are these derelicts?
Senator, meet Mac Borden.
Well, howdy, son.
Hello, I got your theme song all set, Senator.
Yeah, and I've got your script all written, Senator.
You have?
Yeah.
Mort here is your gag writer, Senator.
Is Mort?
That's all you need in radio today.
Right, the theme song.
A couple of gags.
A wham finish, and you're in.
That's it. Here's your script. It's a Lulu.
Well, you say you wrote this, Mort?
Yes,
I'll
sir.
look it over.
Great. Is the microphone okay, son?
Just a minute, I'll test it. Woof, 1, 2, 3. Woof, 1, 2, 3.
Well, hold on. He'll bite somebody, that little man.
Well, everything's all right. I'll go out with the election committee and hear how you sound. Good luck, Senator.
Thank you, Digby. He don't mean it, but I play on like I do, you know. Now, I wonder if these jokes in Mort's script is all right here. I'm new at this radio stuff, fellas.
Oh, well, you'll kill him, Senator.
Well, how do I know when to sound off?
Oh, well, when we get the buzzer, see, the boys and me'll sing your theme song.
But theme song?
Wait a minute, there it is. Quiet, fellas, we're on the air. Take it, announcer.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Bob Welch speaking to you from Washington. We wish to thank the makers of Bouncies, the new nylon rubber heel, for relinquishing their spot announcement so that you may hear a brief political talk. In this 2-minute period, usually devoted to the heel, we bring you Senator Luke Allen in a chairside chat. We first hear Senator Allen's theme song. Oh, Luke Allen needs your vote, C-I-C-I-O. He'll get your vote or get your vote from down to Buffalo. With a vote here and a vote there. Here a vote, there a vote, everywhere a vote. Oh, Luke Allen needs your vote. When to the poll you go.
Well, evening, everybody. I ain't trying to waste your time. I'll just tell you who I am, why the polls is, and the rest is up to you all. I'm a self-made man, and folks, I ain't through working on myself by no means. Folks is always asking, Luke, how did you get so big in politics? That reminds me of a mighty funny story, folks.
It's about the lady who said to the circus giant, "How'd you get so big?" The giant says, "Lady, when you gotta grow, you gotta grow." And that's how it is with me, folks. I'm a doomed to be a big man. I gotta grow, and I'm a-gonna grow. And that's how, what my platform is. If you're my bifocals, I see the same line twice. I gotta straighten these never bend your head with bifocals on, boys. They'll do you in every time. My platform is, if you're for it, I'm for it. If you're agin it, I'm agin it. Now, if you want a president that's for it and agin it, I'm your man. This is your old pal Luke Allen saying, "Yes, vote, students. Yes, vote."
A-L-L-E-A. This spot broadcast was a presentation of the Ajax Broadcasting Company. Okay, folks, we're off the air.
How'd I do, boys?
Senator, great. You were wonderful.
Ma must have rocked him with my joke.
Senator, this is terrible.
You intimating my speech laid an egg, what's up?
No, sir. I was at the control board. Something went wrong. I must have crossed the wires.
Crossed the wire? You mean my speech didn't go out onto the air?
No, sir. I accidentally plugged in on the Lone Ranger.
The Lone Ranger?
Yeah.
This is terrible.
Senator, you were wonderful.
Well, Dick...
When you said Tonto and me is here to defend American womanhood, the committee cheered.
Wait, but
When you shot the banker and saved the widow's home, the committee stampeded.
But, Dick...
What a personality. You gave him blood and thunder. You championed the little fella. You were fearless, Luke. That's what us Republicans need, a fearless candidate.
Well, I know.
Senator, your speech was a masterstroke. It didn't even sound like you.
Well, it warn't me, Digby.
What? That wasn't you talking?
No, this mugwump here crossed the wires. What you heard was the Lone Ranger.
Well, that can't be. He's the man the committee selected.
What?
The Republican presidential nominee, Senator, is the Lone Ranger.
Yeah, this calls for strategy, Digby. Hold on. I've got an idea.
Oh, you're through, Luke. You're finished, washed up, you're done.
Not yet, I ain't, Digby. Now, the committee thinks I made that talk, don't they?
Yeah, but you ain't the Lone Ranger.
I'm from the West, ain't I?
Yeah.
I can impersonate the Lone Ranger, can't I?
Well, yeah.
You're my campaign manager, Digby. What are we waiting for?
I get it. What an idea. Nobody's ever seen the Lone Ranger. We'll dress you up in a cowboy suit, Luke.
I can ride around campaigning on a white horse.
The people lead it up. You'll sweep the country.
If I'm riding the horse, somebody else will have to sweep the country.
Why, you'll put people back to work. The Lone Ranger always comes through. Luke, the Republican nomination is yours.
Hooray! Hooray for President Allen! Well, here I go, folks. I'm the Lone Republican. Hi-yo, White House! Hi-yo! Excuse me just a minute. Hello. Yes? Fred Allen, the people's friend, speaking. Huh? Well, if you tell me what it's all about, perhaps I can help you. Oh, my. An abrasive, you don't say so. Well, I should think you would be.
Fred, what is it?
Hold the wire, please. Harry, here's a woman who's worried about her husband.
Oh.
Says every once in a while he starts off the day barking at her, folds up in the afternoon at the office, and then comes home too dragged out to even go to the movies. Hello, madam. Now, I'd suggest that you get this program on your radio right away. Hurry, you haven't a minute to lose, for Harry's going to speak right now.
If you feel sluggish, headachy...
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 Speak right now.
Take a trip back to Dodge City with Marshal Matt Dillon in Gunsmoke, coming up next.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Mr. Dillon, I've been thinking.
Yeah?
We ought to renovate this place.
What?
Renovate it?
Oh, blast it, Chester.
What's the matter?
Oh, nothing. I was trying to write and listen to you at the same time. That's all. It can't be done.
Marshal?
Yeah, what's the matter, Lee?
I'm drunk.
The way he was walking, I thought he'd been shot.
No, I'm not shot.
I never saw you drunk before, Lee. Well, would you like a little coffee or something?
Ah. There's my gun. Now lock me up.
What?
Lock me up, I said.
What, you mean you want to sleep in jail here?
I do. You keep my gun.
Are there any blankets out there, Chester?
Well, there's one, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, that's enough. Okay, Lee. Just follow Chester, then.
I will. Marshal, I come here to prevent a killing.
Oh?
I'm drunk enough to want to kill him, and I'm sober enough to know I'm too drunk to kill him. You understand?
To kill who, Lee?
Jim Salter. That's who. My foreman.
Is he in town, too?
He is. At the Texas Trail. And let him stay there. Keep him out of here. I'm going to bed.
Right in there, Mr. Dargan. I never saw Mr. Dargan like that before, Mr. Dillon.
No. I wonder what he was fighting with Salter about.
Maybe Salter started it. Maybe he's drunk, too.
Well, if he is, knowing him, he'll be after someone else to fight with now. I think I'll go take a look, Chester.
All right, sir.
Oh, Chester, if Lee wakes up, just give him another drink, huh?
Yes, sir.
Well, how come you're alone, Kitty?
Being alone isn't so bad, Matt, sometimes.
Oh? Buy you a drink?
No, thanks.
I don't see Jim Salter anywhere.
I wouldn't complain about that.
Well, then he was here, huh?
Sitting right where you are. And he'll be back any minute.
How drunk is he, Kitty?
Well, he isn't very drunk. It might be an improvement.
It'd break his heart to hear you talk like that.
If he has one. Here he comes now. Let's ask him.
Yeah, you look sober enough.
You move in fast, Marshal.
Sit down, Salter. Sit down.
Seeing as how it's my table, I will.
I ran into Lee Dorgan. He was pretty mad about something.
That so?
Yeah. But it's all right as long as you're not looking for trouble.
Me, Marshal? I never look for trouble.
Neither does Lee.
Now, you know those Southerners, Marshal. They're always getting insulted about something.
You've been foreman on Lee's ranch for over a year now, Salter. This the first time he's wanted to kill you?
Is that what he said?
That's what I heard him say.
Oh, yeah. Well, Marshal, Lee's had a little bad luck with his cattle, that's all. When he's had a drink or two, he needs someone to blame it on. You know how it is with these greenhorns.
No. How is it?
If it weren't for me, he wouldn't have as many cows as he's got. Now he's lost a few strays, he's all upset.
Well, as long as it doesn't end in gunplay.
Oh, me and Lee get along fine when he's sober.
Yeah.
You have to leave, Matt?
I'm afraid so, Kitty.
Then I'm going to bed.
Hey, wait a minute. You can't do that.
Who says I can't, mister? Good night, Matt.
Good night, Kitty.
Well, I'll be.
Mighty nice of you, Chester, to bring me all that coffee.
Oh, don't mention it, Mr. Dargan. I had a hangover once myself.
Here's your gun, Lee.
Thank you, Marshal.
You, still feel like killing Jim Salter?
I'll kill any man that cheats me. That's how I was brought up, and that's how I am.
So?
I guess it's just instinct that tells me I'm being robbed by him, Marshal. I got no proof at all, none whatsoever.
What is it, Lee? Don't your cattle tally up right?
Look, I came out here from Alabama 18 months ago. I bought a ranch. I'm trying to raise beef. I've learned a little, but I can see it takes years to be a cattleman. Meantime, I'm green and I'm an easy mark, but I'm not so dumb I can't count. Marshal, I branded over 300 calves last spring and fall, and more than half of them are missing right now.
Stolen?
I don't know, Marshal. I've asked every rancher and every buyer around here to be on the lookout for my brand that hasn't turned up once.
Well, why do you think Salter has anything to do with it?
Instinct, I told you. I just don't trust him. Nothing more, but it's enough.
Well, then why don't you fire him?
Pride, I suppose. I want to beat him at his own game, whatever it is.
Well, good luck at it, Lee.
Well, I need more than luck, Marshal. I need a little help. I just don't know enough about this business.
You're asking me to help you?
I am.
But how?
Come out to the ranch. Take a look around. Maybe you see something I can't see.
Well, I don't know.
We're branding again tomorrow, Marshal. Come out then. You got to help me. I'll be ruined if this goes on anymore.
All right, Lee, I'll come. But, will you promise me one thing?
What's that?
If Salter does prove to be guilty, you won't try to kill him?
No, I can't promise that. I respect the law, Marshal, but I got my own code, too. Thanks, just...
Now, wait a minute, Lee. You're stubborn, but I don't think you deserve being ruined. All right, I'll come.
Thank you, Marshal. Thank you. You know, the reason I got drunk last night was because I just felt so almighty helpless. Mad and helpless.
Yeah. I know the feeling.
See you tomorrow.
Good morning, Marshal Dillon.
Good morning, Mr. Peters.
And what can I do for you this morning?
Well, I'm interested in some brands that you got registered here.
Oh, you don't mean to tell me that you're going into the cattle business, Marshal?
No, not likely. I just want to see what new brands have been registered in the past, 12 or 13 months.
Well, certainly, Marshal. Let's see, 1865, 67, 68, 68, yeah. Here it is. There you are. That's the official brand book for the last 2 years.
Oh, thank you.
You can start anywhere you like in it.
Well, maybe you remember, Mr. Peters.
Mm-hmm.
Has Jim Salter got a brand registered?
Salter?
Yeah, Jim Salter.
The fellow who works for Lee Dargan?
That's right.
Yeah. Last summer. July, I believe. Look there.
July?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, July. Yeah. Here it is. Salter, James Salter, July 14th. Bar S.
That's it. Bar S, yes, indeed. How's he doing?
Fine, Mr. Peters, fine. Thanks for the help.
Oh, anytime, Marshal, anytime at all. That's what I'm paid for.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Marshal.
When we weren't working, most of the cattle buyers in town spent their time drinking toddy and telling lies at the Dodge House. And there I learned that a number of Bar S calves had been sold in the fall and some more of them in the spring. They remembered because it wasn't often a man sold only calves, and also because the brands were newly burned on. But they said the brands were clean, and there was no question of any previous marking having been altered. I figured Salter was a whole lot smarter than the ordinary rustler. And the next day I found out just how smart.
They sure got their branding fire set far enough apart, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, they have.
There's Jim Salter now at this first fire.
Oh, we'll stop and say hello, Chester.
All right, let him go, boys.
That's interesting.
What is?
I'll tell you later. Now, you don't have to stop work just because we're here, Salter.
That's all right, Marshal.
Yeah, but you didn't brand that one. You just have to cut him out and rope him again.
Iron's cold anyway.
Oh, you got another iron there in the fire.
We'll get him branded, Marshal. What are you doing out there anyway?
Oh, we needed a change of scenery, so we thought we'd pay Lee a visit. Where is he?
Working the fire down yonder. You sure do keep your fires separated. Anything else you fellas object to? Well, no, I wasn't objecting. I was just making an entirely impersonal observation, that's all.
Well, go do your observing on Lee. You came to see him.
Salter, I'd starve plumb to death before I'd ever work around you.
You sure would, Chester.
On, Jim. Wasting time.
See you later, Marshal.
Yeah.
Okay, Adams, bring another one out.
Okay.
He's smart, that Salter.
To me, he's just mean and downright graceless.
At least that, too, Chester.
Oh? You got something figured out, Mr. Dillon?
I got it all figured out.
What?
Salter's stealing cattle, all right. I know just how he's doing it. But the problem now is how to handle Lee Dorgan and that code of his. I wouldn't want to see Lee hung for murder.
No, sir. I surely wouldn't either.
Hello?
Hi, Marshal. Hold it, man. How are you, Marshal? Chester?
Fine, Lee.
We're about through for the day. Why don't you ride on down to the house?
Okay.
I'll be along directly.
We stopped by Salter's fire back there.
Oh, how are they doing?
Fine. Tell me something, Lee. Does Salter always work alone with those same two cowboys?
Yeah, come to think of it, he does. Why?
I was just curious. We'll see you at the house, Lee.
Sure, Marshal. Tell the cook I'll string him up and supper isn't ready when we get there.
All right, I'll do that.
Well, not a bad house Mr. Dorgan's got here, Mr. Dillon.
That's fine. Let's sit on the porch here, Chester. They'll be along soon.
Yes, sir. Mr. Dillon?
Yeah.
I've give up trying to figure it out about Salter. You'll just have to explain it.
Well, I told you he sold fresh branded calves under the Bar S mark that he's got registered.
Yes, sir.
Well, those were Lee's calves. Did you ever hear of using a cold brand, Chester?
A cold brand?
Yeah. You can either put it on through a wet blanket or you can just keep the iron hot enough to burn hair and press it down lightly so it won't scorch the hide.
Oh,
Looks like a fine brand for a few months. That is until the calf sheds.
well, I'll be doggone.
And then the calf's as unmarked as the day it got dropped. You can brand it at leisure with any mark that appeals to you, like a Bar S, for example.
So that's what Salter's been doing.
He was about to put a cold iron on that calf a while ago when we rode up.
Sure.
He works at a distance from Dorgan because the other cowboys had noticed right away what he's up to. Poor Lee. He's sure right about being green at this business.
Well, he's going to learn now, Mr. Dillon.
No. No, Chester, I can't tell him.
Well, why not?
Lee meant it when he said he'd kill Salter if he had any proof. And if he did that, he'd be worse off than he is now.
Well, then why don't you just arrest that man?
Yeah, Judge would let him off, I'm afraid. Cold brand can be laid to carelessness. Of course, we could wait a couple of months and catch him doing his Bar S branding. That's risky, too, though.
Well, what are you going to do, Mr. Dillon?
I don't know, Chester. But I'll have to figure something out by morning.
We will return to the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, there's a lifeline that stretches from here to Korea. A lifeline that you help sustain for our fighting men when you give blood to the Red Cross Blood Donor Program. Call the Red Cross for an appointment to give blood the first thing Monday morning. And now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
I don't understand it, Marshal. It just doesn't make any sense to me, but I asked for help, so all right, I'll do as you say.
Then call Salter over here and tell him.
Okay, Marshal.
Salter! Salter!
Yeah?
Come over here.
What do you want, Lee? We're already late this morning.
I'm going to make a change in our branding setup, Salter.
What?
I've decided it'll be faster. From now on, we all work from one fire instead of two.
What for?
You and Adams and Smith will work alongside the rest of us, that's all.
Whose idea is this, anyway?
Those are my orders.
Oh? You still talk like a Confederate colonel, don't you?
That'll do, Salter.
Sure. This is for you, Marshal. I never did like you anyway.
It must have been pretty hard on Salter that day, having to put a permanent brand on Lee Dorgan's calves with a good hot iron. But he had no choice, and he did it. About noon, Chester and I said goodbye and rode back to Dodge. I figured that'd be the end of Lee's trouble. But 2 nights later, while Doc and I were taking our ease at the Alfraganza, I found out I was wrong.
Yeah, it's like that ignorant cowboy got a letter from his sweet girlfriend in St. Louis, Matt.
Well, all right, Doc, what did the letter say?
Oh, well, she mentioned that she'd found a nice room with running water.
Yeah.
Running water. And so this uncivilized son of the prairie wrote her back to get rid of that Indian at once or our engagement is off. He thought that, you understand that now, don't you, Matt? Because,
For that, the next drink's on you, Doc.
Sure, Matt, sure.
And when you get it, ask the bartender for a couple of good cigars.
As soon as I finish, say, that was a fun. I thought you left Lee Dorgan out at his ranch.
What?
Just came in the door. Must be looking for you. He's coming this way, Matt.
Yeah.
What's that under his arm? Oh, looks like a blanket.
Hello, Lee. Sit down.
Marshal, Doc.
Oh, how are you, Lee?
What are you doing in town? You all through, Brandon?
Yeah, we're through.
Oh, how'd it go?
Yeah. Take a look at this blanket, Marshal.
Huh? It's all marked up, isn't it?
It sure is. And it's burned with my brand all over.
Where'd you find this, Lee?
One of my men was riding by the place where Salter and his had his branding fire, Marshal. His horse kicked it up. They'd half buried it there.
He showed it to you, is that it?
That's it. And he explained all about cold branding to me at the same time.
I see. Where's Salter now, Lee?
And he got wind I was on to him and left, Marshal. I think he's in Dodge with those two who worked with him, Adams and Smith.
And, you're looking for him?
And I'm looking for him. But I'm telling you so you can look, too. That blanket's enough evidence even for the law, I figure.
Along with the witnesses that'd convict him. But, I'll find him, Lee.
Better hurry, Marshal. I might find him first.
Lee, you'll stand trial if you kill him.
I'm not worried about that. So long, Marshal.
Why didn't you take his gun, Matt? So he couldn't get in any trouble.
You just find another one, Doc. Lee's a mighty determined man.
Yes, I can see that.
I'll take that drink another time, Doc. I got work to do.
Sure, Matt.
Oh, do me a favor. Will you drop this blanket off at the office for me?
Oh, you bet your life I will. Well, good luck.
Yeah, thanks.
Mr. Dillon? Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
There's something wrong, sir. I just saw Salter and two men walk up behind Lee Dargan over there and grab his gun.
What? Well, where are they?
They were headed toward Kelly's stable. I thought I'd better find you first.
Come on.
What are they doing in Dodge, anyway?
Lee's on to him, Chester. He knows the whole story now. And they know he knows it.
Well, then somebody's going to get killed, sure.
Yeah, it looks that way. All right. Stay behind me, Chester.
That's the only door to the stable. They'll have to come out there, sir.
Yeah, I know. But we're going in after them. Easy now. The entrance to Kelly's stable was open, but there was no light showing. Chester and I stepped quickly around the frame of the door, then we stopped just inside, waiting for our eyes to get used to the darkness. We could hear voices in the back where the men were saddling up. And then, suddenly, we both saw it at the same time.
The first stall, Mr. Dillon. Look.
Yeah.
It's Mr. Dargan. They hung him.
Yeah, they just did it. He can't be dead yet. Here, take my knife and cut him down. You can climb up on the feed box. I'll cover you from here now. Hurry.
Yes, sir, I'll hurry. Maybe Dargan got loose somehow. Get up front there and take a look, both of you. I'll finish saddling up.
Okay, Salter. Come on, Smith.
Stay in here, Chester. Don't move.
Mr. Dargan's breathing.
When they come up, we'll jump them. I'll take Adams. Now, quiet now.
I don't see him. Rope must have broke. Let's hit him on the head and have done with it. Yeah, might as well. You do it, Smith. I'll wait here. Yeah, okay. I'll see what
You all right, Chester?
Yes, sir.
Good. Now keep low.
What's going on up there? Adams? Smith? Mr. Dargan's coming to now. He's breathing easier.
Keep him quiet. Hold him down if he tries to get up. Salter will be along in a minute.
Yes, sir.
What are you two doing? Answer me, blast you! Who's in there?
Throw down your gun, Salter.
Who's that?
It's Matt Dillon. Now do as I say.
Sure, Marshal. Here it is.
All right, right, Chester. Get the guns off of Adams and Smith. We don't have to worry about Salter.
All right, sir.
Lee? Lee, how are you?
Oh, it's good to breathe again, Marshal. I was about to go on.
Well, you're all right. We got him. And Salter's dead. You won't have any trouble now.
No. But it's not easy, the way you people educate a man out here.
Well, if it was easy, Lee, anyone could manage.
Well, thanks, Marshal.
Yeah, sure.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John McIntyre as Lee, Harry Bartell as Salter, and John Daner as Peters. Parley Bear as Chester, Georgia Ellis as Kitty, and Howard McNair as Doc. Gunsmoke has been selected by the Armed Forces Radio Service to be heard by our troops overseas. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. A flirtation that leads to a killing interests Mr. and Mrs. North this coming Tuesday night on CBS Radio. Don't miss Kiss of Death when Pam and Jerry North go into action against a murderer. Also, Tuesday night on most of these same CBS radio stations, John Lund, as yours truly, Johnny Dollar, brings us his latest adventure in probing fraudulent insurance claims. Mr. and Mrs. North and yours truly, Johnny Dollar. They're both thrilling Tuesday nighters at the Star's Address. This is Roy Rowan speaking, and this is the CBS Radio Network.
America's favorite miser is coming up next. It's the Jack Benny program.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jello program starring Jack Benny with Johnny Green and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with Johnny's own tune, I've Got a Heavy Date. Everybody enjoys the goodness of fresh fruit. Everybody enjoys the fresh fruit goodness of Jell-O. So why not try combining two for greater all-around enjoyment? You'll find stewed rhubarb and strawberry Jell-O a delicious combination. Using sliced bananas and fresh strawberries to surround a glistening mold of orange Jell-O is another grand idea. And for a salad, it's hard to beat cut-up oranges and grapefruit with lemon Jell-O. Any one or all of these suggestions will bring you Jell-O's refreshing ripe fruit goodness in a delightful new way. No other gelatin dessert can equal the extra-rich fruit flavor of genuine Jell-O. And you'll find that rich, full-bodied taste in all 6 Jell-O flavors. So if you want the best, always ask for Jell-O by name. Look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O. Ladies and gentlemen, this is most embarrassing. Jack Benny hasn't arrived yet, and we've just learned that he still has his act to do at the Fox Theater here in Detroit, where he's appearing all this week. So we'll tune you in directly to the theater and see if we can catch Jack on the stage. Take it away, Tom.
Tonight is cold, but the music not so cold. Hold closer, don't forget to answer closer. Put your banker, clerk, and grocer. Let yourself
And now, ladies and gentlemen, this theater takes great pleasure in presenting that popular comedian of stage, screen, and radio, Jack Benny.
Well, thank you, folks. Thank you. Well. Really, you overwhelm me. Thanks, every one of you. Well, really, ladies and gentlemen, this is quite an ovation. I hardly know how to start my act. But I do want to say that it's certainly a pleasure to be working in Detroit. In fact, it's a pleasure to be working anywhere. In fact, it's certainly a pleasure.
Not for us.
Who was that? Oh, you again. Huh? You know, folks, a funny thing happened to me on the way over to the theater. I dropped into a restaurant over on Grand Boulevard for a bite to eat. This'll kill you. And I said to the waiter, "Do you serve shrimps here?" He said, "Sure, and we serve big guys, too."
That's good.
Well, anyway, as I was having my coffee, I said to the waiter, "It looks like rain." And he says, "Yeah, but it's coffee." I said, "It looks like rain," and the waiter said, "Yeah, but it's coffee."
We heard you.
Oh, some wise guy sitting out there. Say, do you know who I am? Yeah?
No, what do you do?
I'm an artist. I don't have to do anything.
You don't.
No, artists don't have to work.
In Detroit, we call them bums.
Yeah, well, if you think you're so funny, why don't you come up here on the stage?
If you don't get off, I will.
It's embarrassing, folks, really. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to present to you my little partner, the little girl you've all been hearing on our Jell-O program, none other than Mary Livingston. I thought there were a lot of people out there. Well, go ahead, Mary. Say something.
Hello, everybody. Gee, they're cold here, aren't they, Jack?
They were at first, Mary, but I warmed them up a little bit. Shut up. Well, go on, Mary. Here's your public. Isn't she cute, folks? Go ahead. Say something funny.
Well, I walked into a restaurant on Grand Boulevard for a bite to eat, and I said to the waiter, "Do you serve shrimps here?"
Mary, I just told that joke, and it flopped.
Quiet. I said to the waiter, "Do you serve shrimps here?" And he said, "We certainly do." You see, Jack, it's the way you tell it. They like me here, don't they?
Yeah. Well, I was a big hit in Boston last week. They like me up there.
They like beans, too.
Hey, why don't you go home?
Why don't you?
Mary, go on with the act, will you?
And now, ladies and gentlemen, with your permission, I'm going to sing a popular song that I hope you'll all like. It's called Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Mo. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a brother by the toe. If hollers, let it go. Let it fly away. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. It's the saying high and low. Hear it everywhere you go. Any time of day. Big and rings it. Barely sings it. Why trouble by the toe. If it hollers, let it go. Let it fly away. Let it fly away.
Well, take another bow, Mary.
Thank you.
And now, folks, how would you like to hear me play Love and Bloom on my violin?
Take another bow, Jack.
Well, folks, I really would love to play, but I'm a little late for our Jello broadcast, and Mary and I have to rush right over to the studio. However, I want each and every one of you in this theater to know that I appreciate the way you received my little offering. You know, money isn't everything to me. If I've brought you a little laughter, a little joy, a little sunshine, I'm satisfied. That's all I want.
That's all you'll get.
Come on, Mary. What an audience. They don't appreciate anything subtle anyway.
That was Welcome Stranger, played by Johnny Green and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, wait a minute. Here comes Jack now.
Hello, Don. Gee, I'm sorry I'm late, but you know how it is at the theater. 5 shows a day, and the audience is so marvelous there. You know, they laugh and they appreciate everything. We had to take about 6 encores.
No kidding.
Yes, sir. Right, Mary?
Yes, Jack, we sure made him laugh, didn't I?
Say, Johnny, have you been over to see my show yet?
No, Jack. You see, I'm playing in Pittsburgh myself this week, and I just flew in here today to make the broadcast.
Oh, that's right. I forgot you were there. How's business in the theater, Johnny?
Oh, swell, Jack. SRO.
Standing room only, huh? Say, congratulations.
Say, Johnny, you ought to see Jack on the stage this week. It's SOS.
What's that?
Same old stuff.
Thanks, Mary. Come in.
Special delivery for Kenny Baker.
Oh, Kenny, here's a special for you.
Oh, gee.
Who's it from?
Well, wait till I open it. Oh, boy, it's from my mother.
Your mother?
Yes, Mother's Day, and she sent me a check.
Well, now, wasn't that thoughtful? Did you send her anything, Kenny?
No, Jack, I forgot.
Well, you ought to be ashamed of yourself, particularly on Mother's Day. Here you've been away from home so long, you shouldn't forget those things.
Well, I guess you're right, Jack.
Look, Kenny, when you were a baby, who watched over you so tenderly? Who took you to school every day? Who tucked you in your little bed at night?
My father.
Your father?
Yeah, Ma had to work.
Well, anyway, we all forget too soon. Why, it seems like only yesterday that we were kids tagging along after Mother. Mary, do you remember your youth?
Yeah, I wonder what he's doing now.
Nice talk. How time flies. It wasn't so long ago when we were all school kids. Of course, I wasn't lucky enough to go through college like Johnny did, but I did attend public school.
Well, that's something.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jack was in 2nd grade so long, the kids thought he was a teacher.
He's not kidding either. Well, here we are, reminiscing, getting sentimental right in the middle of a program.
Jack, I feel in sentimental mood myself tonight.
You do, Don?
Yes, I like to sit around and reminisce about old times.
Well, I guess we all do,
Jack, I can remember years ago when Jell-O was only half as rich as ever before and didn't have that extra rich fresh fruit flavor.
Too true, Don, too true.
Ah, yes. And I can remember when the big red letters on the box were only little red dots.
Oh.
Just beginning to grow up.
Oh, that's right, Don. Gee.
And the 6 delicious flavors were just simple flavors. Little realizing that someday they would grow up to be the most popular dessert in the world.
Oh, Don, don't take it to heart, huh?
Oh, I guess I'm just an old fool.
Yeah.
I can't help it, Jack.
I know how you feel, Don. I realize that.
Gee, I didn't know Don was so tender-hearted.
Oh, Mary, he's just an old softy.
Say, Jack, I think I ought to call my mother up, don't you?
Why, certainly, Mary. Should have done that this morning.
It isn't too late. Gee, I hope she's home. Hello, operator. Give me long distance. Long distance? Get me Plainfield 813. Plainfield 813? Hello, Ma.
My.
See, Ma, I had the hardest time getting you. You know what day this is, Ma? You don't? Why, this is Mother's Day. That's why I called you. How do you feel, Ma? You don't say.
How does she feel, Mary?
She don't say. Say, Mama, did you hear me sing before? How'd you like my voice? Not bad, huh? What's Grace Moore got that I haven't got? What?
What did she say, Mary?
She says, who's Grace Moore? Oh, isn't she cute, Jack?
Yeah.
Oh, she's just like a mother. Say, Ma, here's something I wrote, a little poem. Once you put me cross your knees, with my back up towards the ceiling. Gee, how you applauded me.
Isn't that awful?
How do you like it so far, Ma? Oh, Ma? Ma? Hello? Hello? Oh, well, I guess you got to get dinner ready.
That's probably the reason, yeah. Say, Kenny, you better do your song now. What are you going to sing?
A little number that I want you to hear, Jack. I'm dedicating it to you.
You are?
Yes. You know, I've enjoyed working with you so much, and gee, you've been so nice to me and everything.
Oh, that's all right, Kenny.
Gosh, you've been sort of a mother to me, Jack.
Sing, my boy, sing.
When troubles get me, cares beset me, and won't let me go, I turn to you for consolation. There I find new peace of mind to leave behind my woe. I turn to you as I shall always do. The touch of your lips upon my brow, your lips that are cool and sweet, such tenderness lies in their soft caress. My heart forgets to beat. The touch of your hand upon my head, the love in your eyes, the shine, and now at last the moment divine.
Singing The Touch of Your Lips. Well, Kenny, that song was certainly appropriate. You did something for the mothers of this country tonight.
Thanks. Do you mind if I leave now, Jack? I've got a date.
You have?
Yeah, I'm taking a girl out to dinner.
Oh, I see. You want to do something for the daughters of this country, too. Has she got a friend, Kenny?
Yeah.
Who is it?
Me.
Well, you can go now, Kenny. Have a good time.
I'll shoot the word. Wow!
Zip, there goes another bag of peanuts.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, being in Detroit has given us a chance to come in.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Remember me?
No.
That's what I thought. Now I can speak freely. My name is Chiselworth, Chester C. Chiselworth. I represent the Major's Motors Company. Now, how about buying a car while you're here in Detroit, right from the factory?
Well, I'm not interested in the car today.
You're not? Well, this is the one day you should be.
Why?
Because it's Motors Day.
Oh, I never thought of that. Huh?
Now, let me show you our catalog. Right here is the best buy in America, the Synthetic 7. Yes, sir, what a car. And talk about economy. Why, you can get 15 miles to every 15 gallons of gasoline.
Well, I don't need a car right now.
And talk about speed. Why, this little car is so fast it will take your breath away.
Take my breath away? What do you do, drive it or gargle with it?
With this car, you don't need gargles. Our windshields are sunproof, windproof, shatterproof, and bulletproof.
Sounds pretty good, eh, Mary?
Yes, and he's got nice eyes, too.
Thanks, lady. Why, Mr. Benny, this car is practically human. It not only runs, walks, sleeps, and talks, but it wakes you up in the morning.
Does it press pants, too?
Quiet, Mary.
And the best part about a Synthetic 7 is this. There's no monotony. Something always happens.
It does?
Sure. You drive along and wham, something drops off. If it isn't your spare tire, it's the fender or maybe your rear wheel.
Oh, well.
But one thing you can always depend on.
What's that?
The car will be a lot lighter at the end of the trip than it was when you started.
I see.
You'll love the Synthetic 7, Mr. Benny. And you know why? I'll tell you why.
Who's he talking to, Jack?
I don't know. He must have the wrong number.
Now look at this car, Mr. Benny. Notice its beautiful lines. Those lovely curves. Oh, look at that streamlined body.
I don't know. I like Loretta Young. What's the price of that Synthetic 7?
$380. But if you want to go just a little higher, we've got the Synthetic 9.
How much is that?
$12,000.
Not a bad jump there.
Of course, this model is built especially for touring. If you buy this car, you'll get a trailer.
What's a trailer, Jack?
A man from the finance company. I ought to know.
Now, as a special inducement, the moment you buy this car, we give you 20 gallons of gas free.
What about the oil?
He's giving you that now.
Well, you see, Mr.
Chiselworth. Chester C. Chiselworth.
Yeah, well, Mr. Chiselworth, I own a car right now that cost me $3,500.
Well, the Synthetic 7 is only $380, and we will allow you $2,000 on a trade-in.
Well, how can you afford that?
You pay us in cash, and we give you our check.
I see. Well, that sounds okay.
Now, why don't you let me give you a little demonstration? Oh, Sam.
Yeah?
Bring the car in.
For heaven's sake, is that it?
You said it. Step right in and I'll drive you around the block.
Okay, anybody want to go along?
No!
Well, play, Johnny. I'll be right back.
Was it you I'm talking about from the motion picture Florida special played by Johnny Green and his orchestra? Mary, did Jack get back yet?
I haven't seen him.
Me neither. Well, that's funny. He was only going around the block. Will you answer that, please, Mary?
Hello? Yes, this is the Jello program. Jack Benny is where? He is? Is it serious? Well, that's good. Yes, we'll be right over.
What's that, Mary?
Jack had a slight accident in the car. They took him to the emergency hospital.
We better hurry right over there.
We might as well. It's a nice ride anyway.
Oh. Hey, nurse. Nurse, where's the doctor?
He's coming right over. How do you feel?
Rotten. Do you think I'll be here long?
Long? They already put the name of the hospital on your stationery.
Oh.
Now here, take this hot water bottle.
I'm not thirsty. I wish he'd get here. What kind of a doctor is he?
I don't know. He's new here. You're his first case.
Oh.
There's someone at the door. Shall I see who it is?
No, let's guess.
I guess. Hello, who are you? I'm Mr. Benny's nurse. Oh, pretty nice room Jack has here.
It's swell, isn't it?
Yes, nice and large.
Oh.
Have you got a cigarette on you, Don?
Yes, here you are, Johnny.
Thanks.
Gee, I wish we could have played bridge or something. Hello, Jack.
Hello, Mary.
Where do you keep the cards?
Card? Oh, my head.
Hey, Mary, look at Jack's head. Do you think it's swollen?
Not any more than usual.
Oh.
Oh, that must be the doctor.
Sounds like a horse doctor.
Let's relax my
Good evening, doctor.
Good evening. Which one is the patient here?
The one in the bed, you dope.
Oh, it's you. Hello, stranger.
Lepperman, are you a doctor, too?
Say, what have I got to lose? But don't worry, you're my first patient here. And if you die, it wouldn't cost you a penny.
But suppose I recover.
Then I'll die.
Take him up, Jack.
All right.
Believe me, you won't live to regret it. Now, just a minute while I roll up my sleeve. Now, please, open your mouth wide.
There's nothing wrong with my mouth.
Say, who's the doctor, me or you? Open your mouth wide, please. Wider.
Oh.
Uh-huh, just like I suspected.
What's the matter, Doc?
It's dogs down there.
Some doctor.
So listen, do you smoke?
Yes.
Well, stick out your tongue, please.
There.
I thought so. Smoke tongue. Say, Nancy.
Yes, doctor.
Boil me some water, please.
I'll have it for you in a minute.
Boiling water? What are you going to do?
I feel like a hot cup of tea.
Oh, tea.
I'll have mine with lemon.
Me too. Cream in mine.
What do you have, Jack?
Another doctor.
Quiet. He's delirious.
Oh, Doc, I feel terrible. Can't you do something?
All right, so fix you up in a jiffy. Now, please, Nancy, give me a mustard plaster.
We're all out of mustard. How about mayonnaise?
Is this a hospital or a delicatessen? Say, Doc, look me over quick, will you? What do you charge for a private consultation?
Well, my prices are $3 and $5. For $3, I just give you a rough idea, but for $5, you'll know the inside story.
What do you think we ought to do, doctor?
Well, the first thing you got to do is give him 2 of these pills every hour.
Will that do him any good?
No, but voice he can't get. The next thing, I'll have to take 7 stitches in his extinguisher.
You think you can do it, Doc?
Don't worry, I made that coat you're wearing.
Okay, Doc, go ahead. But, gee, I'm so weak.
Yeah, let me see. Why, this man is too weak. What he needs is a transfusion.
He does? By golly, I think you're right. Who'll be the first to volunteer for a transfusion?
Not me. I'm too thin now.
How about you, Johnny?
I'd like to, Jack, but you know how anemic I am.
Hey, Doc, what about you?
No, not tonight. It's your party.
Wait a minute. I'll do it. Jack is my pal. Go ahead, doctor. Do your duty.
Okay, now give me your right arm. Thank you.
Gee, Don, you're all right. I know Jack will pay you back someday.
First, I will have to give the patients some ether.
Ether, never mind. That herring you ate will do the trick.
Well, now, here goes. Now, hold still, please. Let the song go, sweet dancing, let the song go. There you are.
Hooray!
Wilson, you saved him.
How do you feel now, Jack?
Let me tell you about Jell-O with its 6 delicious flavors. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. A Jell-O, a Jell-O, a Jell-O, a Jell-O.
I gave him too much Wilson. Play it, Don.
If you like ice cream, and who doesn't, just listen to this. Jell-O is introducing a new product to metropolitan New York and New England. It's Jell-O Ice Cream Mix, a simple, modern way of making extra fine ice cream. You can get Jell-O Ice Cream Mix in 5 delicious flavors: vanilla, chocolate, strawberry, tutti frutti, and orange pineapple. The 3 fruit juices are actual cut-up fruits in their own sweetened juices. The vanilla and chocolate syrups are thick, rich, and mellow. Each flavor freezes to a grand, satin-smooth texture in the trays of your automatic refrigerator. Just open a can of Jell-O Ice Cream Mix, add some milk and some whipped cream, pour it into the trays of your refrigerator, stir just once, and you'll soon have 6 generous servings of ice cream that's superb. Deluxe ice cream, the best you've ever tasted. Ask your grocer for Jell-O Ice Cream Mix tomorrow. And if he hasn't put it in stock yet, be sure he orders it for you. But don't accept any substitutes, because there's no better way of making luscious luxury ice cream than with Jell-O Ice Cream Mix.
This is the last number in the 33rd program of the new Jell-O series. And we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time, broadcasting from New York City. And I do hope that all you mothers had a very happy holiday. And you know, folks, I'll let you in on a little secret. We were only kidding before. I wasn't in a hospital.
Say, Jack.
What, Mary?
There's a fellow out here who claims you owe him $2.
I owe him $2? Who is he? Oh, I'll see you later. Good night, folks.
This program has come to you from the Venetian room of the Book Cadillac Hotel through the facilities of station WXYZ Detroit. During the program, we have heard Let Yourself Go from Follow the Fleet and Love in Bloom from She Loves Me Not. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Lux Radio Theater brings you another classic story coming up next.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Fred McMurray and Madge Evans in Up Pops the Devil. Lux presents Hollywood. Or perhaps I should say, you present Hollywood. For your loyalty to our products makes this program possible. Heading tonight's presentation are Fred McMurray and Madge Evans. Our guests, Jimmy Starr, ace screen columnist, and Howard Greer, internationally famous dress designer. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers, while the entire production is under the personal direction of Hollywood's most eminent personality. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. For years, the motion picture business has had its unwritten laws. An invisible code authored by experience and enforced by tradition. For example, it's become almost dogma that if a film isn't an immediate success, it never will be. That the public will stay away from pictures about religion or Hollywood. That anyone achieving success in Western films will fail in all other kinds. That a star who has slipped can never stage a comeback. That no one famous as a child can ever duplicate that fame as an adult. The exceptions to all but the last unwritten law have been many. But the only girl I know, renowned as a child and again as a leading woman, is Madge Evans. In films since she was 3 years old, her star has never waned. Though born of English parents, a world-famed artist not long ago termed her the typical American girl, which in her case means a girl with ash blonde hair and gray-green eyes who weighs 116 pounds, owns 3 dogs, and reads and walks for recreation. We hear Madge tonight as Anne Merrick, and Fred McMurray as Steve, her husband. Fred is dividing his time these days between Paramount Studio, where he's playing opposite Carol Lombard in True Confession, and the home which he's recently purchased in Brentwood Heights. Give Fred some time off, and you're pretty sure to find him skeet shooting or improvising tunes on his old love, the saxophone. From the original New York cast come Janet McLeay as Luella May Carroll and John Marston as Gilbert Morell. On to the play. The Lux Radio Theater presents Up Pops the Devil by Gilbert Hackett and Francis Goodrich, starring Fred McMurray and Madge Evans. The 40th floor of a New York City skyscraper. In the inner sanctum of a publisher's office, Gilbert Morell, the firm's editor, is hunched over his desk, absorbed in a blue-covered manuscript. There's a knock at the door, and his secretary appears.
Mr. Morell, Mrs. Merrick is here.
Oh, well, ask her to come in, will you?
Hello, Gil.
Anne, how are you? That'll be all, Miss Hart.
Yes, sir.
Anne, sit down. Why, you're looking splendid.
And feeling it.
Marriage agreeing with you?
Beautifully.
Well, good. You know, it's been ages since I saw you.
Well, did you read the manuscript?
Oh, yes. Just finished it.
And?
Well, it's pretty good.
Oh, is that all, Gil? Just pretty good?
If you want me to be frank. Is it yours?
Mine? Oh, no. It's Steve's.
Steve's?
My husband.
Oh, I didn't know he was a writer.
He isn't exactly. I mean, he's never had anything published. But he loves writing. I think it's the only thing in the world he really wants to do.
And when does he find time for his writing?
Sunday morning, Saturday afternoon.
Just then?
Well, he has his job other days. And sometimes he writes late at night. Gil, I thought his last one was a grand story. I still think so.
Oh, now, don't act that way. I don't say he can't write. I don't say the story isn't good. It is, Anne. But it's not good enough. If you expect to get anywhere in this writing game, you've got to make it your whole job. Not just Sunday mornings and late at night. You've got to really work at it.
Then if Steve gave up his job, you think he could make a living at writing?
Yes, eventually.
Just when is eventually?
Oh, I should say in a year and a half. Maybe even a year. That's entirely up to him.
Oh. I wish you'd tell him that.
Me?
We were going out tonight. It's our first anniversary, a celebration. Can you join us?
Well, I don't know.
Oh, we'd love to have you. And I know you'll like Steve.
All right. Count me in.
May I use your phone?
Certainly.
Steve ought to be in. It's Saturday.
Where are you living?
Oh, we've got a 2x4 apartment on 8th Street.
Greenwich Village? Do you like it?
Well, it's hectic, but it's cheap.
Love Edward. Hello, you can't. Hello? Hello, yes, this is Steve. Oh, hello, Ann. What? Danger. Well, wait a minute. Hey, take it easy, will you, Biney? Hello. Yes, that's the piano. It's Biney and George. They just dropped in. I said it's Biney and George. Hey, Biney, will you lay off a minute? Hello. Yeah, I said it's... Oh, hello, Ann. How are you? Yeah, that is, I was working until these 2 lease breakers came in.
Oh, yeah, I like that guy.
I'm insulted. Come on, Bonnie, let's go home.
Not after that. I'm going to heckle him.
Okay, darling. You coming right home? I'll hop in the cab then, huh? All right. Goodbye, darling.
That's a fine thing. A couple of bosom pals drop in to congratulate a guy on his first anniversary, and what happened?
You could die of thirst while he makes love to his wife. It's depressing.
I'm sorry, George, but Saturday's my afternoon at the typewriter. You fellows should have let me know you were coming.
How's the new novel, Steve?
Rotten, thanks.
I wrote a novel once, but I left it laying around the house, and my wife threw it out. She thought it was trash.
Yeah, she was probably right.
Right.
The best things you ever wrote, George, were the movie reviews for the Examiner, remember them?
Yeah. The picture at the Circle Theater this week is first-rate entertainment. But the stage presentation, conceived and executed by Biney Hatfield, is truly a sight.
Mm-hmm. The exit march was enjoyed by all. I miss those, George. You ought to go back to being a critic.
Yeah. I ought to go back to being something.
Hey, look, fellas, I hate to bust up the reminiscences, but Ann and I were figuring on a little celebration, and...
Come in. Everybody's welcome.
Hey, shut up, will you? Oh, hello.
Oh, I hope you'll forgive me for breaking in on you like this, but I'm in terrible trouble.
Well, what's the matter?
I wonder if you could help me. There's something upstairs in my room.
What is it?
I'm just terrified.
Well, what is it?
I think it's a bat.
Oh, a bat.
Mm-hmm. It flew in the window, and, I'm just so scared.
Well, where is your room?
Right upstairs. I left the door open.
Yeah, it's a good idea. It'll probably fly right out again.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Do you really think it'll fly out again?
Oh, of course. I wouldn't worry about it if I were you.
I'm such a baby. If it got in my hair, I'd just naturally die.
Oh, but bats don't get in people's hair.
When it flew in, I thought, what'll I ever do? And then I thought of coming down here and asking you. I hope you don't mind, but I almost feel as if I know you. I mean, we've passed each other in the hall so often. My name's Luella May Carroll.
How do you do?
How do you do? You're Mr. Merrick, aren't you?
Yes.
I know. I've seen your name on the doorbell. Well, if you're sure it's all right for me to go upstairs again...
Oh, I think so.
Well, goodbye.
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 Bye.
Bye.
Well, now, what would you call that?
That, my friend, is the pretty little girl upstairs. She has bats.
And I know where.
Come on now, fellas, clear out for a while, will you? We'll meet you at the Savoy at 7.
Who's we?
Ann and I. We're celebrating, and you're both invited. But no tucking your napkin under your collar, Barney.
I can fix that. I won't wear a collar.
How about you, George? Can you make it?
Me? No. No, I've got to get back to Westchester. The little woman's invited half of Park Avenue up for cocktails.
Oh, well...
Thanks just the same. Say, I've got to beat it. Just about got time. So long, Barney.
So long.
So long, Steve. Someday I'll take a day off from the wife, and we'll get together for a real time.
Okay, so long, George.
Well, there he goes. He used to be a real guy, that fella. Look at him now. Running home with his tail between his legs.
Today's the first time I've seen him in months.
Yeah, it's the first time anybody's seen him since he married the Steckel Millions. You know, it's a darn shame taking a fella like that and trying to make a pink tea expert out of him. He could really write once.
Why didn't he keep it up?
No incentive. The guy's being supported, and he knows it. Anyway, she makes him spend most of his time being social.
She certainly got him licked.
I tell you, a man's got to feel important. He's got to have the little woman waiting at home for him, telling him how grand he is, and asking him for car fare.
How do you know, bachelor?
I look at guys like you.
Well, take a look at the outside door, will you, Barney? I've got some work to do before Ann gets home.
Steve, are you home?
Here. Oh, hello, darling. I was just getting dressed.
Hello, darling. Did you get my present this morning?
Swell, just what I needed. Did you get mine?
No, not yet.
Oh, that's right. I only bought it this afternoon.
Oh, well, I guess that's why.
Here you are. Plush box and everything.
Oh, Steve, you didn't.
Go on, take a look.
Oh, Steve,
It's a bracelet.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Do you like it?
Like it? Oh, but you shouldn't have spent so much money.
Oh, what's the difference? I'm going to be a rich and famous author someday. Quick, give us a kiss.
Look at your mouth.
It's not if I got too much rouge on.
You have now. Give me a handkerchief. I thought you'd be all dressed, darling.
Oh, 3 shakes. Oh, Barney's coming along.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, I invited him. I had to get rid of him this afternoon.
But I invited someone, too. Gilbert Morell.
Morell? Oh, the publisher?
I sent your manuscript to him.
Oh, say, he's important. What did he say?
He wants to speak to you at dinner.
You know, you had your nerve to send my stuff to him.
Oh, it was all right. I used to know him years ago.
Oh.
I think he was my first love. A real schoolgirl crush.
Oh, yeah? Am I supposed to be jealous?
Mm-hmm. Terribly.
Well, I am.
Hurry, darling. We can't keep him waiting.
And that's what I told Ann. A year and a half. It's up to you, Steve.
You could do it, Steve. I know you could.
But it would have to be all writing, Steve. Nothing else.
No other job, huh? Well, thanks, Doctor. I feel much better. Let's forget the whole thing.
Oh, Steve, that's childish.
Now, darling, let's not talk about it.
You know you don't want to stick at that filthy job you have now.
Did I ever say that?
No, but I know.
Now, will you be a good little wench and shut up?
I don't know what's the matter with you.
Well, there isn't anything the matter with me except that I'm too smart and I have a good appetite. What do you suppose we'd live on while I was learning to be a writer?
We'd get along.
Well, don't you know someone who could stake you?
No, my friends are almost as poor as I am.
Steve, you're impossible.
So's the whole idea.
You know very well that I could...
Could what?
Nothing. Barney, dance with me, will you?
Sure. This is what you get for arguing, Steve. I'm dancing with a miss.
Keep your toes in, Ann.
Not bad. Not bad at all, Anne.
Oh, I was always light on my feet. As a matter of fact, I took dancing lessons for years, Barney. My teachers all said I was terrific. You didn't know that, did you?
Sounds like a build-up.
It is, Barney.
Yeah? What for?
I'm angling for a job in the stage show at the Circle.
Yeah, sure.
I mean it, Barney.
Go on. You wouldn't want that.
Why not?
You wouldn't work in a chorus.
What's wrong with it?
Well, it's too hard.
Hard?
Yeah. You start rehearsing at 10, then you give a performance. Just as you start to take off your costume, you hear your music, another performance. Rehearse, grab a sandwich, another performance. Rehearse, another performance. Now, when you get home at night, you're lucky if you can stand up.
I could do it, Barney. I'm sure I could.
Well, if you want the job, I'll get it for you, but...
Thanks, Barney. I'll remember that.
Watch out for the footstool, honey.
Oh, well, it's small, but it's home.
Turn on the light, huh? Here, I'll take your wrap.
Thanks. I still say you're going to write a grand book someday, Steve.
My best critic and severest friend.
He's nice, isn't he? Gilbert, I mean.
Swell.
I used to be crazy about him. I still think he's pretty grand.
Whoa.
He said such nice things about you. He said you could write. And now I want to tell you something.
Oh, going to work on me again, huh?
Yes. Darling, are you still happy?
You know I am. They say the first year is the hardest. Can you believe it's a year?
Seems like 10.
What?
I mean 7.
What?
Well, 2 weeks, but you're getting it for a bargain.
This is the day we were going to decide things.
Yes. Any complaints?
Plenty.
What?
Well, you never ask me where I've been. You're not jealous. You don't nag. And above all, you look too pretty in the morning.
I'll make a note of that. Must nag, mustn't look pretty.
But in spite of that, I'm hooked for life. Have you any complaints?
Yes, one.
Shoot.
I want you to do what Gilbert says. Give up your job.
Now, Anne.
I want you to write.
I don't want anything but you.
Now you don't, but...
Now and forever. Anne, this is the first time I've ever been happy in my life. This is the first time I've ever had a real home, anyone I cared for, anyone I wanted to take care of. And I'm not going to throw it away on a chance.
But, Steve...
Now, it's all set. We've had a year. We're still on speaking terms. We're going on.
Steve, don't you see? You're going to hate me if I keep you from your writing.
I couldn't hate you.
You will someday, after this magic is gone.
It won't ever go.
It's because of me you won't do it, isn't it?
You know, I just thought of something.
What?
You've got the loveliest mouth.
Answer me, Steve.
What?
It's because of me you won't give up your job. Because I'm dependent on you.
Well, yes.
Then I'll have to leave you.
I'd like to see you try it. Hey, what goes on? Who are you calling?
A very dear friend of mine, darling.
Well, that's nice. Do I know him?
I think you've met the gentleman. Hello? Hello, Barney?
Barney?
It's Anne. I wanted to ask you something. Did you mean that about the job at the Circle?
Say, let's not do these things tonight. I'm tired. Let's go to
Of
bed.
course I wanted, or I wouldn't be calling you.
You don't want that job.
I can have it? Hooray. When do you want me to report? Tomorrow morning, 9:30. Oh, Barney, you're a darling. I'll be there at 9:30.
You'll never get up that
Wait
early.
a minute. Barney, how much does that job pay? What? I'll be there at 9. Goodbye.
How the heck you will.
Steve, it's wonderful. Do you know what that job pays? $50 a week. And Barney says it's definite, and it'll go on week after week.
Anne, do you really want to do it?
Why, of course I do. Then you can give up your job.
My job? What are you talking about?
Don't you see, darling? I can support you.
What?
If we cut out all the parties, we can easily live on that, Steve. Just until you finish the book. Why, it's a perfect solution.
Are you serious?
Of course I am.
Now, you listen to me. I think it's great of you to think of this thing, but I won't let you do it.
Why not?
Well, it's impossible. What the... I don't want to write. We're happy.
Look here, Steve. You're just discouraged because Gilbert turned down the book.
I'm not discouraged. I'll write.
This is your chance. Will you take it?
No.
All right, then. We said we'd separate after a year if we weren't satisfied. I'm not satisfied.
Say, what's the matter with you?
I mean it, Steve.
You mean if I don't quit my job, sit back and let you do the work, you'll leave me?
Yes.
I couldn't do it. I can't have you supporting me.
Well, then I'm lending you the money. Is that better?
Well, it sounds better.
Will you do it? It won't be long, not more than a year.
A year? I could write 4 books in a year.
Then prove it.
All right, I will.
It's all set?
Now, wait a minute.
It's all set.
All right. When do we start?
Tomorrow. Here's your first loan to bind the bargain.
What's that for?
Household money?
Household money?
That's your job now. Well, I'm going to bed. I've got to get up at 8. You'd better come, too. You've got to get up at 7 and get my breakfast.
Oh, yeah? Oh, no.
The Lux Radio Theater's production of Up Pops the Devil continues in just a moment. In the meantime, we take you to the dormitory of a Western college, to the attractive room of one of the girls who happens to come from Hollywood. A large parcel post package lies on the desk.
Why, Jeannie, what do you care what's in my package?
Well, I'm hungry. And I thought maybe there was something to eat in.
Oh, you greedy little thing. This isn't food at all. It's something to wear.
Well, next to food, I like clothes. Come on, open it and let me see.
Oh, all right. But you open it if you want to.
Oh, Marcia, look. It's some new undies.
Oh.
See, they're lovely. I never saw anything so beautiful.
I didn't expect these. Why, they're just like those of Mother's I liked so well.
And look, there's something else tucked down here in the box. A big package of Lux Flakes. Uh-huh. Isn't that a surprise?
Oh, no, not exactly. Mother always sends Lux along with anything special, just to be sure it gets the care it deserves. She doesn't realize how fussy I am about always having Lux on hand to protect my undies and sweaters and things.
Well, why should you worry? You never wear your things out, and anyway, you have so many.
Oh, Jeannie, don't be silly. I want to keep my things nice looking just as long as I can. That's why I always Lux them.
Well, these things are so exquisite, I'd be afraid to wash them at all.
But haven't you heard the slogan, anything safe in water is safe in Lux? Mother says that's because Lux Flakes haven't any harmful alkali. When you come to Hollywood, you can ask her. She'd love to tell you all about it.
Mr. DeMille takes us back to our play. We continue with Up Pops the Devil, starring Fred McMurray and Madge Evans. With Anne working in the chorus and paying the bills, Steve went ahead rapidly on his new book. But now, after 4 months, the situation is beginning to pall. It's late afternoon, and Steve at his typewriter is trying vainly to concentrate, interrupted repeatedly by the routine of housekeeping.
Who is it?
Laundry.
Laundry, we'll bring it in.
Evening, Mr. Merrick.
Hello. Just leave it there, will you? Say, it's about time you came. I've been waiting for a shirt since Thursday.
Well, I was up here this afternoon and there was nobody home.
Well, why didn't you leave it? The other fellow always did.
Yeah, that's why he got fired. Too easy. Didn't collect the bills. Say, you smell something burning?
Oh, holy cats, it's the dinner. Wait a minute.
You cooking? Bet I can guess what it is. Don't tell me now. Blanketed chicken. Is that right?
I don't know what it is now. It's all black. Hey, leave that stuff and beat it, will you?
But the boss said that...
Oh, ye gods. Hello? What? No, it isn't. You've got the wrong number, madam. Well, what are you waiting for? Pick up the dirty stuff, will you? I'm busy.
Where is it?
It's in the bedroom. Look for it. Who is it?
Hello, Steve. It's me.
Hello, Luella. What do you want?
I've got something to tell you.
Listen, Luella, I'm awfully busy.
Oh, you look so cute in that apron.
What? Oh.
Oh, don't take it off. I like it.
Luella, what do you want?
I told you. I have something to tell you.
Well, look, couldn't it wait for a while? You told me 4 things this morning and 3 things this afternoon. I'm up to my neck right now, and I...
But something terrible has happened, Steve. You just got to help me.
Oh, what's the matter this time? Are your curling iron busted again?
Now, don't laugh at me. I'm serious.
Well, come on. What is it?
Sister Belva's gonna be married. Isn't that mean?
Yeah, that's terrible. Excuse me, will you?
Well, it is mean. She's gonna be married right away. And that means I've got to go home.
That's fine. I mean, yes.
I've got to get the train tonight. That's what's so awful. See you. What must I do?
Well, what do you mean?
Well, how do I get my ticket?
Oh, that's easy. There's a man at the station who sells them.
Could you come with me?
I'm sorry, Luella, but I couldn't make it now. I'm as busy as a dickens.
Oh, Steve, you never do anything I ask you to. You never take me anywhere.
Now, Luella, please, can't you see I'm busy?
Oh, all right. Should I come back later?
Yeah, do that. Goodbye, Luella.
Goodbye. See you later.
Yeah, I guess this is stuff you mean.
Huh?
Why, the dirty laundry. Is this it?
Oh, yes, that's it. Leave the clean stuff by the door.
Sorry, mister. I got orders not to leave this laundry until you pay what you owe.
Oh, yeah, I owe you a couple of bucks.
$10.25.
What?
Why, you ain't paid a cent in a month.
Oh, all right. Come back tomorrow.
Sure. I'll bring the laundry back then, too.
Oh, hey, wait a minute. Leave me one shirt, will you?
And have them fire me? Mm-mm. So long.
So long, Shylock. Oh. Hello. No, madam. No, madam. I've told you 7 times this is not Jake's delicatessen store. Oh. Go away! Go away!
Girls, back at 8:30 tonight. 8:30 for the last show. Hello, Ann.
Hello, Barney.
How are you? You look tired.
I am a little. I'll be all right.
Why don't you take a night off?
And get docked? Thanks. But we need the money too much. Lend me a nickel, will you, Barney?
Say, it isn't that bad, is it?
I want to make a phone call.
Sure. Here.
Thanks, Barney. Hello? Is this Dr. Coyle's office? Dr. Coyle, please. Hello? This is Mrs. Merrick again, Doctor. Just about the same. Will you be in for half an hour? All right, I'll drop in on my way home. Thank you.
Who is it?
It's Anne.
Oh,
I forgot my key. How are you, darling?
all right, I guess.
What's the matter?
I ruined the dinner, that's all.
Again?
Huh? What'd you say?
Nothing. I don't care about dinner anyway.
What's wrong with you?
I'm all right.
You don't look well.
Oh, I'm just tired.
Oh, I'm a dirty swine. Here, you've been working all day. You come home tired and the dinner's spoiled.
It doesn't matter. All I want is coffee. How did your work go today?
Oh, fine. I worked hard.
That's grand.
Everything's going along all right now.
I'm glad. I'm such a fool. I get so terribly anxious, Steve.
Oh, why?
Well, I want you to finish this.
Gee, I'm going to.
Soon?
Sure, I'm shooting right ahead now.
Where is your work?
Oh, never mind about that. Come over here and...
Steve,
What?
is this all you've done? 1 page?
Oh, holy cats, yes, that's all I've done.
Why did you lie to me?
Because I'm so tired of arguments.
Did you try? Did you ever sit down and try to write?
Yes, I've tried. Trying doesn't get you anywhere.
Oh, Steve, what's the matter?
I'm in a rut. I never go anywhere. I never see anybody. I just stick around here all day.
You said before you couldn't write because you had no time. You had a job. People kept dropping in. Now you've got nothing but time. And still you can't write.
Well, I'm dull. No man can write when he's dull.
What do you want to do?
I don't know. If I knew, I'd do it.
Darling, do you know you didn't kiss me when I came in?
Yeah, I know. This whole business has gotten under my skin the last few weeks. It's made it impossible for me to be close to you.
Is that it? I just wondered, because I haven't changed. I still want you.
Oh, Anne. I'm sorry I spoiled your dinner.
I wasn't hungry.
I'm just an egg.
You're a swell egg.
You know, if you could get a night off, maybe we could go someplace. Couldn't you take one night off?
No, I mustn't.
Well, you said the other girls did.
Yes, but they docked them for it.
Oh, they couldn't dock you. You've just been paid today.
Oh, don't worry. They take it out of next week. No, I'll go back to the factory.
Hey, look. How about me calling for you at the stage door tonight? You pretend you don't know me and I'll pick you up, huh?
Oh, darling. You'd better spend that time working.
Oh, all right. Oh, Anne, could you let me have $10 tonight?
$10?
Yeah.
That's a lot of money, Steve.
I know.
Well, take it out of the household money.
There isn't any.
Oh, don't be silly. I put $28 behind the clock last Saturday. Where did it go?
Well, the milk bill, the butcher, the grocer, and the laundryman, and... Listen, will you let me have $10?
What do you want it for?
If I could only have some money without having to account for it, I'm only borrowing it.
But we're spending more money than we make, Steve.
We've always spent more than we make, and we're still alive, aren't we?
I think the best plan is for me to keep the money and pay the bills.
Where do I come in?
Well, I'll give you an allowance.
Oh. And how much were you planning to give me?
Well, do you think $7 a week would be all right?
$7? Don't you think that's too much?
Well, then would $5 do?
Good Lord, $5 a week.
Well, Steve, we're both working for the same thing, aren't we? You know everything I have is yours.
Then give me $10.
What for?
Oh, for Pete's sake.
Here it is.
I don't want it.
That's childish.
Well, let's not talk about it.
All right, it's there on the table. I've got to go.
Ann, what time are you coming home tonight?
Right after the show, of course. Why?
You were late last night.
Gil turned up.
That's a habit of his, isn't it? I notice he doesn't turn up down here.
He doesn't want to interrupt your work.
My work. A lot he cares about that.
Oh, darling, please. He's crazy about the first chapters you sent him.
Yeah, he must be.
Steve, what makes you act this way?
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know what to... Where'd you go?
Out for a sandwich and then to his place.
Alone?
Should I have had a chaperone?
Well, if it's just the same to you, I wish you wouldn't.
A little over a year ago, you wouldn't have said that, Steve.
Well, we weren't married then. You're my wife now.
Oh, I see. Well, I need some diversion after working.
Work? You call that work? You try hanging around this place all day, never going anywhere, never seeing anyone.
Seems to me Luella's here enough, keeping you from your work.
What?
Does she know how things are?
What do you mean?
That I'm working so you can stay home and write?
Of course she doesn't.
Then I'll tell her.
What are you trying to do? That girl doesn't mean a thing to me. You know that. But she's the one person left who doesn't know I'm being supported. Can't you leave me one person who's got some respect for me, even if it's only someone I pass in the hall? You made me a fool before everyone else.
Made a fool of you? I'm just trying to make you amount to something.
Stevie, won't you please take me to the...
Oh. Hello, Luella. Anything I can do for you?
I just wanted to ask Steve something. I'm such a baby. I don't know what I'd do without him. And I've got to go home tonight. Back to Villeport. Sister Belva's being married.
How nice.
Couldn't you come to the station with me, Steve?
I'm sorry, Luella. I told you.
Just to the ticket office. Those men are always so cross.
I'm afraid he can't. Steve's got to work tonight. His publisher's waiting for him to finish his book.
Oh.
Wait a minute. I think it would be fine, Luella.
What?
I'd be delighted to do it for you.
Oh, I see. Well, I've got to go. Good night, Steve. You'll find your allowance on the table. Good night.
Allowance? What did you...
Shut up.
Steve.
All right, I'm sorry. Let me alone, will you?
I'm sorry, too. I guess I've kept you from your work lots of times. Thank you. And goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, wait. You're not going yet.
Oh, I must.
You're not.
I haven't got my reservation yet.
Well, forget it. I'll see that you get your ticket, and I'll put you on your train.
Oh, Stevie, could you?
Of course I could. But first of all, we're going out on a party, a grand farewell party. What do you think of that?
Oh, that'd be marvelous.
I'd like to see Ann Merrick, please.
Sorry, no one allowed backstage.
Oh, but the show's over. Well, never mind. Here she is. Ann.
Oh, Gil.
I got your message. Anything wrong?
Oh, I don't know whether it's wrong or right. Let's get out of here.
Hungry?
Well, I didn't have any dinner.
Well, come on, I know a place. I think you need a little cheering up.
That's the story, Gil. Oh, I shouldn't have done it, I guess. He's probably sore at me. I can't blame him much.
Well, I'm afraid this arrangement is getting under his skin. You know, Steve's always been on his own, done as he pleased. Now that he has to account for everything...
Up pops the devil.
Yes, it's too bad. I don't know if I should tell you this. Steve asked me for an advance last week.
He did?
It was okay. But when he heard it had to come out of my own pocket, he turned it down.
Gil, that's the sort of thing that scares me. I give him money, and not for everything. What does he do with it? Every cent counts now.
And if you're hard up...
Oh, wait. You haven't heard my news. Don't laugh too loud, Gil. But I'm going to have a baby.
Ann. Oh, that's swell. Oh, that's grand.
I just heard the glad tidings this evening. It sort of knocked me for a loop.
Does Steve know?
No.
I'd like to see his face when you tell him.
But I'm not going to tell him. Not yet.
But it's the thing he needs. Why, it'll make him feel like $1 million.
Oh, no, I don't want him to feel any responsibility. He'd think he had to go back to his job, give up his writing. I don't want that. I can go on helping Steve, and I'm going to do it. Don't you go and tell him.
I won't tell him. But there's one thing I'm going to insist on if I'm to be a party to this. I'm not going to have you worried about money. I'm going to give you a check.
Oh, no, Gil.
Just so that if you don't feel like dancing, you can quit.
But I couldn't take your money, Gil.
Well, we'll call it a loan then. And we'll take it out on Steve, just as soon as we make him a rich and successful author. Well?
All right.
That's a good girl.
Oh, you're
Yes.
swell, Gil. You know, I rather like the idea of having a baby. Now I'm getting used to it.
Why, of course you do.
I wonder what Steve will say when I...
Well, what's the matter?
Don't look now, Gil. But he's here.
Who is?
Steve, over there in the corner. He's entertaining our dear little friend from upstairs.
Anne.
So that's where the money goes.
Anne, stop it.
He's taking her out on my money.
Don't be silly, Anne. Sit down.
I'm going to speak to him.
Anne, come here.
Oh, Stevie, you're just so funny. Hello, Steve. Oh.
Oh, hello? Hello, Gil.
Hello, Steve.
Sit down.
I thought you were home working, Steve.
I was. I'm not now.
Is this what you wanted the $10 for?
Anne, please.
Luella, Steve's taken you around a lot, hasn't he?
Why, no.
And now he's bought your supper.
Yes, but...
Well, let me tell you this. Every time he took you out, I paid for it.
Shut up.
And when he gave you this supper, I paid for it. I've worked hard to get that money.
Shut up.
I won't shut up. I wanted you to tell her, but you wouldn't. It's the truth. She ought to know it.
Then go on, tell her. Tell everybody. She's supporting me, Luella. She buys my clothes. She buys my food. She pays the rent. Now everybody knows it. Are you satisfied?
Stevie, come back. Wait.
Anne, you shouldn't have.
I don't care. It was the truth. I don't care.
All right.
All right. Thanks for bringing me home, Gil.
Good night. I'll call you in the morning.
Steve. Oh, I'm glad you're here.
I won't be for long.
Where are you going? I want to tell you something.
Haven't you said enough? All I want is to get out.
Steve, I want to tell you something important.
There's just one thing I want to tell you. That supper tonight was the first money I ever spent on Luella.
Then what have you done with the money?
Well, if you must know, I've been paying installments on your anniversary present. When I bought that bracelet, I didn't know I wasn't going to have any money of my own. That's why I didn't tell you. I didn't want you to know you were paying for your own present. I knew I could pay it back, and you're going to get it back, every last cent of it. I'm going to get a job and feel like a man again.
Oh, you can't go back to that job again. You can't.
Anything would be better than this. You don't think I can do anything. You don't believe in me.
Don't believe in you? After all I've done for you, after I nearly killed myself working so hard.
Oh, if it was so hard, why didn't you quit?
Because I couldn't.
Why couldn't you? Because you had to support me. Well, you don't have to support me. I've made money before, and I can make it again.
You don't have to go back to that job. Here's your check. You don't need that job.
What check?
Well, it's an advance on your work. Gilbert gave it to me tonight. Here.
Yeah? He wouldn't give it to me. I asked him. He said any money would have to come out of his own pocket.
Steve, I want to tell you something.
Do you think I'm a fool? This check is made out to you.
What do you mean?
It isn't for me, for my work. He gave it to you. Girlhood crush, huh?
Get out.
You were up at his place. You've been sneaking out with him every night.
Get out. I'm making the money. This is my place. And if you don't like what I'm doing, you can get out.
Yeah, that's swell.
Go on back to your job. Be a nobody all your life.
A nobody? A nobody? That's what I've been for 4 months. Cooking, sweeping, answering bells, having to beg you for every nickel. That's what I've been, a nobody. And I'm sick and tired of the whole business.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Pausing between scenes of Up Pops the Devil, our trip to backstage Hollywood finds us meeting Jimmy Starr. Once a struggling writer like Steve Merrick in our play, he's now motion picture columnist for the Los Angeles Herald and Express. His alliance with films began when he got a job putting up the marquee signs announcing new shows for a theater. But he couldn't spell, so he became a publicity man. He was an extra in the early Tarzan films, worked as a Keystone cop for Mack Sennett, and once danced for 3 hours with Mae Murray. Jimmy originated the full-page idea for film news, and I'm giving him his chance now to originate something on the air.
I was hoping you would extend that dare, Mr. DeMille. As a matter of fact, I have some suggestions on how to conduct a radio program.
Naturally, Mr. Starr, naturally. I expected that. Remember, we have millions of listeners, and I don't want anything to happen that would offend them.
I know. I'm not exactly picking on you, Mr. DeMille. It's guys like Winchell and Fiddler. When they start dealing out news about Hollywood, they miss a chance to tell the story the way it should be told over the radio. After all, we're dealing with sound. My idea is simply this. Now, suppose Simone and Gene Markey really got serious. I'd explain it with something like this.
I understand. Wedding bells.
Right. And suppose...
And that?
Martha Ray tearing up her marriage license.
Any others to offer?
Certainly. What's this?
Sounds like someone taking a bath.
Not quite, but you're catching on. It's a housewife washing dishes, in Lux Flakes, of course. And this?
Oh, you got me there, Jimmy.
Well, that's the sound made by the hands of another housewife when she runs them over her husband's face. Rough and cracked, you see. She doesn't use Lux Flakes for washing dishes, poor woman. She's been using some other soap with that harmful alkali in it.
I thought that maybe the husband needed a shave.
Oh, no. The hands of the same lady on the same husband sound like this when she uses Lux. As smooth and as soft as a song. Even a columnist knows that. Now, here's an easy one.
Very simple. That woman just dropped the dishes she was washing.
Wrong again. That's Loopy Valet and Johnny Weissmuller spending a quiet evening at home.
Clever, Mr. Starr. But how about stepping from your critical pose for a moment and sticking to your last? What's doing around town?
Okay. Here are a few things that happened only a few moments ago that will make tomorrow's headlines. If you want any more information about the personalities mentioned, write me in care of the Lux Radio Theater, Hollywood. News scoop number 1. Mark down April 13th as the wedding date for Lily Pons and Andre Castellanos, who sail for Europe on that day. Their ceremony will be performed on board. Miss Pons is always considered number 13 her luckiest. News scoop number 2. A lover spat, which may become permanent, is the cause of Tyrone Power taking a plane to New York to spend 5 days visiting Jeanette Gaynor. Sonia Henney and Tyrone haven't spoken to each other since last Tuesday. News note number 3. Greta Garbo is packing up her duds to return to Sweden for 4 months. The mysterious movie maid will slip out of Hollywood sometime within 3 weeks, but not without first signing a new contract with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Screen scoop number 4. Virginia Bruce and director J. Walter Rubin are tuning up the wedding bells. They're so in love, Virginia has already put her okay on a lot on which Walter will build their love nest. Screen scoop number 5. Producer David Selznick loudly denies that Paulette Goddard has been assigned the coveted role of Scarlett O'Hara in Gone with the Wind. That's true, but it's a 10-to-1 bet she gets the part. News note number 6. Charlie Chaplin, who vowed he would never make a talkie, will speak in his next picture. News note number 7. On location in Bel Air, Katharine Hepburn formed a softball team and challenged some kids playing in a vacant lot. Cary Grant pitched, Katie played third base, and director Howard Hawks covered second base. The final score was 28-8 in favor of the movie team. Katie hit a home run, stole 2 bases. And the kids won't know until they hear this that they were playing with the elusive Katharine Hepburn. And thanks for letting me talk, Mr. DeMille. And now, letting sound tell the story again, here's a way to say goodbye to a columnist.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, was Jimmy Starr. And now back to Fred McMurray and Madge Evans and Up Pops the Devil. 2 more months have gone by. Steve and Anne have been separated since the night he left the apartment. But now Anne is planning to see him again, once again, to settle the matter of their divorce. In Gilbert's office, she sits twisting her handkerchief and glancing frequently at the clock.
Where are you meeting him?
At the Park Crescent. We're having lunch. Would you like to come, Gil?
Good Lord, no. Well, what's the matter? Are you scared?
Well, not exactly, but I wish it were over.
You haven't heard from him at all?
No, just those weekly money orders. He sent me another this morning, $100.
I wish he wouldn't do things like that. I'm trying to dislike him.
His war debt. He said he'd pay it all back to me.
You've quite a collection. What are you going to talk about at lunch?
The divorce. He doesn't know anything about it yet.
Will you tell him you're going to marry me?
Yes.
And when are you going to tell me?
Oh, Gil, you're a darling. But I couldn't marry you.
You're still in love with him, aren't you?
I tell you I hate him. The only thing we're going to discuss is the lawyer's instructions.
But you might want to tell him about the baby.
I'll never do that.
But it isn't right not to tell him.
Gil, please. I know what I'm doing.
I hope so, Anne.
Would there be anything else, sir? I don't think so. Anne?
Nothing, thanks.
Yes, ma'am. Well, enjoy the lunch?
Yes, thank you.
I hear you're not at the Circle anymore.
No, I left a few weeks ago.
I was glad when you sent for me.
I'd have sent for you sooner if I'd known where you were.
Was there anything special you wanted to see me about?
Yes. It's about the divorce.
Divorce? What divorce?
Ours. I went to see a lawyer.
Wait a minute.
What is it?
Do you mean this?
Yes, Steve.
A lawyer? Well, Anne, how could you go to a lawyer?
What did you expect me to do?
Well, it's just you and me. What's between us is nobody's business.
Unfortunately, when we got married, it became the state's business.
Anne, this is you and me. You can't act like this.
It's a shame, isn't it? So much easier just walking out.
Can't we settle it between ourselves?
Well, we could have if we hadn't been such fools as to have gotten married.
Well, it wasn't marriage that made us unhappy. It was me.
I'm sorry, Steve.
I lost my sense of importance. I couldn't write. I couldn't do anything.
You could fight, though.
Of course I could fight. I was just trying to convince myself I was somebody. I had to fight. Can't you see that? It didn't matter about what.
It did to me.
And...
Well, I guess that's all.
And you're leaving me for something I said when I was so mad I couldn't see straight. Listen, Ann, you're my whole life. I haven't anything but you. These 2 months I've been so lonely for you, I could hardly go on. I telephoned you again and again, pretending it was the wrong number just so I could hear you say hello. And then I came to your stage door and followed you. I wanted you so terribly. But I couldn't come back. I had to get on my feet first. And I haven't done so badly, have I? 2 stories accepted, and now I'll finish the book and... Oh, Ann, look at me.
What's the use of all this? I'm going. Telephone Gil about the divorce. He'll tell you all about it.
Ann, are you going to marry Gil?
Yes, Steve.
All right, I see. All right.
You can come up to the apartment and get your things anytime.
Oh, thanks. I guess there's nothing there I want very much now. Give me another one of those, will you?
Sure. Hey, Steve. How are you?
Oh, hello, Barney.
Where you been hiding?
I've been around.
Yeah? Funny I haven't seen you. I just came from the apartment. Went up to see Ann.
Oh, yes?
I haven't seen her since she quit the show.
She got another job, Barney?
Huh? I don't think so.
What'd she quit for, then?
Huh?
I say, why'd she quit the show?
Don't you know?
How should I know?
Well, if you don't know, I don't know.
How was she, Barney?
Okay. Gil Morrell was up, too, for a while.
Yeah?
He came to say goodbye.
Yeah, to who?
Say, what is this? To Ann.
To Ann?
Yeah, Morrell's going to Europe for a couple of years.
You're crazy.
How do you like that? I'm crazy.
You mean he's really going?
If he isn't, he's an awful liar.
Alone?
I guess so. Why? Let me out of here. Hey, where are you going?
So long, Barney.
Hey, what's the matter with you?
I'm crazy.
Hey!
Steve.
Ann, I've got to see her.
Not now, Steve.
I've got to.
How do you like it, Mama?
Well, it seems real nice to me.
Who are those people out in the kitchen?
Please, Steve, they've come to rent the apartment.
Rent the apartment? I thought you were going to stay here.
I'm going to stay till I rent it.
Do you mean to say you're going to let strangers come and live in our house, using our things, snooping in our kitchen, peeking up our chimney?
I asked you. You said you didn't want the place or the furniture. Now I'm going to rent it furnished. I've got to have the money.
I'll give you money.
I don't want your money.
Well, where will you go?
I'm going out of town.
Where?
Mrs. Morrell.
Yes?
Well, when are you leaving? Will you tell me that?
Just as soon as I rent the apartment.
Oh, Mrs. Merrick, my wife likes the place fine.
I certainly do. The beds are so comfortable and, well, I haven't seen a real kitchen since we left California.
It sure is nice.
And Mrs. Merrick, I wonder if you'd show me how that range works.
Why, of course. It's really very easy. Well, I'm sure it is.
Say, that kitchen sure got her, hasn't it?
Yeah.
But this chair is what sold me. This is what I call a real chair.
Yeah, it sure is.
Yes, sir. You sit here at night and snuggle up to that fireplace.
Yeah. Well, I don't think you'd want to snuggle up to that fireplace.
Huh?
You sit that close and you'd choke to death. That's one of those fireplaces where all the smoke comes into the room and all the heat goes up the chimney.
Is that so?
And let me tell you, in one of these old houses, you sure need the heat.
Well, that's all right. I guess that can be fixed.
That costs an awful lot of money.
Not me. That used to be my business.
Oh. Well, I hope you used to be in the plastering business, too.
Yeah. Huh? Why?
Oh, it's not very important, but that ceiling up there, it has a tendency to fall down.
Is that so?
Yeah, pretty near brained me one night. But you get used to it. Just remember to stay on this side of the room.
Well,
Yes, now I understand. I'm sure it won't give you any trouble.
Oh, Mama.
Yes.
Mama, come inside a minute. I want to speak to you.
Now, there's nothing to speak about,
Oh,
Papa.
yes, there is. You'll excuse us, won't you?
Oh, sure.
Well, what do you want? What did you tell that man?
Hmm?
That man was crazy about this place. What did you tell him?
I don't know. Let's see. Oh, yeah, I told him about the ceiling falling down.
The ceiling? When?
Well, don't you remember that day we found the plaster all over the floor?
One little flake.
Well, it might have been dangerous.
You're trying to ruin my chances of renting.
I don't want those people coming in here. I want to live here with you. Oh, Ann, we can be so happy.
Don't be silly.
All right, if you say so, Mama.
Oh, it's all right, Mrs. Mary. I'll have the ceiling fixed myself.
But it really...
Oh, if it's okay with Mama, it's okay with me. I guess I wouldn't care what the place was like, just so long as that chair went with it.
That chair doesn't go with it.
Steve, you...
I've changed my mind. That chair doesn't go with it, and that table, and that lamp, and that couch, and...
Steve!
And you're not going.
Let go of me.
We've changed our minds. We're not going to sublet.
But it was all settled.
I don't care. Listen, darling, listen. You can't go off and leave me. I need you, and you need me, too. What kind of a life is that, being separated, me missing you so much and wanting you?
Come along, Mama.
Don't you see how happy we can be? It'll be like it was at first. I can take care of you.
Oh, dear. I wish now I'd never seen the place.
Mrs. Platt, don't listen to him. You can have this place.
Oh, I'm afraid, dearie, you don't know what you want. But I was like that, too, with my first.
Mama, are you coming? Come on.
What did she say?
Are you satisfied now that you've driven them away? Now that you've spoiled my chance of renting? Do you think by doing that you forced me to coming back to you?
What did she say?
Do you? Answer me that. Because if you do, you're crazy. I can take care of myself. I've made money before, and I'll make it again.
I know. She said something about your first.
Oh, she's crazy.
Ann, are we going to have a baby?
Yes.
Well, how long have you known it?
2 months.
2 months? Then you knew it when we were separated.
Yes.
Why didn't you tell me?
I was going to.
Going to? That's swell. You were going to tell me, but you didn't, did you? 2 perfect strangers from California walk in and tell me I'm about to become a father. That's great. That's swell.
Well, you see...
Why didn't you tell me at lunch that day?
I didn't want to.
Why not?
You'd have said the wrong thing.
No, you're just trying to get even. Do you mean to say that you were going to walk out that door without even telling me? My own baby?
Not your baby, it's mine.
Yours hasn't got a father?
No.
What?
Well, he's a brute.
What, the baby?
Yes. No, I mean you are.
Oh, Ann. I don't want to fight anymore.
I don't want to talk anymore.
Why don't you kiss me?
Oh, Steve.
Darling, I'm so crazy about you.
You've got a funny way of showing it. You were going to let me walk out.
You had me scared. I thought you meant it.
You stupid. How could I?
It was just a lesson, darling. I've learned it already. You did it so well.
I was scared to death.
You didn't show it.
Darling, all I want in the world is to sit back and let you take care of me.
Darling, that's just what I'm going to do.
Up Pops the Devil is ended, but our stars pop up again a little later. Now a moment with Howard Greer, owner of one of the most exclusive dress shops in the film capital. If he'd not been a machine gun corporal during the World War, he wouldn't be here tonight talking about clothes. When the war ended, he took the first job he could get. It was with Paul Poiret, the famous French designer. And today, the ex-machine gunner ranks among the world's foremost stylists. Mr. Greer's clientele has included practically every Hollywood star since the days when Clara Bow was popularizing the third-person neuter, and Norma Shearer was making cowboy films. Prior to opening his shop, Mr. Greer worked for me, and I was never sure whether it was because or in spite of me that he left pictures for his own business.
The truth of the matter, Mr. DeMille, is simply this. I'd much rather make clothes for off-screen wear because private clothes provide the advantage of an added dimension. Once in a while I do get caught in a picture, however. At the moment, I'm making the clothes Katharine Hepburn will wear in her next film.
What do you think, Howard, is your most original contribution in designing costumes?
Well, back in the days when sound first came in, dresses made out of taffetas and beaded materials made so much noise they interfered with the dialogue. So I took a chance, designed an evening dress out of wool. And no one was more surprised than I when, 6 months later, Paris came out with a complete line of woolen evening gowns. Today, however, sound has been so perfected that we can use all types of materials without encountering any trouble at all.
Well, the current issue of Life magazine showing the popularity of white fox furs is another proof of your ability to set styles.
The present popularity of white fox is practically the result of a panic. A few years ago, when silver fox was dominating styles, a wholesale fur company found itself stuck with thousands of white fox skins. They offered me all I could use on dresses to divert some interest from silver to white and dyed fox. Previously, furs had been used only as collars, cuffs, and trimming. I used the skins intact as sleeves. Again, Paris followed. At the moment, both white and silver fox are very much in favor. Incidentally, the first suit showing silver fox sleeves is one I happened to make for Tallulah Bankhead to wear in her play Reflected Glory. So maybe Miss Bankhead really started the present fur sleeve vogue. For women who want to learn what's going to be worn and how they can apply those ideas to themselves, I know of no better school than the screen. And, like the screen, if you don't mind my saying it, the sponsors of this program are doing a fine service in helping women to be better dressed. Their product, Lux Flakes, is the best I've ever encountered for keeping all washable material, no matter how fine, looking like new so much longer. My advice is to buy fewer but better clothes. If they're washable, take care of them in Lux Flakes, and you'll find in the long run you'll be spending much less money and will look more attractive.
Your recent showing of fall and winter clothes, Howard, was one of Hollywood's important events. What are some of the style highlights it indicated?
Well, in the first place, it's going to be a more colorful season. Street dresses will be the shortest in 10 years, with straight lines and square shoulders. Shoes are apt to be ankle height. You'll see a new type of glove allowing plenty of room for rings, with the 3 smaller fingers all in one compartment, something like a mitt. At least I hope you'll see it because I invented it. Hats are madder than ever, and anything goes. Box coats will be exceedingly popular, and colors for all clothes will be warmer and more vivid. Lines for evening are simple, but fabrics are extravagant and luxurious. And last, the zipper fastener will be used for everything, even the most delicate kind of evening dress. But now I think I've held things up just about long enough. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. While most people go to the city to work and to the mountains for a vacation, Fred McMurray and Madge Evans have just done the opposite. Madge returned last week from a nice, quiet rest in New York. And Fred has been in the San Bernardino Mountains working on his new film.
Which only proves again that the movies are a tricky business. You know, just before I came here tonight, I was working on the set of True Confession and thinking how mad we must appear to people who happen to drop in and hear the language of motion pictures.
You mean our dialogue?
No, I mean a conversation like this. Look out, Fred. We're going to kill that baby and put a silk around the broad. We'll drop that gobo over your head and don't look at the blimp. Just make sure you're behind the 8 ball.
The average person needs an interpreter on a movie set.
And perhaps we should explain that in screen language, when you kill a baby, you merely turn off a small spotlight.
And the silk around the broad is a diffuser hung in front of a wide rectangular light.
While a gobo, for those who are interested, is an oblong shield that keeps light out of a camera lens.
The blimp being the padded camera covering that deadens sound, and the 8 ball simply a new type of microphone. I might add that we're not referring to food and drink when we tell an electrician to take his keg of beer and spaghetti and put them in a corner. The keg of beer is just another variety of small light, and the spaghetti, the wire cable.
It's practically another language. But what about all this hard work Fred was doing up in the mountains? The story I heard was that he went to Lake Arrowhead.
Yes, to go swimming.
Oh, what a hardship.
Well, let me explain, Madge. Arrowhead may belong to sunny California in summertime, but in October, I think the Eskimos take possession of the lake.
If it was that cold, why didn't they use a double?
Well, they did take a double up there, but it seems that while the double was a beautiful swimmer and incidentally is a good friend of mine, the only stroke he knew was a dog paddle. Now, suppose you tell us about that trip to New York.
Oh, nothing very exciting, Fred. Just a nice change and a chance to see some of those Broadway shows. I was rather amazed to find out how many of our Hollywood neighbors are now in plays there, or soon will be. Mona Barry, Frances Farmer, Frederick March and Florence Eldridge, Ian Keith, Walter Houston and Nan Sunderland. But it's very good to be back home and to be with all of you here in the Lux Radio Theater once again. Many thanks.
Good night, C.B.
Good night. Good night, Madge. Good night, Fred. I'll see you behind the 8 ball.
Thank you, Fred McMurray and Madge Evans. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. Mr. DeMille returns in a moment with great news concerning next week's program. Mr. McMurray and Mr. DeMille appeared through courtesy of Paramount Studios. Charles Tannen, heard as Barney Hatfield, and Louis Silvers are from 20th Century Fox, where the latter was in charge of music for Lancer Spy. Also in tonight's cast were Frank Nelson as George Kent, Dink Trout as laundryman, Marie Hammond as Mrs. Platt, Lou Merrill as Mr. Platt, Ann Morrison as secretary, and Robert Whitney as head waiter. And now, our producer.
Next Monday night, one of the finest actors the screen has ever known comes to the Lux Radio Theater. Most of us, I'm sure, recall his brilliant performance for us last season in Men in White, and more recently on the screen in Captains Courageous. His name, Spencer Tracy. He stars for us in the celebrated story by Sinclair Lewis that became a national bestseller and a box office triumph as a motion picture, Arrowsmith. In it, Mr. Tracy plays the part of a modern microbe hunter, struggling to be true to both his wife and science. And starring with Mr. Tracy will be Miss Fay Ray. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Spencer Tracy and Fay Ray in Arrowsmith. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. Our play tonight is from the original by Albert Hackett and Francis Goodrich. Danger, Love at Work, and Loveliness of You, heard during tonight's performance, were from You Can't Have Everything. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Warrior of the Woodland, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, warrior of the woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, fighting the many enemies of nature. This is the job of the guardian of the forest, Ranger Bill. Pouring rain, freezing cold, blistering heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
One of our worst enemies in the winter is cold. You know how it feels to step out of the house when it's 10 or 15 degrees below zero. Imagine trying to get around in 30 or 40 below zero. Now stop shivering. It's really not so bad if you're dressed for it and you eat the proper food that'll build up your body heat. The bitter cold is a clever enemy. It sneaks up on you and captures you, unless you're on guard. Probably one of the coldest places around Knotty Pine is the Savage Mountains to the north. Man alive, but those rock piles are cold. It's so cold up there, we've nicknamed them the Refrigerator Mountains. And that's where our story takes us today. Decision for Death. The wind never stops blowing in the Savage Mountains. In fact, in the wintertime, it cuts through you like a knife. Right now, a party of mountain climbers are up in the mountains.
Eric, we gotta rest soon. I'm gonna give out.
Up ahead, there's a spot. Too dangerous here by this crevasse.
Eric's right, G. Gotta keep going. Keep up, men. Almost to a sheltered spot. We can break out one of the pack and eat a little. Hey, we're beginning to move.
It's breaking out from under us.
Drive your picks in, men.
You all right, Merv?
Yeah.
Everything except my leg.
Broken?
Feels like it.
How's the equipment?
Oh, don't worry about that. Hey, where's Don and Jim? Well, there are only 6 of us here. I saw them slip down there. Well, yell, see if they're okay.
Jim! Don! You all right?
What's the thermometer say, Eric?
35 below, Keith.
I'm afraid a night up here will kill us all. We'll probably get to 50 below tonight. Maybe that's the best way out for us. They say freezing to death isn't bad at all. You just sort of go to sleep painlessly.
Yeah, maybe you're right, Murr. A rescue party would never find us in this crevasse.
Don't give up hope, fellas. They know back in town that we came up here. They know the approximate time that we should be back. Yeah, I guess you're right. Only it's been hours now, and the cold's really beginning to get through my clothing. And we've run out of food, too.
I wonder how Jim and Don are in a deep crevasse. They fell a lot further than we did. Maybe they're dead.
Could be. They took an awful fall down there. We haven't heard a word from them. Maybe they're conserving their strength.
Hope so. Would be terrible if they're down there all broken up and suffering from a lot of pain.
Yeah, and we can't do a thing for them. Well, I know something we can do for ourselves and for each other.
Yeah, what's that?
What can we do, huh? We can pray.
That's
right. I've got new hope now. Let's keep an optimistic attitude and look at this thing on the positive side. We'll ask God to send the rescuers. Sorry, Bill. Guess I wasn't paying attention to the volume.
I thought maybe you'd turn deaf all of a sudden.
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you an important news bulletin. A party of 8 mountain climbers is trapped somewhere in the high reaches of the Savage Mountains. Officials of the village of Greenball, located at the foot of the mountains, have released this information. A rescue party is now making its way up the Savage Mountains with the hope that they can find the trapped men before the bitter cold does its work. We'll keep you informed as to the progress the rescuers are making in their attempt to reach the men. And now back to our regularly scheduled program.
Man alive! Those fellas up in the Savage Mountains are in a real spot.
You can say that again, young feller. We don't call them Cold Stone Hills or Refrigerator Mountains for nothing.
That's right. Why it's much colder up there than other places, I not know. But that is Cold Mountain Range up there.
There isn't a colder range of mountains anywhere in the country. It's a strange phenomenon, all right?
Yeah, I'll say. They're a treacherous range of mountains, too. Why, more climbers have been killed trying to climb them than anywhere around.
Yep, but folks never seem to learn.
That mountain climbing challenge. Next fellow think he can make it all right.
Yeah, Grey Wolf's right. Seems that the more dangerous the mountains and the higher the death rate of climbers, the more men there are that try to conquer the peaks. That's the challenge of mountain climbing. It's a man against the elements proposition.
Oh, be that as it may, I'm glad to stay right here by the radiator and forget about conquering mountains.
Mirror, how do you think the rescue party is going to make it out up there?
Oh, who can tell, Judge? Might even be that we'll have to get other men to try and rescue the rescuers.
Yeah, that's what I've been thinking. They've been going an awful long time.
Hey, the rescue party's back.
Yeah, we were just thinking about getting someone to come after you and the boys, Rex.
Well, you aren't too far wrong, Judge. We had a couple of close calls.
So what about the 8 men? Did you find them?
Yes, we did.
Hey,
we found them all right, but we couldn't get to them unless we had wings.
They fallen into a crevasse?
That's right, Judge. The biggest and deepest one I've ever seen in a long while.
Yeah, that's too bad.
You say it's impossible to get them out?
Yes, it's impossible.
Are they still alive?
Yes.
All of them?
Yes, as far as we could tell. They saw us, so at least they know we're trying.
Well, Mayor, what do we do now? Where do we go from here?
I'm not going to give up yet, Judge. I'm going to call the Rangers. Oh, I don't know, fellas. If we have to spend the night here, we're done for. Oh, it's cold.
Don't give up. We saw the rescue party up there, and they saw us.
Sure, but what could they do? This crevasse is just as straight up as can be. And they were just as helpless as we are.
Yeah, maybe. But you never know. I gotta change positions, fellas.
Here, we'll give you a hand.
Yeah, I'll take this side, Keith.
Okay, let's move in. Now, easy does it, Eric.
Right.
Okay, it's good.
Ooh, why don't you let us try and splint your leg, Merv?
No. We've got nothing to tie the picks to my legs with.
I'll tear my shirt into strips.
No. You're cold enough now without taking your outer clothes off. Anyway, the broken bones didn't pierce a blood vessel, so we can leave it the way it is. The way things look, it won't make any difference anyway. Well, as I was saying before about staying close to the fire, well, I've come to the conclusion that either I talk too much or too loud or both.
I don't think so, pal. Although sometimes I'm almost willing to believe that the walls have ears.
I almost think that true at times, too.
Well, I guess we won't be as cold as those poor fellers strapped up in the Savage Mountains.
Yeah, that's for sure, old-timer. Boy, it must be terrible to be cold. So very cold that you're only half alive.
It's death by inches. First your hands and feet freeze, then your legs and arms, and so on until death puts an end to your suffering. Death from freezing isn't painful itself. It's the part leading to the death that's enough to drive a man out of his mind.
Their helicopter waiting for us.
Yep. There's Andy Gibbons waiting with the whirlybird.
Okay, Grey Wolf, let's get the gear out of the trunk.
Right.
Good, pal. We'll wait for you at the copter.
Their village of Greenbow.
It hasn't taken long, has it?
Looks like you ought to be able to set the copter down in the village square, Andy.
Yes, there's plenty of room there.
Look at the people watching us come in. Maybe they thought we was coming on horseback.
Here we go for the landing.
Okay. Just be sure you don't land on top of that statue down there. They wouldn't like one of the town fathers to wear a whirlybird for a hat.
Well, that's the whole story, as far as we can tell it to you, Bill.
Mm-hmm. It's not a pleasant story, but that can't be helped. Where's the leader of the rescue party, Mayor?
Why, he's right over there with the crowd. I'll get it.
Thank you.
Judge, why the wry look on your face?
Well, we're just thinking about how wonderful things are today.
Huh? What do you mean?
Well, take that there helicopter. I was just studying it. I wonder how many lives have been saved with that amazing collection of nuts and bolts.
It'd save a lot of lives.
Then there's a pretty good chance that the boys up in the mountains can be saved.
That remained to be seen, Judge. That wonderful machine, but not able to do everything.
Bill, this is Rex, leader of the rescue party.
Oh, hello, Rex.
Hello, Bill.
Rex, how about taking a ride in the copter with us and showing us where the men are trapped?
Sure, be glad to. When do we leave?
Right now.
I don't think they're going to try and get us out, fellas.
I guess you're right, Merv. Something would have happened by now. Man, it's cold.
You said it. This is the end.
What's the matter, Merv?
My ears must be frozen. I think I hear a plane.
That's the wind playing on the ice ridges.
No, it isn't. Listen.
It is a plane. It sounds like it's coming right over us.
But what good's a plane gonna do us?
Look, Eric, look up there. It's a helicopter.
Maybe there's a chance to get out. Maybe God's gonna help us. Boy, they're really down there in that crevasse. Wow, what a fall they took.
You can say that again, Sonny. That's a big hole down there.
What do you think, Bill?
I'm not sure yet, Grey Wolf. Those fellas are in an awful jam.
Do you think there's a chance to get them out?
Oh, perhaps. Right now, let's break out the emergency rations and the power megaphone. We got to get some food to those men.
Why do they just keep hanging up there?
You men down there! You men down there! Don't give up hope! We're going to try and get you out! We're going to try and get you out! Keep yourselves as warm as you can! We're going to drop high-caloric food to you. Then we'll leave for a while. But don't give up hope! We're going to try and get you out! Watch for the food parcels!
I don't feel so cold now, fellas.
Neither do I. Don't try to move, Merv. Eric and I and the other fellows will get the food particles.
Here comes the first one.
Hey, that was close.
Here comes another. I got it.
I've got this one.
This high-energy food will give us plenty of body heat and keep us from freezing. Let's open one and pass it out to all the fellows. And we'll save the others just in case.
Here they go. I hope that fellow wasn't joking by telling us they're going to try and get us out.
Bill, the relatives of the trapped men are here. Can I give them words of hope?
Not yet, Judge.
Well, we got to say something to them pretty soon. They can't be put off.
I understand that, Mayor. Andy, do you think you can fly a small copter down into the crevasse far enough to lower a cable in the harness and winch the men up one at a time?
I don't know, Bill. That'd be pretty risky.
What can it be done?
Well, sure, the idea is sound, but whether or not it would be safe to do it is another matter. The up and down drafts are pretty strong up there.
Andy, can it be done? Yes or no?
Yes.
If I go with you to work the winch and bring the man into the cabin, will you try it?
Okay. My common sense tells me no, but I keep thinking of those trapped men. Let's go.
You go ahead and warm up the copter. I'll be with you in a minute.
Okay.
Henry, Stumpy, get the village doctor and help him set up a place to take care of the men.
Right.
Grey Wolf, call the helicopter field and have them send up 4 small copters like Andy's and their best pilots.
Okay, Bill. If they come before you get back, you want them to go get more trapped men?
No. Wait until Andy and I return.
Bill, can I give the relatives some kind of news now?
Yes, Judge, you can. Tell them we're going to try and get one man out. If we succeed, they can be reasonably sure we'll get the others out.
I'll tell them. And our prayers will go with you all the way up there and back.
Thanks. Ask the Lord to keep the winds down so the helicopter doesn't get bashed to bits against the crevasse walls.
Here they come again.
Yeah. I wonder what's going to happen next.
What are they trying to do? They'll crash. They can't land in here.
Hey, they've stopped dropping. They're not going to try and land.
Hey, here comes a cable with a harness on it. Hey, this is it, fellas. We're going to be rescued. Oh!
Are you all right, Merv?
Yeah, never mind me. Grab that harness when they swing it over here. I forgot about my leg for a minute.
Hey, they're swinging the harness and the cable. Grab it when you can, Eric. I'll help Merv up so we can get into it.
No, you don't. You fellas go first.
There'll be no argument. Your leg needs care, and you'll be first.
One more swing, and I'll be able to grab the harness. Whoever would have thought we'd get out of here by...
How are you coming along with the cable and harness, Bill?
They've got it. I've let the cable out as far as it'll go. Can you hold the copter?
Oh, I think so. The drafts are strong, but so far they haven't gotten out of hand. But don't dilly and dally around, though.
I won't. Say, the fellow they're putting the harness on must be injured.
Oh, how badly?
I don't know. It looks like he got a broken leg from the way they're handling him.
I wish they'd hurry.
The draft's getting out of hand?
No, but I wouldn't push them too far. The copter's getting hard to handle.
Well, he's all set now. Take her up slowly, so he doesn't swing too hard and hit the other wall of the crevasse.
Right.
I'm winching him in. As soon as I get him into the cabin, we can take off for the village full blast.
Boy, you guys are terrific. What a rescue.
I'll say it's some rescue. You've given everybody a fresh supply of hope, young feller.
That's right. Everybody glum until you and Andy come back with one of the trapped men.
Yeah, the doc's working on his leg now. Then he'll take care of him for exposure and frostbite.
Let's not get too excited yet, fellas. We got 7 more men to go. Are the helicopters here?
They sure are, Sonny. The boys brought along some winchmen, too. They're raring to get going.
Okay. Give them the word to go. 1 copter at a time. After Andy's had a little rest, he and I'll join the parade.
Here's number 2. Easy with the stretcher, men.
Well, here's the 3rd feller. Glad you made it, Sonny.
This 4th man, get him to doctor quick. He has bad frostbite.
Number 5 coming up.
Bill, you're bringing in number 6.
Bill, the copter with the 7th man hasn't showed up. Maybe it crashed.
Henry was right. The copter did crash. Look, there are the 2 men.
Are they all right?
Yeah, as far as I can tell. We might as well go after one of them while we're here, huh?
Might as well. Although we might end up in the bottom of that crevasse, too.
That's 8 men, Bill. You fellas did a terrific job.
Soon we can go home.
Yeah, and sit by the fire like we started out doing.
Yep. That's a first-class idea. I make the motion that we adopt it.
I second.
And I 3rd, 4th, and 5th it. That makes it unanimous. Let's go home.
I hope that whirlybird ain't all tuckered out so as we can get there fast.
Maybe it can make one more hop.
But, fellas, our job isn't finished.
What do you mean?
You'll find out. Let's go over and see the men brought in. How's the doc treating you fellas?
Just fine, Ranger. We want to thank you for what you've done.
Forget it. The fact that we got you out alive is thanks enough.
How's your broken leg, mister?
Okay. Doc said it fine. Say, where did you fellas put Jim and Don?
Jim and Don? Who are they?
They're part of our group.
They fell into the crevasse, too?
Why, yes.
Well, we took 8 men out.
Yes, pal, but 2 of the men were from the crashed helicopter. That's why we can't go home.
Oh. Why, then they're still in the crevasse.
But we didn't see them from the helicopters.
They fell into a small crevasse near the bottom of the larger one. We never did hear from them.
Come on, fellas. We got to go after them.
Wait.
Yeah?
I don't think it's any use, Ranger. They're dead by now.
Let's make sure we've got all the gear we need, fellas. Make sure the rope is good.
We check over all gear. It's in top shape.
Yes. We even went over it twice.
Fine. Andy's going to take us up close to the crevasse and set us down. We'll go on from there.
Mr. Jefferson?
Yes, sir?
I'm Burton Smith, Jim Smith's father. He's one of the boys still missing.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Smith?
And this is Donald Porter, Sr. He's the father of the other lad still up there.
How do you do, sir?
Hello.
Mr. Jefferson, we understand that you're going back up there after our two boys.
Yes, sir, that's right. We're just about ready to leave.
We don't want you to try and rescue them.
You don't... Why not?
There's been enough life risking done already, sir. We've talked to the other men in the party, and they hadn't heard from them at all, not in that crevasse. We feel that you and your men in the helicopter pilots have risked your lives enough. You've done all that could be asked, even more.
You realize that your decision is a decision for death, don't you?
We fully realize the weight of our decision, Mr. Jefferson. They're our sons.
Yes, I know. You feel that they're dead already?
Yes. We talked it over with our wives, and we agreed the reasonable thing to do is nothing more. We can't ask you men to take any more risks.
Mr. Smith, we appreciate your decision, and I know it's taken courage to make it. More courage than I've ever seen in all my life. But the Ranger Code will not allow us to accept your decision. I want to find your sons and know whether they're dead or alive.
I see. But isn't there any way that we can dissuade you from going up again?
No, Mr. Smith. We'd never leave a job half done. Let's go, men. The helicopter's waiting. Drive those stakes well, fellas. A lot of weight is going to hang on them.
We'll drive them all the way to China. They won't give.
I'll say they won't. This ice is like concrete, only twice as hard. I'll give this one another lick for good measure.
Gray Wolf, let's rig the bosun's chair, and I'll get started down.
Right.
Henry, bring the walkie-talkie.
Right.
Bosun chair ready now.
All right. Here I go over the side. Watch the rope so they don't foul.
It's a good thing we brought plenty of rope.
Yeah, I'll say so. Well, that crevasse is a lot deeper than a fellow would think.
Henry, can you hear me?
Hey, it's Bill. Did you find them?
I'm right beside him.
Are they still alive?
I think so, although they're badly frostbitten.
We're sending down the first basket stretcher.
Good boy. We gotta work fast. Andy'll be back to pick us up in half an hour.
We'll start the second stretcher down right after we get this one up. Hey, I can see the helicopter coming now. How far is Bill up the wall?
About halfway. He'll make it on the... Hey!
What's the matter?
Bill's stuck. He's not able to move. Bosun chair up or down.
Hey, man alive. The rope's jammed in the block and tackle with ice.
Henry, hurry.
It's no use. That ice is like rock.
Now what are we going to do? Bill's dangling like a worm on a hook, and he can't go up or down.
Henry, you cut line while you and I hold Stumpy. Then all of us pull Bill up.
On this ice? Why, a fly couldn't stand on it.
I tie myself to a stake, so we not all go over.
Okay, but let's do it quick.
I tie myself quickly. Ready now. Henry, cut rope.
Are you sure you fellas can hold Bill?
Why, sure. Quit palavering and cut the rope.
Okay, here goes.
Henry, snap her up around stake so it hold when we pull.
Okay, I'll pull too.
You're doing great.
Pull on, Henry. That's it.
I can see his head.
Just a little more. Pull. Hold me up. Pull. That's good. Now pull me away from the edge.
We made it just in time. Here comes the helicopter. After Andy takes the 2 men back, and we'll get off this pile of ice.
What's the doctor's verdict, Mr. Smith?
Well, it's good news. They'll live. Although he'll have to remove some frostbit toes and fingers. But they'll be well again, thanks to you and your men.
That's all right. We're glad that we got to them in time.
It took a lot of courage to do what you men did. A lot of courage.
Not nearly as much as your decision took, Mr. Smith. As parents, it wasn't easy for you to make a decision for death. It takes an awful lot of courage for a parent to say, leave my son up there to die because you've risked your life enough trying to save him. That's real courage, in full measure. Well, see you next week for more adventure with
Ranger Bill!
The first couple of radio comedy, Burns and Allen, are up next.
Another Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
That drop's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Toby Reed, Gail Gordon, Irene Tedrow, Dick Crenna, Mary Lee Robb, Dick Ryan, Harry Lubin, the Maxwell House Orchestra, and Bill Goodwin.
For America's Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for America's everyday coffee-drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
George and Gracie returned from their summer vacation last evening, and we find them now having breakfast on their first morning at home. That is, George is having breakfast. Gracie is peering through the window with a pair of high-powered binoculars.
Gracie, what's the big idea?
Some new neighbors moved into the corner house while we were gone. I want to see what kind of people they are.
Put down the binoculars and eat your breakfast.
Oh, there seems to be 3 of them. One of them has a black mustache.
Gracie.
Oh, now I see. It's a man and a woman and a girl. The man is the one with the mustache.
I'll bet the woman and the girl are jealous.
The man and woman look to be about middle age, and the girl's about 18.
Well, sounds like a husband, wife, and daughter.
Yeah. Wonder which is which.
Well, this is just a wild guess, but I'd say that the man is the father, the woman is the mother, and the girl is the daughter.
Not necessarily. Middle-aged men sometimes marry young girls.
Yeah, but they don't have middle-aged children.
Oh, maybe they adopted one.
Nobody would adopt a middle-aged child.
Why not? It'd be better than a baby. At night when you walk the floor with it, you'd have someone to talk to.
Look, Gracie.
You've got to keep an open mind in these things, George. You just can't look at 3 neighbors and decide who they are. Maybe it's a man and his mother and a babysitter.
Yes. Or maybe it's a Secret Service agent, a singing teacher, and Margaret Truman.
Oh, do you really think so? Let's invite
When
them
we
over.
run a sociable, we will, Gracie, yes.
Well, whoever they are, they're in a strange neighborhood, so let's be extra nice to them.
Okay. I'll turn on the charm.
Yeah, that's the idea. If you see the woman of the house, tell her how young and pretty she looks. Women like to hear that, you know.
I know.
Even women who aren't young and pretty like to hear it. I guess.
Well, don't worry. I'll spread it on.
Mm-hmm. I wonder what kind of people they'll turn out to be. I'd better have another look through the binoculars.
Gracie, for a solid hour you've been staring at those new neighbors. Shame on you, and give me those binoculars.
Yes, dear.
Man has got a mustache.
Daddy's not eating, Aunt Martha. Guess he misses Mom's cooking. Is something wrong, Fred? You keep looking out the window.
I believe there's a neighbor staring at us through binoculars.
Binoculars?
Either he's looking through binoculars or he has very long eyeballs.
Let me see. Which house is it?
That one.
I thought no one lived there.
Well, they arrived last evening, apparently from a vacation.
Who are they, Fred?
I don't know, Martha. There are two of them. A rather elderly gentleman and his young daughter.
Oh, that's swell. Someone for me to pal around with. But how do you know she's his daughter?
She carried in the suitcases.
No sign of a wife?
Not that I could see.
Oh, Fred! I'll bet he's a widower. My horoscope definitely said I'd meet one today. Maybe at last we've moved into the right neighborhood.
I hope so, Martha. The only one in Los Angeles we haven't tried.
Yes, Daddy, we keep moving around trying to get Aunt Martha married, but what about me?
You're a child, Emily. Your Aunt Martha is a widow.
Oh, but gee, Daddy, Harold and I love each other. He sends me and I send him.
Well, the next time you send him, ask him not to return.
But, Daddy, Harold...
We'll discuss it when your mother returns from her visit. Speaking of your sister's return, Martha, wouldn't she be surprised to find you romantically involved with our neighbor?
Oh, yes. Maybe even married and moved out.
You've been with us for 12 years. We'd miss you.
Oh, look, Aunt Martha. That widower just went out the front door and he's headed this way. What a golden opportunity to meet him. I'll just happen to be in the front yard as he passes by. Oh, isn't it exciting, Emily? You may have a new uncle. Oh, I think it's super, Aunt Martha, but death.
Here, Martha, take along some of these cookies you baked last night. They're delicious.
But, Daddy, if he's a widower, he's looking for romance.
At his age, he'll settle for cookies.
Ain't misbehaving all by myself. Ain't misbehaving all happy on the show.
Good morning.
Oh. Good morning. You're the new neighbor.
Yes, I'm Mrs. Dayton.
I'm Mr. Burns.
Oh, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Mr. Burns.
Oh, the pleasure is all mine, Mrs. Dayton. I'm indeed fortunate to live in the same neighborhood with such a charming and lovely woman.
Oh, have a cookie.
Well, thank you. I see you're quite domestic.
Yes. Oh, there's a tiny spot on your suit. Would you care to come in and let me take it off?
Huh?
The spot, that is.
Well, I have to get downtown right now, but I appreciate the offer. Believe me, it's a mighty lucky man who finds a wife like you.
Have a cookie.
Come in.
Hello. I'm Emily from down on the corner.
Hello. I'm Gracie from right here.
We're neighbors now, and we should get to know each other. Would you like to have a soda at the drugstore? My treat.
Oh, I'd love to, Emily, but I can't leave the house now. We married women are so tied down.
You're married?
Yes.
Jeepers, it must be wonderful to have a husband. I'm simply perishing to marry Harold.
Oh? Is Harold nice?
Is he nice? He's groovy.
Then he's like George. He has lots of wrinkles, too.
No, Gracie, he's solid.
Oh, he's not like George. He's sort of flabby.
You're still mixed up. Don't you speak English?
Well, sure, let's try some.
Well, I mean, Harold is the most wonderful, sensational man who ever lived. But my father won't let me marry him until he gets a raise.
When will he get a raise?
Never. He works for my father.
My, that is bad.
Dad owns a big department store, and he gave Harold a job.
What does he do?
He follows the cleaning women around and wrings out their mops. Dad told him he should start at the bottom.
Oh, your father's right. You can't wring out a mop from the top.
Anyhow, it's a perfectly ghastly situation.
Well, you and Harold should do what George and I did.
We elope. Oh, an elopement would be awfully romantic.
The most romantic thing in the world. My sister Bessie's been engaged for 30 years, but she refuses to marry our fiancé because he won't elope with her.
Well, why won't he?
Oh, he's a bricklayer, and the union won't let him climb the ladder after 5 o'clock.
I'd adore to elope, Gracie, but Harold would be simply petrified. I could never talk him into it.
Well, I could. You send him over here on his lunch hour, and I'll arrange everything.
Oh, Gracie, you've given me new hope. I'll see that Harold gets here, but deaf.
Deaf or not, I'll talk him into it. Oh, George, I'm so glad you're back. I have the most exciting news. You know the new neighbors in the corner house?
Yes?
Well, tonight we're going to help their daughter elope.
Gracie, shouldn't we let the people live here an hour before you start wrecking their lives?
But, George, I'm doing something nice. I'm helping their daughter get married.
Does she have parental consent?
Well, of course not. She's perfectly healthy.
Do her mother and father object?
No, they're glad she's healthy.
Do they object to the marriage?
Oh, that.
Oh, that, yes.
Oh,
that.
Yes. They don't approve of Harold.
Well, then we're not getting into trouble. I'm off to a great start with the mother. She likes me.
Well, if she likes you, maybe you can get her on our side.
You mean I should come right out and ask her if her daughter can elope?
Well, no, not that bluntly. Sort of hit around and find out how she feels about impulsive marriages.
All right, I'll do it. God. I feel like Cupid.
Well, you're much better dressed. Now run along.
Well, I see her out in the yard again, Mrs. Dayton.
Yes, I saw you coming. That is, I spend a great deal of time in the yard.
Mrs. Dayton, I realize we haven't known each other very long to talk about things like this, but, how do you feel about impulsive marriages?
Why, have a cookie.
Again with the cookies. Thank you. I'll just slip this one in my pocket. What I mean is, Mrs. Dayton, if two people are really in love, don't you think it's wrong for them to wait?
Oh, yes. Yes, I do. As the poet said, true love knoweth not the shackles of time. It waiteth not that it pineth not.
Yes. I mean, yes. How do you feel about elopement?
Elopement?
Another cookie. You don't happen to have a stove here in the yard. Oh, nothing. Then an elopement is okay with you?
Oh, yes. That's the most romantic thing that can happen to a girl.
Yes, it seems to mean a lot to a woman. I elope with my wife.
Oh, yes, your wife. You have my deepest sympathy.
Well, you've heard about her.
Well, frankly, I drew my own conclusions. How long has she been gone up there?
Years and years.
My heart goes out to you.
Thanks. Well, I'll check back again about the elopement. Goodbye, Mrs. Dayton.
Au revoir, Mr. Burns. Martha, it happened at last. Just think you'll never have to bake another lousy cookie.
recognize that song, George?
Oh, sure, Toby. I was a riot with that in the Jefferson Theater on 14th Street. In this heart of mine, you'll live all the time. Sweet Sue, 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 no one but you.
That's right, George. Sweet Sue, a grand song written 20 years ago. But, George, I wonder if you would have recognized it so easily if the orchestra hadn't done such a smooth job of blending together all the musical parts.
What do you mean, Toby?
Well, let's take another popular song of that year and see if you can recognize it when Harry Lubin plays the musical parts separately.
All right, let's try it.
What are you doing, George? Playing musical guessing game?
Yes, Gracie. See if you can recognize this song.
Now we'll start out with the beautifully mellow harmony.
Give me another hint.
All right, next we'll take the rich counter melody.
I better have another hint.
Well, now we'll give you the strong and vigorous rhythm.
Well, I've almost got it. Give me another hint.
Well, here it is, Gracie. Now we'll combine all the musical parts with melody.
One more hint and I'll have it.
Gracie, that's Carolina Moon.
That's the hint I needed. It's Carolina Moon. What do I get?
Get lost.
Well, it's the same with the creation of America's favorite brand of coffee, Maxwell House Coffee. No other coffee brings you that mellow, satisfying, good-to-the-last-drop flavor. No coffee but Maxwell House. To create this world-famous Maxwell House flavor, our experts must combine not one, but many superb varieties of Highland-grown Latin American coffees. With care and skill, they select Monticelli's for mellowness. For richness, they add Medellins. For vigor, they add other choice coffees. And for fine, full body, they add Bucaramangas. All blended into one great coffee, radiant roasted to flavor perfection, and brought to you vacuum-packed and roaster fresh. Best of all, you can enjoy the famous flavor of Maxwell House for just a fraction of a penny more per cup than the lowest price coffee sold. So, friends, why settle for anything but the best in coffee drinking pleasure? Tomorrow, enjoy the extra flavor of America's favorite brand of coffee, Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
Well, George, did you speak to Emily's mother?
Yeah, the idea of elopement is okay with her. In fact, she couldn't have been any more eager if she was going to be married herself.
Well, wonderful. Now all we have... Oh, that must be Harold. Come in.
Hello. Are you Gracie?
Yes, and you're Harold.
That's right. I belong to Emily.
Oh, you're sweet. Shake hands with my husband.
Oh, how do you do, sir?
Hiya, ouch. Oh, where'd you get that grip?
I wring out mops all day.
And my hand is bone dry.
Gosh, I can't believe that you're a married man.
Why not?
You just don't look like you've been in paradise.
This may be murder.
We had Emily send you over because we want to help you. You really love her, don't you, Harold?
Oh, yes. Emily's always in my mind. Even when I wring out those mops in her father's store, the water that drips back into the pail seems to say, Emily. Emily.
It's a very poetic thought.
Well, it is. Did you ever have a thought like that about me?
Well, of course. But I was in a walnut grove on a windy day. And every nut that fell on the ground seemed to say, Gracie.
That was beautiful.
was very windy that day. Harold, why don't you marry Emily?
Her father won't let me marry her until I get a raise, and he won't give me a raise. He's mean.
Well, then elope with Emily tonight.
Elope? Sure, kid. Man as mean as a father deserves a son-in-law like you.
You're right. I'll do it.
Good. I'll write the elopement note to Emily.
Gracie, the note should be written in Harold's own hand.
Oh, all right. Stick out your hand, Harold.
In his handwriting.
Oh, well, I'll dictate it, Harold. Here's a pen and paper.
I'm ready.
My beloved darling, at midnight we elope. Have a light burning in your window. Until then, I adore you. I worship you. I love you madly.
Shall I sign it, a friend?
That's a little cold. Make it a close friend.
Don't be silly. Sign it your lover, and then hurry and take it over to Emily.
Me? In broad daylight? Oh, her father will kill me.
Oh, all right. George will take it. Meet us here at 11:15 tonight.
Yes, ma'am. I'll go home and shave now.
Oh, you're going to shave. That's sweet. So you look nice for the wedding.
No, that's not it. This is the day of the month I always shave.
So long, kid. Goodbye.
Well, George, haven't you taken the note to Emily yet?
Well, I thought I'd wait till it got a little darker. Her father's pretty big and rough, you know. Come in.
Well, hiya, Burnses. Welcome home.
Oh, good one. How are you?
Fine. Golly, it's been a long time. Let me look at you. Gracie, you look absolutely wonderful. And, George, I'm going to say the same thing to you.
Really, Bill?
Yeah, Gracie looks absolutely wonderful. Flatter up.
Bill, what did you do with yourself all summer?
Well, Gracie, a friend of mine invited me up to his hunting lodge, a quiet, secluded place, no nightlife, no parties, and not a woman within 100 miles.
How'd you like it?
Who went? It figured.
Well, will you stay for dinner, Bill?
Well, gee, I'd like to, Gracie, but I've got to run.
Bill, drop this note off at the brick house on the corner.
You're ordering me to?
Oh, no,
I won't do it. Who do you think you are, the President of the United States?
But, Bill, it's for a pretty young girl.
Give me the note, Harry. Gee, I hope this chick is as young and pretty as George said.
Yes?
Oh, hello. I have a note from Mr. Burns down the street, and I...
Oh, that's for me.
Well, but he said that you were young and pretty.
He did? Oh, he's bold, isn't he?
He's downright foolhardy.
Oh, I wonder what the note says. Let me have it quickly.
Well, I don't think I'd better. This note can't be for you.
Don't be embarrassed. You can come in and have a cup of coffee while I'm reading it, and then you can deliver my reply.
Well, but I tell you, you're not the... A cup of coffee?
Yes. And if I do say so myself, I'll make the best cup of coffee in town.
Maxwell House?
Why, yes. How did you know?
Well, you said you made the best cup of coffee in town, and that's got to be Maxwell House. Isn't it terrific?
Oh, yes. I've been using Maxwell House coffee since 1897. All my life. Do you think Mr. Burns likes Maxwell House coffee?
Well, any man who lives and breathes likes Maxwell House coffee. Oh, wait a minute. That didn't answer your question about Mr. Burns, did it? Yes, he likes it too.
Oh, I knew he would. Oh, there's nothing like a steaming cup of fragrant Maxwell House coffee to start the day off right. It's wonderful.
Well, keep talking, honey. You're getting younger and prettier every minute.
Well, I do think Maxwell House is just simply delicious.
Keep going. You just passed Shirley Temple.
I don't know what you mean. Why, everybody knows that Maxwell House is the most popular brand of coffee in the whole country.
That did it. This note is definitely for you, chick. Here.
Oh, thank you. Oh, I wonder what it says. Oh, thrill divine. Tonight at midnight, Mr. Burns is coming to get me. And together we will share life's most glorious adventure. Excuse me, I must get ready.
They're going to share life's most glorious adventure? They better not let Gracie catch them having Maxwell House coffee together.
Well, there's Emily's house. It's just 2 minutes to 12. Grab the ladder and get going, kid.
There's a light in that upstairs window. Is that Emily's bedroom, Harold?
Gosh, I wouldn't know a thing like that.
Well, I guess it is. Hurry and run up the ladder.
I can't. My bones have turned to water.
Well, then trickle up the ladder.
I just can't. I'm too scared.
But this is Emily's elopement. Somebody's got to carry her down the ladder.
Well, there's only one of us that can do that.
Oh, all right. If I must, I must.
I meant me. You wait here. There. The ladder's at the window. Okay. We're ready. Hey, got down here in a hurry. Anxious to elope, huh?
I'll have a cookie.
Mrs. Dayton.
Oh, what a romantic moment you chose. Do you realize this is the witching hour?
I do know. Look, Mrs. Dayton, I know you sort of fell for me, but what about your husband?
He's dead.
Oh, you shouldn't have done it. No matter how desirable I am, you shouldn't have killed him.
Oh, I didn't kill him. He's been dead 12 years.
Hold on. Aren't you Emily's mother?
Oh, no, I'm her aunt. Oh, you must have known I was a widow when you asked me to elope.
You thought that I... Wait here. It's a terrible misunderstanding, Gracie. This widow thinks I'm going to elope and marry her.
Mr. Burns, come back. Martha's waiting.
Now the old man is there.
George, I've got an idea.
What?
You go back and stall them. Harold and I will sneak around and get Emily and start for the Justice of the Peace.
Yeah.
And when you hear me honk the horn, you know we're on our way.
I see. You'll honk the horn. So you see, Martha and I can't get married tonight. We haven't got a license.
Oh, I've had one ready for 10 years. It's made out for Martha Dayton and to whom it may concern.
And as far as I'm concerned, you're to whom?
But I wouldn't make a good husband. I walk in my sleep and I snore and... Oh, well, now I can tell you the truth. I already have a wife.
What?
That's right. She's taking Harold and Emily to the Justice of the Peace right now. They're going to be married.
And you're going to jail.
What for?
My daughter is a minor. And if you help her get married without my consent, I'll send you up for 10 years.
Holy smoke. Wait here. Maybe I can catch them.
In sickness and in health till death do you part. Answer, I do.
He do.
And do you, Emily, take Harold for your lawful wedded husband to love?
Stop the wedding.
George!
Emily can't get married without permission.
Why not?
She's a minor.
You mean she has to ask John L. Lewis?
She's under 18. Go home, kids. There'll be no wedding tonight.
But, George, I've already given the Justice of the Peace $5.
Well, he'll give it back.
I will not. You got me out of a warm bed in the middle of the night to perform a wedding ceremony, which I am perfectly willing to do.
But there's nobody here who... George, take my hand.
Gracie, will you stop?
It'll be fun. Proceed, Mr. Justice.
You, George, take this
married
woman,
for a while.
Gracie. All your lawful Join us again next
Thursday when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Bill Goodwin, Harry Lubin, and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Toby Reed.
Good things.
The easy way.
Do you like good things the easy way? Then get instant Maxwell House coffee.
So good.
So good. True coffee flavor and fragrance because instant Maxwell House is not a so-called coffee product. It's all pure Maxwell House coffee in instant form.
And so easy.
So easy. Instant Maxwell House means great coffee instantly in your cup. No fuss, no muss, no bother. Today, try Instant Maxwell House. Instantly good to the last drop.
Good night, everybody.
Until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Next, hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet.
With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed as he races toward another thrilling adventure. The Green Hornet strikes again.
Hurry, Cato! Here's where we smash a tax racket!
Get a remake on page 1 for the next edition. Reed says we got to go soft on Fraser.
For what?
Lawyers, expert, lawyers. They say we're getting a little too definite.
Well, if the guy's a crook, why not call him a crook?
Search me. But Reed hires our lawyers to keep us out of hot water, so we're turning down the fire.
Okay, you're the boss.
Oh, Mr. Gunnigan, have you a moment to spare?
Me with a late edition to get out and a remake on page 1, and you ask me if I have time to spare. The answer is no, but what is it?
Well, you see, these figures...
More of them, eh? Don't you financial editors ever get tired of figures?
Well, I think perhaps it's a scandal.
Well, there are some figures that are pretty nice, Potter. Pretty nice. Now, you take those dresses the gals will wear.
Please, Mr. Gunnigan. I have been checking over some of the sales tax figures, and I think there's something wrong.
The Sentinel doesn't pay a sales tax, Potter.
Will you look at these?
Okay, but I'm no accountant. What's this figure in red?
That's the amount the state sales tax department announced they collected for the last fiscal year.
And this one here?
Well, that's what they should have collected. You see, I took the yearly retail sales made in the state as given by the Chamber of Commerce and other bodies.
Wait a minute. You mean the sales tax is $200 shy of what it should be?
$240,862.76. Of course, that's only approximate.
240, and you call that only approximate?
Well, that is...
Skip it, come on, we're going places.
Oh, Mr. Gunnigan, my arm.
Hey, Axford.
Yeah, Gunnigan?
Hold that remake. I think Potter's got something.
You don't want the front page changed? But what about Fraser? Hey, where are you going?
Come along, my little pigeon. We're going in to see the big boss Reed. Gangway there, gangway.
This is very interesting, Potter. I think you've dug up something. If this is true, Fraser's department is shy 200,000 or more.
Mr. Reed.
Yeah?
You persist in being indefinite. It's 240,800.
Never mind the details, Potter. Any way you look at it, it's big.
Think we can use it, Reed?
Don't you?
Well, the lawyers...
Forget the lawyers, Gunnigan. Surely they can't object if the Sentinel publishes the figures, can they?
Well...
You sure these are correct, Potter?
Well, I can't vouch for the sources, Mr. Reed, but as far as they
You've
go...
made no errors in calculation?
Mr. Reed.
Oh, yes, forgive me. You have an adding machine for a brain. Get busy on this right away, Gunnigan.
Right.
Yes, Mr. Reed.
Miss Case, I want circulation to send up 2 men. I'll make it 1.
1 man from circulation.
The biggest and toughest they have, that's all.
What's that for, Mr. Reed?
For you, Potter.
For me?
Gunnigan is putting your figures in the paper, and the Sentinel will ask if it calls for an investigation.
And, boy, there's no one I'd rather see investigated than Fraser.
Fraser's got some tough connections.
When that news hits the street, are you live at the next edition getting it?
Yeah, Reed, we can make the deadline.
Well, there you are, Potter. I want to make sure you're well guarded. One man from circulation and action will make sure nothing happens to you.
You mean?
I mean, I don't want the source of information to get beaten up by any guerrillas Fraser might put on your tail.
Beaten up?
We'll give it a full 8-column spread, Reed. Splash it big.
What in the world?
Potter!
Miss Case, get some water. Potter's fainted.
Mr. Fraser, the Sentinel.
Let me see that, Prentice.
It's all there, right on the front page.
200,000 missing from sales tax rolls. Where is it? Nice headlines.
Shall I call your lawyer, Mr. Fraser?
No. Put the phone down, Prentice.
But isn't that libel?
Pretty smart of Reed. You see, he didn't make any accusations. Merely asked the question. Can't bring action for that.
But this is apt to bring an investigation.
I see it was the financial editor of the Sentinel who uncovered this missing amount.
Fraser, you took that money. How can you be so calm?
Yes, I've got to do something. But what?
If this should be followed up, it would eventually lead straight to you.
Prentice, you're too excited.
With that headline staring you in the face, how can you be
So calm? I'll tell you, my dear. You and I and several others are the only ones who know I took that money from the sales tax funds.
But, Mr. Fraser...
Others may suspect, but that's all. Would you mind the door?
Oh. But, Mr. Fraser, if you're called to account for
Prentice.
this...
That's better. Now understand this. The collection of the state sales tax is a very widespread job. It goes through thousands of hands before I get my hands on it. Any investigation would have to follow the same course. That would take time, you see. Quite a good deal of time. So I'm going to call for an investigation myself.
You what?
Yes, I think that's the thing to do.
But your bank accounts, they'd show clearly
When the
that
time comes, my bank accounts will show nothing. Oh, by the way, what's the name of that financial editor of the Sentinel? It's right there.
Let me see. Potter.
Yes, Potter. That's it. I'll have to take care of Mr. Potter.
Oh,
And then there's Scanlon. I ought to take care of Scanlon, too.
Scanlon is one of your top assistants.
He's too ambitious, don't you think? Much too ambitious. And so honest, it's a shame. Scanlon and Potter. Two birds with one stone.
Fraser, what have you got up your sleeve?
Get in touch with Scar, Prentice. Tell him...
That hoodlum?
Hoodlums come in handy, Prentice. Tell him to be here tonight. The back way.
Where are you going?
I'm going to start an investigation, Prentice, that will end up with Potter dead, Scanlon behind bars, and...
And what about you?
Why, I'll be in the clear, Prentice. Absolutely in the clear.
Publisher's office, Miss Case. Oh, yes, Sally. Mr. Reed's here. Who wants to see him? Well, good grief, just a second.
What's trouble, Casey?
Who is it, Miss Case?
Mr. Reed, it's Fraser out in the reception room.
Fraser? Holy cats, Reed. Here comes a libel suit. That story...
Miss Case.
No, Reed, don't do it. Duck out of sight. We'll get rid of him.
Why do that?
But Mr. Reed...
You heard me, Miss Case.
Okay, it's your funeral. Have him come in, Sally.
Reed, I know that politician. You've let yourself in for something. He'll come up here raising the roof.
It's a solid roof, Gunnigan.
He blasted off.
The door.
Mr. Reed?
Well, come in, Fraser.
Nick is a lamp. Well, Reed, that was a fine story you had in the Sentinel today. I appreciate it. Something wrong with your secretary?
Anything wrong, Miss Case?
No, I just, I'm getting out of here.
Leave the door open, Casey. Me too. Well, what brought that on?
The shock, Fraser. You see, we rather expected you to be burnt up about that story.
Just the opposite, Reed. That story is the cause of an investigation in my department.
You mean you're starting an investigation?
Yes.
On your own hook?
I am.
You're not afraid of it, huh?
Reed, it's apparent that money is missing from the sales tax collection.
Yeah, it's apparent now.
Yes, I admit I should have seen it before, but, well, I couldn't believe my suspicions of Scanlon.
Scanlon?
One of my best men. Confidentially, Reed, I think he's the guilty one.
Scanlon, huh? You know, I thought it was you.
Me?
And I still think so. You're not trying to set this Scanlon fellow up as a scapegoat, are you?
Well, of course not. I know the Sentinel hasn't been especially friendly toward me.
That's an understatement, Fraser. We've done all we can to expose you. However, let's see what the investigation brings out. Shall we? I don't like it at all. What makes Frazier so confident?
You worried, Mr. Witt?
I thought that story would knock the props out from under Frazier. But he welcomed that investigation, took the lead in starting it.
Did not Gaty?
Cato, if Frazier didn't take that money, I'll eat a complete edition of the Sentinel with printer's ink as a sauce. I'm positive.
It's dark outside, Mr. Witt.
Yes, it is, Cato. Very dark. Dark enough for us to go out as the Green Hornet. Yet, what are we looking for? Why did Frazier mention this Scanlon? What's he got up his sleeve?
Okay, Fraser, you sent for me. What do you got?
Take this gun scar. It won't be traced.
Who do I use it on?
A man named Potter. Here's his address.
Potter.
Now get this. All of it. I don't want to repeat. Scanlon, one of my assistants, is calling on Potter tonight. He has an envelope. He doesn't know it, but that envelope contains $20,000. It'll appear that Scanlon is going to see Potter either to bribe him or to kill him for digging up this sales tax investigation.
But what?
You will use the gun to kill Potter and leave it there. So it'll appear that Scanlon committed murder. I want Scanlon to take the rap for the missing money. And this will do it very nicely. It'll be up to you to see that Potter is dead and the gun is linked with Scanlon as he leaves Potter's house.
You don't have to worry none, Potter. Dragnet watching the back of your house, and I'm here with you to take care of the front.
Well, you needn't keep repeating it, Axford.
If Fraser tried to get even with you, we're going to see that he don't.
Oh, why should he? He's starting the investigation, isn't he?
Oh, you never can tell about that crook. Reed figures he's planning something phony. And I got a theory.
I'm not interested.
You don't want to hear it?
No.
Oh, you look awful pale, Potter. You ain't going to pull another faint like you did in Reed's office?
Oh, that was nothing. I'm subject to fainting spells. I wasn't afraid at all.
The way Gunnigan was rubbing his hands. I bet he almost wishes something did happen to you.
Please.
Then he could put it in the Sentinel.
Oh, why, that's ridiculous.
What? Yeah, it's your doorbell. I can see it from here. There's a guy out there. Come on, I'm going.
No, you stay here.
No, Potter, Reed said I was...
I'm not afraid at all. Now you stay here. I insist.
Okay, if you're going to be stubborn, I'll be watching.
I'll see who it is.
We see the man at Potter's door, kiddo. He just rang the doorbell.
I see.
Coming here in the black duty wasn't such a bad idea after all, was it? I don't know who Potter's caller is, but Axford should be able to handle
Mr. Brett.
What?
Look, in the shadow.
Good Lord, it's another man. Cato, he's got a gun. I could have flashed the barrel. I don't know what he's up to, but I'm going to find out.
Mr. Brett. Mr. Potter? Yes. What do you want?
I have an envelope for you, Mr. Potter.
That's a perfect target. I can't miss.
An envelope? Who are you?
Broad feed over Scanlon's shoulder.
No, you don't.
What then?
Oh, I got her out of that.
A shot.
Great Scott, Potter, what? Good Lord, Potter, I could have sworn I heard a struggle from back here, but there's no one. Gun. Lying on the ground. Why, it's that car. Whoever fired this gun was in that car.
Potter, what happened? Oh, there you are. No, you don't. What? I got you. And with the gun right in your hand.
It wasn't me. I didn't...
Potter's lying on the doorstep, you rat. Just like when he fainted in Reed's office. Only this time it ain't no feint.
I tell you...
If it's murder, you're going to pay for it. Plenty. Golly, it was me that let him answer the door.
Axford, you ought to have your head examined. You were told to guard Potter.
Oh, go easy on him, Gunnigan. He feels badly enough about it now.
Why, that bullet only missed by a whisker, Casey.
You don't have to tell me, Gunnigan. Golly, when I heard the shot and seen Potter lying on the ground,
I fainted.
Sure you fainted, Potter. But holy crow, I thought you was dead.
Well, at least you got the man expert.
Yeah, Casey, he's behind the bars right now.
Oh, Gunny.
Yeah, Reed.
Great work on that yarn last night. It was a close call for you, Potter, wasn't it?
I shudder when I think of it, Mr. Reed.
Gunnigan, I want you to go easy on Scanlon in the future edition.
Go easy.
Reed, the guy's a killer.
I'm not so sure. He seemed like a killer to you, Potter?
Well, I don't think so. I thought I heard a commotion behind him. And that shot, I'm not sure it was Scanlon who fired it.
Ah, Potter, you're nuts. Golly, didn't I find him with the gun in his fist?
And he had an envelope with it, Mr. Reed, with 20,000 in bills in it.
And just what does that prove, Miss Kay?
Well, Scanlon knew the investigation would expose him.
Yeah, it's a cinch to figure, Reed. Scanlon was going to bribe Potter to lay off any more articles on the missing money. When Potter wouldn't bribe, Scanlon tried to plug him. Simple as ABC.
Is it? How about it, Potter? Did Scanlon mention anything like that?
No, Mr. Reed, he didn't mention a bribe.
Besides, Gunnigan, why should Scanlon bribe Potter? The damage was already done. It was too late.
Well, maybe he was too excited to think clearly.
You ask me. Someone sent Scanlon over there.
That's what Scanlon claimed, Reed. He kept saying Frazier sent him. But Frazier says no.
If you ask me, Scanlon's in jail, and that's where he belongs.
Gunnigan speaking.
Hey, Gunnigan, get in here full of this.
Lowry, Reed.
Let me take it, Gunnigan. You at the jail, Lowry?
Yeah, that's right, boss, and get this. They found over $30,000 in Scanlon's bank account, and he can't explain where he got it.
30,000? But there should be more than 200,000 missing.
$240,850.
Potter, would you stop quoting them exact figures? You're driving us nuts.
Well, we should be exact.
Never mind. Well, Lowry, what about it? Where is the missing money?
Well, he's got the rest of it someplace else, or, well, he's stuck in the market. No matter how you look at it, Scanlon is guilty.
Scanlon guilty, huh? Well, it looks that way.
It is that way, Reed. You can't ask me to go easy on Scanlon now. It's a clear-cut case.
There it is, Cato. All down in black and white on the front page of the Sentinel. Scanlon's been framed, and you and I are the only outsiders to know it.
Yes, Mr. Beth.
If we hadn't gone to Potter's home, Potter would be dead now. And Scanlon would be even worse off. If it was, I barely had time enough to deflect Scar's aim as he fired.
The newspaper says Scanlon had the money, Mr. Beth.
Well, what of it? Frazier could easily put that $30,000 in Scanlon's bank account, just as easily as he planned the rest.
That is so.
Where is Scar now, Cato?
The old factory near Liver, Mr. Beth.
Sure he's still tied?
Oh, yes.
Fine. You check the Black Beauty, get the gas weapon and the Hornet mask. It's time for us to move out. Car's in perfect shape, Cato.
Ready to go, Mr. Beth.
You take the wheel, Cato. Let's see how soon you can get us to the old factory. I want to have a talk with Scar about his boss. On time.
My mouth feels like a rock pile. What's the idea?
You can't see us very well, can you, Sky?
I never had a good look at you. Grabbed me right after I do a job, yanked me into my car.
Yes, I preferred to use your car. My assistant got mine away from Potter's.
If Frazier's changed his plans, why didn't he tell me before it was too late? I might have been nabbed by the cops.
The excitement covered it, Scar.
Who are you? You ain't working for Frazier.
Light a match. He wants to know who we are.
Tied up and gagged. When Frazier learns about this... You're wearing a mask, ain't you?
I always do, Scar.
You can't scare me with that phony stuff. The Hornet!
There, right there.
Sure. I ain't moving. If I know it was the Hornet, I wouldn't have been so flake.
What do you know about Frazier?
Me?
He hired you to do a job on Potter, didn't he?
Yeah, and I done. I seen Potter go down.
You... What's that?
Sure. You tried to stop me, but it didn't work. I plugged him.
That is not...
Quiet.
Was the little guy going to say something?
No, Scar. Nothing important. It's just that Frazier...
Huh? What about Frazier?
You haven't seen the papers, have you?
How could I see him? I've been tied up here. What about the papers?
Nothing.
Come on, give. There's something phony. Come on, I can feel it.
You're a fool to trust Frazier, Scar.
Trust him? You mean it?
You tell me what you know about Frazier, and I might explain.
Listen, Hornet, something's going on. That guy, that Frazier, if he's a rat on me, is that it? Did he rat? Why don't you answer me? Do the cops know I've done the killing? Hornet, say something.
First, tell me if you have anything on Frazier, Scar.
Yeah, I tell you what I know. Frazier, he's at the brains. He's Mr. Big. It was him who killed him in the spot.
Shall I take that, Fraser?
Yes, Prentice.
Hello? Yes, we're looking for Scar. Have you seen anything? Nothing, huh? Well, keep trying.
Dutcher?
Yes, he's been all over town. No trace of Scar.
Nobody's seen him since last night. The fool shot and missed, and then he ran.
I don't like it, Mr. Fraser.
Can't say that I do either.
Why should Scar stay away?
Perhaps he got scared. After all, I sent him to bump off Potter, and he didn't do it.
He had some money coming, didn't he?
For missing his target? I don't pay for mistakes, Prentice. Scars knows that.
Maybe that's it. He failed and
But
he's
the
afraid...
fool must have seen the papers. By now he must know that even with Potter alive, Scanlon's in jail for a murder attempt. That the entire press is calling Scanlon guilty of stealing the tax money, not me. Even a lame brain like Scar can read that.
Is it as simple as that?
Why, they're even calling off the investigation and concentrating on Scanlon. Doesn't that prove it, Prentice?
Well...
And I have the money, the rest of it. 10 bank books, all under different names. So far, the police have $50,000. Well, I had to give that up to make it look as if Scanlon was the one. And it was worth it.
But Scar...
Yes, I know. Everything appears to be smooth as silk. But I'd feel a lot better if I knew where Scar was right now.
That's all I know. That's it. It works. Oh, now, come on, Hornet. Tell me. Tell me before I go nuts. What's the Fraser been doing?
You know quite a lot about him, don't you, Sky?
Will you quit? Quit baiting me. What's the Fraser
All
been...
right, Sky.
Eh?
Suppose someone saw you last night.
Someone? Huh?
When you fired at Potter.
But Potter's dead.
But what about Scanlon?
But it was the dark... Scanlon? You see me?
What would Fraser do if Scanlon claimed that you fired that shot?
You mean that the cops, they look for me now? You mean if Fraser didn't come for me?
There's quite a story in the papers.
Well, I dropped the gun. Scanlon must have picked it up.
If he had time to pick it up, Sky.
You mean there are no fingerprints? Scanlon, he didn't grab the gun. I left it this way.
There was a man inside the house. He came out when he heard the shot.
I got it. I don't need no diagram. There's a guy inside to come out too fast. It's in the gun. Scanlon never have a chance to touch it. But I don't leave no fingerprints. I wore gloves.
They didn't need fingerprints.
Yeah, that's all right. The Scanlon seen me. So Fraser figures I'm in the soup, huh? So he's cutting me loose, huh?
You think it's funny, huh?
Yeah, sure it's funny, Hornet. With what I know about Fraser, he's got to protect me. If the cops are dragging me in for that murder, I
didn't say Fraser wants the cops to get you, Scar.
They better not. What do you mean?
Come along to the door. I want to show you something.
No, I don't.
Come along. Open the door.
Okay.
Take a look, Sky. There's a little more light here.
You hold a gun. Hornet,
Finish it, Scar.
What's it for me, ain't it? For me.
Fraser doesn't have to protect you, Scar.
No. I'd rather go to the cops, spill it
I'm sure you'd rather go to the police. If you get the chance.
So that's it. Fraser hired you to rubber me out. I spill all I know to you, and you've been sentenced to rubber me out.
Take a deep breath, Scar. Enjoy the fresh air while you can, and take a good look outside. It's your last. That's your car parked right across the street. You won't drive it anymore, Scar. You won't have a chance.
Let me go. I pull you. Nobody's getting me.
Look at him run, Cato, like a scared rabbit.
Wait, his car.
No, Cato, let him go.
But
don't you get it, Cato? I want him to get away because I know just what he's going to do.
You might as well confess, Scanlon. You did it.
I tell you, Sergeant, I didn't do it. I didn't. I never took a penny of that tax money in my life.
What about the dough you had in your bank account? What about taking a shot at Potter? I was there. I seen you.
I didn't do any of those things. None of them. Fraser sent me over there with that envelope.
Fraser says he didn't. And that gun...
I didn't have a gun. I never saw it.
Golly, Moran, you ain't getting no place.
Okay, Flattery. Take him back to his cell.
This way, Scanlon.
If Scanlon only tell us where the rest of that dough is, actually,
What's the difference, Moran? He's guilty. He's got to be.
Yeah, but it ain't a clean case.
Silver and snakes, what more do you want? So he spent the rest of the dough. You think he's going to get out of it, do you?
Oh, he'll get convicted, all right. But I wish we could wrap up the loose ends. It's always easier when they confess. Save the state a lot of bother.
You cops. You want everything on a silver platter. Golly, I catch you a crook and you ain't even grateful.
Yeah, I'm grateful. What do you want me to do? Buy you...
Holy crow, what's that?
It's outside, in the front. Come on.
Go ahead. Put them in the clean. That's one of state's evidence. Fraser told me.
Hey, watch the racket.
Sarge, this hoodlum busts in here.
Good gravy, it's Scar.
I'm giving myself up. I killed Potter. But I tell you, Fraser give me the order. He told me to bump the Potter off. He's the guy working the frame on the Scanlon.
Holy crow.
And now Fraser tried to rob me out. Me. Just so he don't have nothing to worry about. Well, what are you standing to me for? Go on and grab a Fraser. He's got a bank of books. He took it to sell the dough. Oh, you want to give me the chair by turn the state's evidence, will you?
That's not up to me, Scar.
Oh, okay. I take it at 10. It's better than stuffing a slug in. Get the Fraser. He's the guy.
We'll get him all right, Scar. We'll have him here in 15 minutes. Lottery, pick up Fraser. I don't care how you do it, but get him.
Okay, Sarge. You'll be here.
And while we're waiting, we'll take all this down, Scar.
Yeah, sure, a confession. I stand. I'll learn Fraser to rest on me. I give you an offer to fling the book at him.
Fraser, got anything to say?
Scar, you fool, you crazy fool.
Yeah? Don't give me the fish eye, Fraser. You're worse than me, and I'm a paying you off.
Yes, I can see that. Your confession ties me down tight. The bank books are found
We
on
got
me.
you dead to rights, Fraser. You stole that tax dough yourself and fixed to put the blame on Scanlon. And the whole thing blows up right in your mug.
Don't rub it in. But I don't understand why you did it, Scar.
Because you put the Green Hornet at me. You hired him to rub me out, so you'll be extra safe.
The Hornet?
You're mad, Scar. I never hired the Hornet.
He was going to rub
else.
me out following your orders. I knew he'd catch up with me sometime, and that's why I give him myself up. I'd rather take my chances for doing that job on part of them by ducking at the Hornet.
You don't know it, Scar, but that's funny.
What's funny about it?
You killed Potter. That's what you think?
Huh? What are you staring at me for, Fraser?
Hey, Reed, you brung him, huh?
Yes, Exford. I happened to stop at his house when the police phoned, so I came along.
I got your message, Sergeant. You wanted me?
What?
Take a good look, Scar.
But that's him, that's Potter, the guy I shot.
Haven't you seen the newspapers? You missed him.
No, I seen him fall.
Well, I fainted.
Fainted?
Now you see what you've done, you idiot. Everything was fixed. Scanlon was framed perfectly. And you let the Green Hornet fool you into spilling everything. Everything!
Well, Fraser, whoever the Hornet is or whatever his reasons, this is one time he's done the state a favor. He's put you behind bars.
Extra paper! Sales tax deal exposed! Department head confesses! Read all about it! Gunman caught from fear of Hornet! Green Hornet still at large! Sentinel extra paper!
Hi-ho, Silver! Away to those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger.
With his great horse Silver and his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains fought crime and criminals throughout the western United States. His name has not come down to us in the written pages of history, but no man did more to bring law and order to the frontier. The cry of Hi-O Silver was the battle cry of justice. Now return with us down the trail of adventure to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofs of Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! They're opening homestead land to settlers. Saddle's waiting for us. Hurry on, Silver!
In the early days of the West, when land was to be had for the asking, farmers came from Ohio, Iowa, and Minnesota, and from the far eastern seaboard to the new country. Government troops guarded the boundary of the territory, waiting for the cannon signal that would start prairie schooners into the newly opened homestead lands. As far as the eye could see, wagons were lined up, ready for the dash in the morning. The folks sang in groups around the campfires.
It rained all night the day I left, the weather it was dry.
Inside their wagon, Aaron Stewart and his wife Mary are talking.
Now, Aaron, don't you worry so about me. I'll be all right as soon as we get settled.
Sure you will, honey. It's been a mighty hard trip overland, but it'll be worth it. Tom Granville and me have a place all picked out. We're going to race for it as soon as the cannon fires, and we'll go partners.
Aaron, I wouldn't trust Tom Granville too far if I was you.
Now, Mary.
I know you think it's silly of me, but there's something about Tom Granville that I don't like. And that friend of his that he calls Skeets is even worse.
You shouldn't say things like that, honey. Tom Granville's been right friendly with me.
He's been friendly, but he's never yet done anything that he didn't get the best of it.
Oh, shucks. Half your sickness is just from worry.
Maybe so. I've been expecting to see him try some underhanded scheme ever since we left the East.
And he hasn't, so that I'll prove he's on the level.
I wish you hadn't told him about the place you located when you rode on ahead to look around.
But I had to tell him. Shucks, I was out here long before the wagon started. That's why I went all the way back east again.
Tom Granville will do you out of that land, Aaron, if you don't watch your step.
Don't say that, hon.
But it's so. He's had a grudge against you ever since I married you instead of him.
Nonsense, honey. Well, don't you remember how I had to argue with him to get him to come out here with us?
That was because you wanted him to stake you to the cash to get here.
I know where the best strip of land in the whole country is to be found.
I know.
Good water, good timber, right at the foot of a hill, and good grazing. It's prime.
If you can get it.
I'll get it all right. We got the best team of horses, the wagon all set to roll.
But if someone else gets there first and files papers...
They won't. You just wait and see.
What if Tom Granville gets there first and decides that he'll claim it for his own?
Shucks, there's plenty for two people there.
I sure hope you're right, Aaron. That's all I can say. I hope you're right.
Everything's going to be fine. Now, don't you worry, honey. You're just sort of let down from the long, hard trip.
Hey there, Aaron.
Oh, there. That's Tom now. You just stay right here and try and get some sleep, honey. I'll go see what he wants.
Hey, Aaron. You in your wagon?
I'm coming.
Aaron, I want to talk to you. A little business.
Sure. What's on your mind?
It's about that money I loaned you.
Oh, that. Oh, yeah. Step over here, Tom. Mary's kind of worried and nervous tonight.
Suits me. Reckon this is as good a place as any, ain't?
Now, what about the cash I owe you?
$200, I believe. I got your note here.
Oh, sure.
I reckon you can read it. Says it's payable on demand. If you ain't got the cash to pay it, I can levy on your goods.
Well, that's what I put in the paper, but you know, Tom...
I'm demanding a $200 now.
You what?
If you ain't the cash, I'll take your horses.
But you can't do that, Tom. If you take them horses, how'll I get to the land we're going after?
I don't know how you'll get there, but I reckon I'll make it all right.
Did you tell him about it, Granville?
Yes, Skeets, I told him.
Skeets, he can't be...
I told him he'd take his team instead of the cash if he didn't have the cash.
Yep, that's fair enough. You ought to be glad to sell that team of horses for $200. But you can't do that, Granville. I located that land I told you about. It's me that found it. I'm the one that brought you out here.
I don't reckon you'll have trouble finding another strip of land for yourself.
You're doing me out of the land, Granville. You can't get away with it.
No?
I don't know why I can't.
You planned this all the time. You mule.
You remember a few years back, Aaron, when you done me out of the girl I love?
I didn't. She chose me instead of you, that's all. It wasn't my fault.
Save your wind, Aaron.
But Mary's sick. You know she's sick. What'll I do if everyone goes and leaves me stranded here?
She's your wife and your worry, not mine.
Oh, look here, Granville. I'll tell you what I'll do. You go ahead, take the land. Take it for yourself. Just leave my horses here. I'll find some other land.
You better find some way to head back east where you come from, Aaron. That's the place for you.
But I can't even get back there if you don't leave me horses.
That's too bad. I reckon them's the horses pegged down over yonder, Skeets. Go take them and lead them over next to ours.
You're all right.
Too bad we gotta do this. But it's all legal. There's your paper, Aaron. I'm marking it paid in full. And now you don't owe me nothing.
Granville, listen, wait. Skeets, you can't do this.
Get up there. Get along there.
Wait a minute. You can't leave me stranded here. You can't do it. You know Mary's sick. You can't do it with no horses or anything.
When Tom Granville led his horses away, Aaron was desperate. Leaving his own wagon, he went from one family to another, asking, begging, beseeching that they help him.
But you got 4 horses. You can let me take a couple.
Sorry, Aaron. I need all 4 of mine.
Just let me take one. Just one. I can't stay stranded here.
Can't do it, partner. Got a heavy load. I'll need all my horses.
Gotta help me. My wife is sick.
Can't do it. We'll be spread out so far we never see you again.
But I'll give you my word. I'll return the horse. I can't move from here without some sort of horse.
Sorry, Aaron. But starting with the cannon in the morning, it's every man for himself. We ain't a wagon train no more. We're all racing against one another to find a place to settle on.
You gotta help me. You gotta do it for my wife's sake. I tell you, she's sick.
My husband died on the way over, Aaron.
But we gotta get horses.
Sorry, Aaron. Ain't got none to spare.
Clem, you can help me. Let me hitch my wagon on the back of yours. You've got oxen. They can pull 2 wagons.
Sorry, Aaron.
Then take my wife on your wagon. Take her with you and leave me here.
My wagon's heavy enough as it is, Aaron. Sorry.
I've got to have help.
Sorry, Aaron.
Well, we'll be stranded.
I'm sorry, Aaron.
Please,
sorry, Aaron.
We got all to do it our own way.
Sorry, Aaron.
Help me, Aaron. Help me, Aaron. Help me, Aaron.
Bless you, Mary. I'm glad you're asleep. It makes it some easier. You won't have to know till morning. Oh, Mary, how can I ever tell you that Tom Granville's double-crossed us?
Aaron,
Oh, Mary, you're awake.
I'm awake, Aaron. I heard what Tom Granville said to you. I suspected something of the sort all along.
Mary, what'll we do?
He's never got over the happiness we've known since we were married, Aaron. That's why I did it. I'm kind of glad he did.
Glad?
I knew all along he'd do something to get even. That's his nature. Now he'll leave us alone. It might have been worse.
But, honey, it couldn't be no worse. In the morning, everyone will be dashing out for the land. Everyone but us.
I know.
They'll leave us here. We'll be stranded. Oh, Mary, I've brought you all the way out here to let you starve.
Oh!
Mary, what's the matter?
Aaron, look. The back of the wagon. That man, he's masked.
Please don't be afraid of me.
Who are you?
You've been trying to borrow horses.
Yes.
I heard about your trouble.
But you're masked. You ain't one of us.
No. I'm one of the people of this country, Aaron. Don't lose heart. Let the others go ahead tomorrow. Wait here until they've all gone.
Who are you?
Keep your hopes up, Aaron. This is a great and glorious country, and there's lots of land for everyone. Let the others go on without you, and keep your courage high. I'll be back.
Aaron, who was that man?
Early the next morning, an army bugle sounded a warning call. And pioneers, with their horses hitched, families and luggage safely loaded, whips and reins in hand, awaited the cannon. Hundreds of men leaned forward eagerly, their whips ready to lash their horses into frantic speed at the signal to break new land for homesteading. Then, suddenly...
Move them legs, you old move you. What's the matter with you? Come on there, get it on there. Go on down, you. Come on there. Get it down there. Hurry up there. Get it there. What's the matter with you? Come on there, get it on there. Get it on, you. Get it on. Come on there, you fool.
They've gone, Mary. They've all gone but us.
Don't give up hope, Aaron. Don't give up hope yet.
There's nothing to hope for now, Mary.
That masked man last night.
I don't take much stock in what he said.
But I do. There was something about the way he spoke, Aaron. And I was right. Look, there he comes. See him? And there's another rider with him.
But it don't seem possible. It's an Injun with him.
And they're both riding white horses. Look at them come.
I see them, but
Don't give up yet, Aaron. We're still alive. And while we're alive, we can still hope.
Oh, Silver! Oh, steady, one. Oh, my God. We'll hitch our horses to your wagon, Aaron, and pull you into the homestead land. Tonto, harness our horses.
Me do 'em. But it's too late, stranger.
No, it isn't. There's land that won't be claimed by anyone.
It won't be claimed.
What do you mean, stranger? That just don't sound like sense.
After you're settled there, we'll suggest to Tom Granville that no one knows the secret that land holds. It isn't desirable to look at, and everyone would pass it by except those who know the secret.
The secret?
But what is the secret?
You'll find out when you get there. Ready, Tonto? We're taking Aaron and his wife to their new home.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Aaron and his wife Mary were deprived of their horses on the eve of the dash into newly opened homestead lands. Tom Granville planned to claim for his own the land he and Aaron had agreed to hold jointly. After the wagons had left, the Lone Ranger and Tonto hitched their horses to Aaron's wagon and drew it to land that looked undesirable. It was a narrow strip at the foot of a hill. Aaron looked out of his wagon when the stop was finally made and was surprised to see that it joined the hillside land that Granville had claimed. Granville approached the wagon, saying,
"Oh, you finally got here, eh? With the help of an engine and a masked outlaw.
Hold on now, Granville.
Well, you can take yourself off.
I don't aim to settle on your land.
Well, what are you doing here? Move on.
You ain't claimed this narrow strip at the foot of the hill.
There ain't enough room here to do anything with.
Nevertheless, Aaron Stewart is going to claim his acreage on the hill.
On the hill? The only part in the hill that ain't been claimed is too steep to do anything with.
Well, there's it's the only land that ain't been claimed, it's the only land I can get, ain't it?
All right, and take the narrow strip where you are, and the steep slope above, and see that you stay on your own land. Skeets, come here.
Yes, Tom, what's the trouble?
Aaron aims to settle next to us. If he sets foot on my land, shoot him.
He'd better keep off on our land.
You hear that, Aaron? See that you keep off.
You've sure turned ornery all of a sudden, Granville.
Just how do you figure you can live on that hill?
I'm going to dig myself a cave.
A cave? That's a good one.
It'll do to keep the rain off on us, and I'll be on my own land.
See that you stay there. And what's more, when your food runs out, don't come around begging for me.
We'd sooner starve than ask a favor of you, Tom Granville.
Come on, Skeets. Let's go and leave these blame fools to dig their cave.
Remember what we told you, Aaron. Some things are more valuable than level watered land.
I will, stranger, and 1,000 thanks.
Come on, Silver.
In the fortnight that followed, Aaron dug a cave in the hillside and made a shelter for himself and his wife. Meanwhile, Granville and his partner Skeets kept close watch on everything Aaron Stewart did. They saw him take a shovelful of earth from various parts of the hill, wash it, and then carefully examine the dirt that remained. Meanwhile, the Lone Ranger and Tonto camped nearby, and each evening Tonto reported Aaron Stewart's progress to the masked rider.
Tonto, watch him close. Is Aaron doing what we told him? Him do plenty good. Digging dirt? Then washing it and digging more dirt? Not right. Tell me, Tonto, is the man who swindled him watching? Him watch all time. If ever a man deserved justice, it's Aaron Stewart. And if ever a man deserved punishment, it's Tom Granville. Maybe Aaron feller get even. I think tomorrow, Tonto, it'll be a good idea for you to take this dust and go to Granville's land while I ride for the government office at Pine Ridge. Tonto go. You know what you're to do? Tonto know. I know Mr. Dixon at Pine Ridge, and I think we can count on his help in this situation. I'll deal with him while you go and call on Tom Granville.
The next morning, when Granville and Skeets looked toward the foot of the hill, they saw Tonto industriously engaged in washing out dirt that he'd taken from their land. Quickly, the two made their way to him and watched him for a while.
Say, you. What are you doing here? This here's my land.
Maybe you let Indian have dirt, huh?
We don't let no one have nothing. Now get out of here.
Me not want much.
Hold on a minute. What do you want that dirt for, Injun?
You own hill yonder, too?
No. What do you want to know for?
Maybe you get fortune on land. You look here in pan.
What do you mean?
Me wash 'em dirt. Look what left. You see small speck? Yellow speck?
Jumping snake's pod. It's gold.
Gold? Give me that pan, Injun.
No, you give me dirt.
I'll see about that. Where did all this come from? Is it all around my land?
It washed down from hill, maybe.
From the hill? Washed down? Then they must be... Skeets, I gotta talk to Aaron.
He won't be any too glad to see you, Granville.
No matter, I'm going now. Wait here and don't let this Injun take anything off our land. I'll be back soon enough.
You not give Tonto dirt?
No! Get out of here. Hey, Moose, beat it. I'm not going to stand having you around stealing what's mine. There's Mary over yonder now, Skeets. I'll be right back. Mary! Hey there!
What do you want?
Where's Aaron? I got to talk to him.
He ain't here, and I don't want nothing to say to you. Get off on our land.
But this is important. I got to speak to him.
Well, you can. I told you he ain't here.
Where'd he go?
I don't know. Like as not to the government office. That's where he was heading for.
The government office?
Yep. In Pine Ridge.
On foot?
Sure on foot. You got the only horses we had.
Skeets, I got to hurry. If what I think is right, I got to go to the government office myself. Hitch up a horse. Quick.
In the government office in Pine Ridge, the agent looked up from his desk and saw the Lone Ranger, his face disguised, framed in the doorway.
Good morning, Dixon.
You? Great Scott, man, I'm glad to see you.
You won't be glad when I tell you what I came for. I'll close the door.
You want me to help you out on something?
Exactly. And it won't be pleasant for you, Dixon.
But what is it?
First, I'm going to tie and gag you and put you on the floor behind the counter.
I guess you know what you're doing. It'll be all right. Here's my hands. I'll make it easy for you.
Good. It won't take long.
What's up, anyhow? I'd give a lot to know, but I can guess one thing.
Yes?
You want something here in the office fixed the way it shouldn't be, and you want to save my skin.
I'll not tie you so tight it'll hurt. Just loosely. Like this. There.
And now my feet.
Yes, I'll have to tie your ankles.
But what's up? Can't you tell me yet?
Not yet. You'll know later on. Now, that'll do. The gag.
Don't need to. I won't open the trap.
Very well. You can say that you were threatened with death if you made a sound. Here comes the man I want to see now. He just stepped from the wagon. On the floor with you. I must take my mask off.
I'm down.
All right, just in time.
I'm Tom Granville.
Yes?
You're the government man, ain't you?
Who else did you expect to find in this office?
I was just making sure, mister. Will you make a test of this and tell me if it's really gold?
Those tiny specks?
Right.
There isn't enough here to test. You'll have to have more.
Yeah, but what's it look like to you? You can tell something that way, can't you?
I can't be sure, but it's the same color as gold. It might very well be. The only place around here where there would be gold, though, is in the hills. Did this come from a hill?
Well, maybe so. Maybe from level land. Are you saying there's gold in the hills?
Lots of men have found it there. It comes in pockets.
Pockets? What's that?
The way they find it is to dig in different places in the hill and wash the sand and gravel until they find pay dirt. And they work to each side until they find dirt that no longer shows a trace of gold.
Yeah?
Then they dig up the side of the hill in a fan shape to the pocket. They make tests all the time. The pocket may contain thousands of dollars worth of gold in a single bushel of dirt.
Gosh almighty.
If you found the gold on level land, it's probably near enough to have been washed out of one of those pockets.
My gosh, that's just what Aaron was...
What?
Well, that is, a fella I know worked just that way. How much gold you say there was in one of these pockets?
Men have taken out as much as $100,000 in a week's time.
Thanks, mister. I'll be back. I'll get more of a sample for you.
Granville, what you doing here?
Hey, it's none of your business. I can go where I want to without being checked on.
Hello there, Stewart. Back again with more gold?
Yep. I reckon I'll hit the pocket in no time now. I got a couple $100 with me in this here sack.
He's gone. He'll be waiting outside to speak to you, Aaron.
Thank you, stranger. Is it all right to carry on as we planned?
It's perfectly all right, Aaron. When you and he come back in, I'll be gone. Dixon, the man in charge, will take care of you.
If it works out like you say it should, I'll never be able to thank you enough. I'm downright glad to see your face without a mask.
It isn't my face that you see, Aaron. Tonto helped me disguise myself. Here, take this. It looks like money.
He's watching through the window?
Yes. Now leave here and whistle as you go. Look as if you had no troubles at all.
I'll do just what you say, mister.
Hey, Aaron, I want to talk to you.
Well?
I've been trying to see you. It's hard to say, but I'm sorry for the way I've treated you, and I'd like to square things.
It's a fine time to say that. If we'd counted on you, we'd been dead long time ago.
I know it, Aaron. But you don't know what it can do to a man to lose the girl he loves. I've been trying to get up my courage to see you a dozen times.
Yeah?
I just went local for a while, seeing you two married.
Well?
I give you a pretty bad deal, Aaron. Now I'm willing to give you half the land I've got, if you'll still go by that partnership thing we agreed on.
Half the land you got, huh? You mean the land you swindled me out of?
Yeah, I did a pretty mean trick.
And I reckon we ain't much more to say.
Wait a minute, Aaron. You don't savvy things. I'm offering you the land you wanted and surveyed in trade for the land you're on now. We could swap half and half.
Nope. I reckon I'll hold on to what I got. If I deal with you, you'll like as not swindle me again sometime. Besides that, I got plans to get rich off of my claim.
But I found gold on mine. See? Here's some specks of it.
Did the fella inside tell you it was gold?
Sure it is, but I got to get some more of it to get it tested. It's sure enough gold.
Ever figured that there might be more in my hill? What do you think I laid claim to hill for?
Then how would you like to sell some of your land?
To you?
Sure.
That don't appeal to me none. The less I have to do with you, the better I like it. I'll tell you what, though. If you get the idea that you'd like to prospect for gold, I'll deal with you.
How?
Well, prospecting don't appeal to me much. It's a little hard on Mary.
What's your proposition?
I like farming, and I want to be able to grow things and live comfortable. If you wanted to swap land just as it stands and throw in the house you built and the horses for my hill and the cave I dug, why...
Yeah? You mean swap even? I have whatever I find?
Yep, that's right. But you're getting the best of it even so.
It's done. It's a deal. You got your papers with you?
Yep, I have. You?
Sure. Come on in with me and we'll get the government agent to fix it up right now.
But mind you, Granville, I ain't making no promises. I don't guarantee you'll get rich on that hill.
I'll take that chance. Come on inside.
It was late afternoon when Aaron finally returned to Mary, and we find him laughing as Mary says,
But, Aaron, what happened at the office?
I wish you'd seen Granville's face when he learned that the real government man had been tied behind the counter.
But he made the deal, Aaron.
Yep, he made it, and then found there wasn't nothing but fool's gold in those sacks. And even that didn't come from this hill.
I don't know what you mean.
Mean, honey? It means we're taking over Granville's claim, and he gets this no-count hill.
Oh, Aaron.
That ain't all, hon. I got his horses and wagon, too. And if he tries to move us off the land, he'll have the whole U.S. Army after him.
And our land is what he's been living on?
Sure. Well, now we gotta vacate this old cave so Skeets and Granville will have a place to live. From now on, this is their property.
But, Aaron, how did it ever happen?
We have the Lone Ranger to thank for that, Mary. He's got us fixed up in great shape. We've got the best section of land in the whole state, and Tom Granville has the worst.
Come on, Silver, old boy. There's trouble in Big Bend. Tonto's waiting on the trail ahead. Hurry on, Silver. Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Groucho Marx meets some of the most interesting people you could ever hope to hear on radio in You Bet Your Life, coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is name. N-A-M-E.
Really?
You bet your life. The DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
That's me, Groucho Marx. Thank you. Well, here I am again with $2,000 for one of our couples. George Fenneman, who gets first crack at all that money?
A couple of people with unusual occupations, Groucho, and here they are. Mrs. Lita Griggs, who is wardrobe mistress for a circus, and Mr. Tommy Dalby, stage doorman for a burlesque theater. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, kids, for the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers. And if one of you says the secret word, you split $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Mrs. Griggs, eh?
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Griggs of the Cabbage Patch? Is that, Just Mrs. Griggs. You're a wardrobe mistress for a circus?
That's right.
Which circus?
For the Clyde Beatty Circus.
You got a big circus?
They certainly have. They have a
how
big
big is it?
three-ring circus.
Three
they
rings,
have 75 lions and tigers, 200 performers, and the balance are the ticket sellers.
Coachy,
and all
Coachy,
that.
and And Mr. Tommy Dalby, huh?
Right.
You're the stage doorman at a burlesque theater?
Yes, sir.
At what theater?
At the Burbank Burlesque Theater downtown.
How did you meet your wife? Was she a chorus girl at your theater and she threw you a curve?
No,
She worked at the theater. She was a cashier.
Oh, you married into money, huh? Your wife checks the figures at the front door while you check the figures at the stage door. Well, that adds up, I think. Mrs. Griggs, what does your husband do?
My husband is a clown.
Mrs. Griggs, everybody's husband is a clown. Let's face it, huh? Is he funny at home?
Oh, yes.
Could you give us an example of...
No, not right here.
How did you meet your husband?
I met him at a fox hunt.
Were you chasing him or was he chasing you?
No.
What do you mean you met him at a fox hunt?
Well, I tell you, all circuses have races.
What was he, a beagle?
They have races where pairs ride around the big tents, and jump hurdles and all. And this day, I fell in a mud puddle. And he carried me out, and that's the way we met.
You went to a fox hunt in a mud puddle? I don't understand this. Where does the fox hunt come in?
The horses ride in pairs around the big top. They jump the hurdles.
Yeah.
I don't know where the fox comes from.
Well, you just threw that in to make it more difficult, is that? Yeah, do you have any children?
I have 3 girls.
You have 3 girls?
Yes,
Yeah?
3 girls.
How old are they?
16, 14, and 11.
Oh, and do they go to the circus?
Yes, they do. They're all aerialists.
Oh, they're all in the circus?
Yes.
Oh, I see. Yes. You mean you can tune them in and get television programs? And... Well, how did they get to be aerialists?
Well, I used to be an aerialist when I was younger and thinner.
So I think you're young enough now to be an aerialist, Mrs. Griggs.
Thank you.
And thinner. Tommy, let's talk about a man's subject, girls. Tommy, at your burlesque theater, how is business?
Oh, business is always good down there.
It's always good. Well, if it ever falls off at your place, business will be better than ever. Well, who are some of the headliners you've known that you've seen parade through your theater there?
Well, we've had Betty Rowland, the Ball of Fire, Lana Barry, Red-Headed Heat Wave, and...
These are all pretty hot numbers, aren't they?
And Lil Sincere, the Anatomy Award winner. And right now we have...
What was that last one, Tommy?
The Anatomy Award winner.
Yeah. That's what I thought you said. Is it pretty exciting being a stage doorman at a burlesque theater?
No, it's... After a while, it gets a little
monotonous. Well, the first 50 years must be fun, isn't it? Well, after talking to you two, I can say I've lived a very sheltered life. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to work together for a chance at $2,000.
Whenever you take your car for service to any one of the more than 3,000 authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealers, you never have to wonder about what kind of a job you'll get. For that's where you'll always get the best equipment and the best workmanship, meaning a top job every time. At a DeSoto Plymouth dealers, you get the benefit of factory-designed and approved tools and equipment. Also, skilled mechanics who know how to use that equipment. Getting a better job done on your car in shorter time naturally means money in your pocket and a car that will serve you faithfully and economically for miles and miles. So stop in and get acquainted with a DeSoto Plymouth dealer next time your car needs service. Learn what so many car owners all over this nation already know, that it pays to stop in at the sign of an authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Now, let's see if you two will be high for the night and get the chance at the $2,000. Fenneman, tell them the rules.
Each of our three couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want in each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question at the end of the show. Our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's happening out here.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected former Academy Award winners as your category. Is that right?
That's right.
All right. Now, you have $20. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
10.
Who won the Academy Award in 1942 for his portrayal of George M. Cohan in Yankee Doodle Dandy?
James Cagney.
James Cagney is right.
We're on our way, Groucho, with $30.
Well, you got $30. Remember, you're going for $2,000 tonight. Now, how much of the 30 will you try?
20.
$20. Who won the award in 1940 as Kitty Foyle?
Ginger Rogers.
Ginger Rogers.
They're climbing. They have $50 now.
Well, you burlesque man, you're stripping right along here. Here's your third question. How much of the 50 will you bet?
45.
Oh, 45. Who won the award playing Father Flanagan in the picture Boys Town?
Spencer Tracy.
Spencer Tracy.
Now they have $95.
Are you sure you don't work in a movie theater? Well, you've got $95. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much will you bet?
95.
95. All right. Who won the Academy Award in 1945 as Mildred Pierce?
Crawford. Joan Crawford.
Joan Crawford.
And they wind up with a grand total of $190.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, don't go away. You may get the chance at the big question.
Groucho, the secret word is still name. Perhaps the next couple will say it. Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a fireman and a housewife. And here they are, Mrs. Evelyn Russell and fireman Ben Brewer. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. And if you say the secret word, you divide $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Mrs. Russell? Where are you from, Mrs.
Los Angeles, California. From India.
Whereabouts?
I was born in the Southwest.
Well, whereabouts, Southwest? You mean North Dakota or...
In California. I'm a native. I have to be in California if you're a native.
Not if you're a native of Los Angeles, you don't. You could be in Waco, Texas. Fireman Ben Brewer, huh?
Yes, sir.
Where are you from? The Smoky Mountains?
No, I come from Arizona.
With a banjo on your knee? What is the... Tell me, Smoky Stover, what is the... what's the proper procedure for turning in a fire alarm?
Well, you merely break the glass and pull down the alarm. The important thing is not to delay, to turn it in immediately.
Well, most people are reluctant to ring the alarm because they're afraid that they'll break up your canasta game at the firehouse. Or poker, whatever they play. What do you play? Huh?
We don't play any poker. We're not allowed to gamble. We'd be dismissed if we gambled.
You mean they can fire a fireman? You don't play poker or canasta. Just what do you do between fires?
As of late, we have our fire prevention program that keeps us out most of the day in our district. We can answer alarms because we're on the radio and in contact with our dispatcher. And we talk to the taxpayers.
Housewives?
That's right.
What do you tell the housewives when you call on them?
Well, shall I assume you're a housewife?
Well, many people have. Don't let this tie fool you, huh? Come on, let's assume that I'm a housewife, huh?
I'd say good morning, madam. We're out here in the street with our apparatus.
You don't even wait for me to say good morning back to you. Let's try it again, huh?
Good morning, madam.
Good morning, sir. How's tricks? What's new, big boy? What are you doing later on today? Okay. Now, the fire is still burning, I suppose.
We're around trying to enlist your cooperation in helping us prevent fires in this district.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
We want you to watch rubbish in the backyard.
Yeah. Keep my relatives out of this, huh?
We wouldn't want you to put any pennies behind the fuses or allow the curtains to get over near the heater. We don't want the children to play with matches.
You're a real killjoy, aren't you? Mrs. Russell, do you have any fire hazards at your house?
Well, my husband's a fire hazard.
Your husband is a fire hazard? You mean he burns up easily?
Well, he smokes in bed.
What's your opinion of smoking in bed, fireman?
It's dangerous.
Well, I imagine there's more to it than that, huh? What other careless habits do people have that provide fire hazards? Do you have any rule for people to follow?
Well, we have one little rule.
You want to start over again and say good morning, madam?
No, I'll give you the rule.
What is it?
Matches have heads, but they don't have brains. And whenever you start a fire, use your head.
That won't work. I've got water on the knee, huh? On the brain. That won't work. I've got water on the brain, huh? Now, where else could I have it? Let's see. Well, I've kidded our firemen, but I know all of us are thankful that the fire department does such an efficient job, Mr. Brewer. Now, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for the chance at the $2,000 DeSoto Plymouth question. You run your $20 and the more than the other couples, and you get a chance at the big question. I can't tell you how much our first couple won, but Fenneman is off stage to remind our listeners.
The circus lady and the burlesque doorman earned $190.
Here we go. Let's see how high you can build your $20. You selected radio MCs as your category. Is that right? Now, you have $20. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
Make it 10. Let's just make 10.
$10. Who is the popular master of ceremonies on People Are Funny?
Art Linkletter.
Art Linkletter is right.
They're on their way with $30.
Remember, you're going for $2,000 tonight. Now, how much of the 30 will you try?
25?
25, okay.
25. Who is the MC on Stop the Music?
Oh, darn it.
Fireman, save my child here, huh?
I can't even think of what it is.
Well, it's Bert Parks. You should have known that.
We lost.
They now have $5, Groucho.
Well, all right. Now you're down to $5. Oh, well, that's a shame. Here's your third question. How much of the 5 will you try?
Let's try 3.
Try $3. All right. Who is the MC on Double or Nothing?
Walter O'Keefe.
Walter O'Keefe is right.
They're on their way again. They have $8.
Now you're climbing. You got $8. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 8 will you try?
Let's bet it all, huh?
Okay, here you go up the ladder again. Now, who is the MC on Take It or Leave It?
Eddie Cantor.
Eddie Cantor.
And they wind up with $16.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, we'll soon know who gets the chance at the $2,000 question.
You know, friends, when you drive your car into a DeSoto Plymouth dealer's, you'll find they have the old-fashioned idea of courtesy.
Fenneman, you mean they kiss your hand as you leave?
Well, no, Groucho, but they do show an honest interest in your problems, a real desire to treat you fairly and squarely.
Shall we dance?
Seriously, friends, that's important to you folks who own cars, whatever make of car it may be.
Well, I have an electric car, and it's quite a shock to my family. Well, enough of this, Balderall. George, which couple is ahead so far?
Well, the circus lady and the stage doorman are leading with $190, and the secret word is still name. We asked if there were any engaged couples here tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Miss Ann Lane and Mr. Ken Miller, and here they are. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, youngsters, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And if you say the secret word, you win $100 in cash instantly. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Ann Lane?
Yes, sir.
That's a very, very pretty name. How old are you, Ann?
I'm 21.
And Ken Miller?
22.
You're the engaged boy, huh?
Yes, sir.
When is the big day to be, Miss Lane?
June the 27th.
Mm-hmm. Ken, why did you pick that day, huh?
Well, I didn't.
She pick it?
Yes, she did.
Who's going to be present at your wedding, Ken?
All her friends and her relatives and mine.
Do you know her relatives?
Well, not all of them.
You will eventually, brother. Oh, and will you know them? Well, if you didn't know them, why did you invite them?
I didn't.
Are you implying that her relatives are trying to crash the party?
No, sir. She invited them.
Are you sure you want to go through with this?
Yes, I
Could you
am.
back out now if you wanted to, Ken?
Oh, sure. I think so.
Well, how could you back out of it, huh?
Well, I could quit paying on the rings.
Then you have been giving it some thought, huh? Ann, is Ken going to be able to support you all right?
I think so. Other fellas support their wives on his income.
You're not even married yet, and you're already beginning to turn into the Marshall Plan. Ann, do you have a pet name for your boyfriend there?
Yes, sir, but I don't want to tell you what it is.
Well, couldn't you clean it up? Come on, Ann, what is it, huh?
Well,
give us a
he
synonym
calls
for it.
me Bunky, and I call him Punky.
Why Bunky, Ken? Huh?
I don't really know.
Well, they're cute names, I think. What sort of work do you do, punk?
I'm a template maker at Douglas in Long Beach.
A what?
A template maker.
Come again. What is a template maker, huh?
All a template maker is a...
Fellow makes templates, I suppose. Well, that's clear. Now I understand it, huh? Well, what is a template?
A template is a pattern.
And a pattern is a what, huh?
A pattern is a structure that they build a part of a ship to and drill holes from. That has a bunch of holes.
Did you ever read Gertrude Stein? Now, what kind of planes are you building now?
Well, it's called the C-124, and it's supposed to be the largest cargo ship built.
How big is it?
Well, it's big enough to hold 2 fully loaded buses and 200 fully loaded troops.
I don't know if they can get the buses loaded, but they can certainly get the troops loaded. I wish you'd notify me when you go up for the first time with that one. Where do you work, Bunk?
I work at Douglas, too.
Oh, you work there, too?
Yes,
huh?
sir.
So what do you do?
I do general clerical work in the planning department.
Secretary?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. Now, what's the difference between secretarial work in an aircraft factory and in any other office?
Well, I guess there isn't much difference except that you have to be able to understand the boss's terms when he's dictating.
Well, when you start understanding the boss's terms, it's time for you to go home to Mother. How long have you been carrying the torch for Punk here? Huh?
About 2 years.
How did you meet Ken for the first time?
Well, I was working in the tool crib at
You're a
the
very
time.
pretty girl. Did I tell you that? Huh?
Thank you very much. I was working in the tool...
I didn't have anything to do with it, Ann. If you were a pretty girl, I'd say the same thing about you. Punk old boy, huh? So?
So I was working in the tool crib, and he was a riveter on the assembly line, and he had to make approximately 2 trips a day to the tool crib, but I saw to it that he made about 10 or 15.
What is a tool crib? I don't know. What are you keeping there? Baby tools? Bunky, let's get back to your wedding. Where are you going on your honeymoon?
That's a secret.
Don't you think you ought to tell him? When are you leaving on your honeymoon, Bunky?
After the wedding.
Well, Bunky, you couldn't pick a better time. Of course, Ken doesn't care. He doesn't know where he's going anyway. Well, I'm sure you two are going to be very happy. And remember, old Uncle Groucho in future years when you're trying to think of a name for your 15th. Now you're going to try for a chance at the $2,000 question. You beat the other 2 couples and you win the chance at all that money. I can't tell you how much our other 2 couples won, but Fenneman's going to remind our listeners.
The circus lady and the stage doorman are still ahead with $190.
Now, here we go. You have $20. Let's see how high you can build your $20. You selected bird songs as your category. Is that right? Honeymooners. And how much you going to bet of the $20? Talk right up, Bunky.
She says $10.
Give me the title of this bird song. Play, Jerry.
Bye-bye, Blackbird.
Bye-bye, Blackbird is right.
And they're on their way with $20.
All right, remember you're going for $2,000 tonight. You're on your way now. You got $30, says Fenneman. How much of the 30 will you try?
25.
25. What is the name of this song?
Flamingo.
They're really sorry now. They have $55.
You got $55. Here's your third question. How much of the 55 will you try?
50.
Let's see if you can identify this one. Okay, Jerry.
Come back to
when the swallows come back to Capiston.
Now they have $105.
You got $105. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 105?
100.
100, huh? I know who has the pants in your family. Okay, give me the title of this bird song. Skylark is right.
And they wind up with $205. And that means that they, with their $205, get the chance for the Solo Plymouth $2,000 question. Warmer weather is approaching fast, so now is the time to take your car for that spring tune-up to a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. With factory-designed and approved tools and equipment, with expert factory-trained mechanics, your DeSoto Plymouth dealer will give your car, whatever its make, a careful inspection and do all the things that should be done to put your car in tip-top shape for the weather ahead. Mechanics will give your car an engine tune-up, will drain and flush your radiator, check your spark plugs, your battery, and your tires. Put in the right oil, lubricate the chassis, and do countless other necessary jobs. So don't put it off. Bring your car in right away. Authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealers are well equipped to give you courteous service, prompt service, service at a fair price. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. And here's the engaged couple, the winning couple, all ready for the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question, Groucho.
All right, here we go for $2,000. The young married kids. Well, if you win this, you certainly will have a wonderful honeymoon, huh? Are you ready? I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so think carefully. And please, no help from the audience. Here it is. The monument to the Battle of San Jacinto, where General Santa Anna was defeated, is the tallest monument in the world. In what state is the San Jacinto Monument? what is the answer you two have decided upon?
Texas?
That's right, in the state of Texas, near you. Well, it shows you love will find a way, huh? Now, what are you going to do with all that swag, Funky?
Well, I'm going to name my first boy Groucho.
Every time you open your mouth, I'm getting more broken. You just said name, and that's the secret word tonight. So that means you just want to know how to compare. Compliments of the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. Let's see, you won $2,000 plus $205 in the quiz plus $100 for saying the secret word. Say, you really cleaned up tonight. $2,305. All I can say to you both is congratulations. From the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast, you bet your life.
Thank you very much.
You Bet Your Life is a John Goodell production, transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, You Bet Your Life, presented by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation. And don't forget, next week, the big question will be worth $1,000.
Well, it's Bing Crosby's turn now, so good night, folks. And remember, just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, here's a tip from the National Safety Council. Walkers wise use their eyes. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Look what got into my beautiful house. It's burning to the ground. Josh burnt down my house. Calm down, calm down. What proof do you have that this was arson? Please, try to control your language. I'm upset too. But where am I going to live? Where am I going to keep my collector's plates and my spec strips? Oh. This seems to be escalating. Way a bit. Oh. Please, you gotta help me, man. Don't worry. I have a spare room. You do? Oh, thank you, 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 thank you for your help. Oh. Yeah. Looks like we're stuck together. Thanks a lot, Josh. We'll see where this goes next time. Good night, everyone, from the smoldering wreckage of my home.